Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing out there? All you amazing, amazing people. Oh, so good to see y'all. It's been wild. It's been extremely busy over here, but I'm so glad to be live on this Sunday, as we do every other Sunday for the Convince Us a God or Goddess Exists stream that we do over on Discord. So this is the usual bi-weekly or the fortnightly, as Randolph likes to put it, stream that we go on the Discord stage and talk to believers about what they believe and why they believe it, and hear their arguments and hear their evidence, and then have discussions with them, about whatever's going on, whatever, just kind of like look at the aspects of their arguments. But yeah, it's been a blast. I think this is the 13th one of these, or 13th or 14th one of these we've done, and we've been doing it. It's been going on so long, it's amazing. So it's always awesome to see so many people in the live chat when these things get started, and this is always a lot of fun because you never know who we're going to get there on the stage. It could be really, really good philosophical conversations, or it could be Otangelo or Jason the Worm guy. Who knows? But anyway, good to see everybody here. Thank you all so much for being here. If you're new here, I am JL, and of course this is Bridge the Divide, where I examine irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, and how we can bridge the societal divides that they create with education, rationality, and reason. And I'm glad that you're here if you check it out. So this is going to be awesome. Let me see who's in the live chat today. Oh, and before I get that started, let me go ahead and put that up. That's my thank you banner to all of the amazing members of the Godless Army, the channel members here that help to support this channel and help it to make this thing possible. If you're interested in checking that out, the link is down in the description. You get access to a bunch of cool emojis that I made for you, a bunch of custom emojis, and of course the channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. So let's see who we got in the live chat today. I see Repo Sandman's here, says I have a feeling nobody will be able to convince them. Strange. Yeah, you never know. We keep asking. It's interesting to hear what they come up with. But good to see Repo Sandman. Doctor Who Design is here as well. Good to see you. Mighty Possum. Nikati, thank you so much. Oh, Nikati says, good intro music. Thank you so much, Nikati. I do appreciate that. Charlie Welch is here, member of the Godless Army. Says, welcome to church. And of course, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Charlie. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Do appreciate you. We've got to get you on over at the Week in Horror. We've got to get you as a special guest judge on the Bloodbath, because we did one last night and it was a blast. So we got to get you over there, dude. It's a me, Mario Rui is here. It's a me, Mario. So good to see you, Mario, member of the Godless Army. Says good afternoon, all. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Lars is here. Good to see you. Says hello, hello. And Haley Taylor, the Psychotic Banshee, also a member of the Godless Army, says, hey, JL, Bridge the Divide. Hi, everyone else. Good to see you, Haley. Thanks so much for being here. I do love it when you're here. Gosh of Heckfire, member of the Godless Army, is also here. Also one of the best names on the internet. Says, good morning, you beautiful, beautiful people. Yes, it is early on a Sunday morning. This is technically, our gathering place. Maybe I should file for a 501c3. Let me know, because technically we do gather. Let me see here. Cygnus TSB is here, member of the Godless Army. Says, word. Good to see you, Cygnus. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for the support. Yeah, Dr. Who Design says, hashtag Otangelo. Careful. If you say his name 3 times and sacrifice a mitochondria, he will show up. 2AHD Cat is here. Good to see you, bud. Member of the Godless Army. Says, good morning, Sasquatch. Absolutely. It's a little wily this morning. I oiled it up a little bit, but hopefully it's just sometimes you have a weird beard day. Weird beard day. Yep, absolutely. Dib is here. Good to see you. Says morning all. Thanks so much for being here. Lars, I am doing very well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Look at that. I see it like in the camera. It's not good. I gotta like mat it down or something. It's like the reverse. The problem is all the stuff that grows up underneath the chin is like from the chin down, that's okay, but all the stuff that grows up underneath here just has a mind of its own. Tony Regime with the obligatory ghost. Thank you so much, Tony Regime. Says, boo, Bridge the Divine. Thank you. Glad to see you, bud. Cygnus TSP says, 2HD. That reminds me, I've been meaning to ask who's older, JL or Johnny? And why do they hang out with Pipsqueak Demon? Oh, yeah. Do laugh at him. We do laugh at Irish Demon, and we take great joy in that. And, of course, I am actually just I believe I am slightly older than Johnny. So I'm the oldest one on the Week in Horror crew. But not by much. I think it's like a matter of months. And then of course, PhD Tony outranks us all. So because he's been there, when when they said turn on the lights, he was already there. So yep. So but I think it's I can't remember if it's like 3 months, 4 months, maybe 6. Not sure. I have to check. But I'm slightly older than he is. Oh, let me see. Mighty Possums. Jail. Am I slightly older? I think I'm slightly older than him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure we had that discussion. Mighty Possums. JL. Okay, undercover Santa's beard. Thank you, Mighty Possum. Appreciate that. Sorcerer Red Hair is here. Good to see you. Says hello from Rainy Netherlands. Also a member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that. Savannah Cat Chat. Thank you, says hi, JL. Love your channel. Thank you so much, Savannah. I do appreciate that. 2HD Cat says, if you become a patron, JL will wash your car in a bikini. That is not guaranteed. That is not guaranteed. Mr. Malord is here. Good to see you, bud. Member of the Godless Army. Hello, fitness friends. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Arto Rissanen is in the house as I'm watching from Artemis. I am just circling the moon. I can see you all the way from here. Earth flat. Hilarious, Arto. Appreciate that. Yes, we do gather together. This is our gathering. JL is our Charles Kuralt. That's hilarious. Thank you so much, Charlie. Appreciate that. Let me see. Oh, it's as if we pass the plate. Nakati's keeping it, so we know which pew not to send it down. Peter Flanberg is here. Says, "Hey JL, you handsome devil. Sadly, I have to work. Give him hell. Will do. We're gonna have some interesting conversations. You can always catch it on the replay. Thanks for popping in, Peter. Appreciate it. And have a good day at work. Thank you." Let me see. An oiled beardy weirdy. I absolutely am, Tony Regime. I am an oiled beardy weirdy. I am. Mark Beiser's in the house. Another member of the Godless Army says, "Derp. Good to see you, Mark." And that's a guy you want to go to for whiskey advice. Absolutely is. Oh, let me see. Yes. Oh, don't want to incur the wrath of Krakatoni. We still got to get that shirt made. We absolutely do. We got to get it's like just the top of his head. Just like if it was like his face right here. And then just... So, we really do need to. Lars says, I'm looking forward to learning more from this stream. The past few years have led me down a more atheist path, and I want to get to explaining myself as well as you do. Appreciate that, Lars. It takes time and practice, and the more conversations you have, the better you'll get at them, and the more you'll be able to, and obviously the more information you'll get. So, just keep plugging away. And if you ever have any questions, you can throw them in the live chat, and I can try and star them. And of course, I'll, after the stream, because I keep going after the live stream, I can go ahead and if I can see those real quick, or if you tag me, I can star them real quick, and then I can address them after the live chat. And then if you want, you can catch it on the replay, or you can hang around. So I absolutely will help as best I can. Cindy Johnson is here, a member of the Godless Army, says, good morning, JL. I am sick today, not sure how long I will be awake. Well, rest up. Thank you, Cindy, for popping in. I do appreciate that, and I hope you feel better very, very soon. And Archivist17 says, hey, up, JL from Yorkshire. Good to see you, Archivist. Thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging out, bud. So, we got about a little more than 15 minutes until we go live with the stage. So, I figured we would just hang out, catch up, and talk about stuff that's going on. And then, of course, what's happening. What's happening with y'all. And, I do have a new video coming out. I have to put the finishing touches as far as editing goes. I did some new kind of interesting stuff in it, and I hope y'all dig it. So I'm going to try and get that done so I can get it out. Because it's kind of a post-Thanksgiving thing. I'm trying not to let it get too far away from Thanksgiving. But it should be a fun one. I hope you all enjoy that one. Let me see. Oh, we've got some new people in here. Said random name generators here. Says, yay, caught it live for once. Hey, JL from Jersey. Original, not new. Good to see you, bud. Thanks so much, random name generator. Appreciate you being here. Kova42 is here. Says, hi, all. Good to see you, Kova. Let me see. Arteris says, I just saw a meme today. What is it like being an atheist? Do you believe in Zeus? No. Just like that. Seems funny how hard it is to understand for people. True. The difficulty is in what they've been. Obviously, the dissonance that they get when they look at that. They don't understand how we can accept that various things that we see, that we observe, are not the result of some agential purpose. Like, why does it look a particular way? Why does this function a particular way? Why do humans have the ability to reason the way that they do? And instead of looking at the evidence, understanding that these are, the products of evolution, that we are evolved to be, where we are in the chain, that something had to deliberately do this to make it so that we could do these things, like ask questions about the universe and such. It's confirmation bias. They're indoctrinated with it. And so that's why it causes that dissonance when their face was like, how could you possibly be atheist? It's like, because we want to believe more true. We want to believe and know more true things than false things. That they just, it gets in young. That's what it does. Absolutely does. Taipan23 is here. Says, good day from down under. Good to see you, Taipan. Thanks so much for being here. Laura Raiders in the house is going to jump in the shower soon, so we'll be listening more than watching jail. Not a problem. Laura, you had a question for me during that live stream that I did with Johnny on Johnny's show, where it was Johnny and Tony. And I think it was on Friday. Yes, it was on Friday night, where I turned into a laughingstock because I kept envisioning Chili abusing his power. And you asked me a question twice, and I don't remember if I answered it. But I saw it twice. I just didn't get an opportunity, I don't think. Let me know if you remember what that question is, and I will answer it here. I'm pretty sure it was you who asked me a question twice, and I apologize for not getting opportunity to do it, to answer that question. So, but let me know. Let me see. Tony Regime says, I rewatched McKinnon Mitchell's The Weakness of Kent Hovind, and they do follow the KJV, so their holy book says the earth is older than 6,000 years. Good point. He's obviously a dishonest scripter. He absolutely is. He's trash. Laura Rader says, where do you place your faith? Answering humanity is a pretty bad answer, though, to be honest. So, we don't place. So that's the whole big thing. Is understanding what faith is and where we put and uses like, does an atheist have faith in anything? Well, that's a weird question. Oh, it says yes, and you answered it. I asked if you would. Bits and pieces. Okay, thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. Thank you. So that's an interesting thing to put together. So understanding what faith is. That faith in the biblical sense is essentially belief without justification. It's belief without evidence. So you can't demonstrate it. You can't demonstrate that. So the thing that you have faith that it exists, you can't demonstrate that it exists. You can't provide a mechanistic explanation for it. It itself doesn't provide any mechanistic explanation for anything else. And you can't make predictions with it, and you can't use it to derive anything. Without like making some sort of cognitive fallacy, without some sort of logical fallacy or cognitive bias or something of that resort. So you have to kind of break the methodology in order to fit it through the keyhole is the problem. So that's why, as an atheist, and I've come to understand that I don't actually have faith in anything. That I don't actually have faith because when I found that what a lot of theists do is that when they utilize the term faith, what they're actually doing is they're conflating it with either confidence or trust or hope, which is different. So I can hope for things, but be grounded in reality. Is like I'm not so when I hope that something happens, that's not faith. That's why it's a different word. I'm hoping for something to happen, but I acknowledge the possibility that it will not happen. I don't hope that a thing exists because you have faith that a thing exists, but you don't hope that a thing exists. Because then you're in that kind of dichotomy of like, well, if it possibly does or it doesn't. Now you can also, and also confidence and trust. But confidence and trust and hope are sliding scales based upon evidence. So you've seen these things occur before. You've seen this happen before. You understand these things about reality, and you have confidence in, the understanding of something. So that's a sliding scale. But like you can have confidence in a person. I have confidence that this person will come through for me because the last, 50 times they've come through for me. So my confidence is high. Even though I recognize it doesn't guarantee they'll come through for me on the 51st time, but my confidence is high. This person constantly fails me and constantly, leaves me holding the bag. I have very little confidence. But if their actions change, then my confidence level scales, goes up and down. Same with trust, because trust is earned, so that whole kind of thing. So the whole big issue on that one is that a lot of atheists would not use the term faith because they reject the term faith because of the baggage that it carries and because they don't want to fall into the trap of drawing a false equivalency between faith and confidence or trust. So they don't want to equate the two because the two imply very different things. And so when you say that we have confidence in humanity, and that makes more sense because I have a sliding scale of trust in humanity. I have a sliding scale of confidence and trust and hope for humanity. So depending upon our current actions, depending upon the actions of our leadership, so on. I don't hold faith in anything because I base my assessment of confidence, trust, and hope on the evidence that's available to me. So That's just what the kind. I think I hope that kind of breaks it down a little bit better. So when it says, do I place faith in humanity? No, I place no faith in humanity. I place my confidence in humanity. I place trust in humanity. But that's a sliding scale, and that will go up and down. So appreciate that, Laura. That was kind of it's a long-winded. Sorry about that. Let me see. Type at 23 says, how can you doubt Chili? He's a Lord and master, Lord and masturbator. Yeah, that's true. Appreciate that. The guy says, I am a witchy tarot reading druid, but I like Jesus, Mary, and Mary Magdalene. Intriguing. Interesting characters, yeah. Savannah Catchat says, I don't understand how people can just throw away all the scientific facts of the age of the Earth. It's because the problem is, okay, so the biggest issue that they run into is this, is that they believe that part of their indoctrination is that the Bible is inerrant. And if the Bible states a particular thing, like the Earth was formed in 6 days, or the Earth, whatever, and they look at the numbers of it, the problem is that the empirical science that we can test, we can demonstrate, we can make predictions with, and of course we can independently verify, these things directly contradict their Bible. So that's literally all it is. If there is a direct contradiction in reality or something in reality that directly contradicts the Bible, then that something in reality must be rejected because the Bible is inerrant. The Bible is the inspired word of God. Why would God get something wrong about his own creation? So that's the dissonance there. So they simply reject the scientific fact and say that it's somebody trying to lead you away because the book tells them that there will be individuals like those who were wise, that God has not made the world for the wise, but made it for essentially it's don't be too learned because the world is not made for the wise, the world is not made for the strong, the world is made for, the sheep, for those who are meek and stuff like that. And so that's what God, that he's done it to confound, that he's made the world in a way to confound the wise. That all essentially the book itself says the evidence points one way, but you need to reject that because that's not what that's meant for. That's one of those big things that we point out in cult indoctrination, is that the book itself acknowledges that the more you learn, the further away you will get from this because this doesn't make sense. Because the whole thing is a faith-based article. So the problem that the book itself recognizes this and tells people to literally don't do this. Don't get too learned. Don't work to become wise, which implies understanding of the world. Don't do this because it will drive you further away. You need to simply accept things as they are told to you. That's the problem with that. That's behavioral control, that's information control, and that's emotional control, thought control. So that's why one of those indicators of the Bible that points towards cult indoctrination. Type in this: I have faith in evolution. I have confidence in evolution. I have very little trust that the evolution will save us, but I do have a lot of confidence in evolution. I absolutely do. Let me see here. Peter Collins is Bridge. Oh, Peter Collins is here. Good to see you, Peter Collins. Is Bridge the Divide. Greetings, JL. Good to see you, Peter. Thanks so much for being here. Surrender Monkey says, so which came first, God or the flat Earth? According to the Bible, God made the flat Earth. So, if you take the Bible, literally. So technically, I guess in that model, God would have come first, and then God made the flat Earth. So technically, God first. Laura Rader says, evolution is wonderful and hopefully humanity will escape our destiny to self-destruct due to our own stupidity. Yes, tribalism is going to be our biggest enemy. If we could overcome our primitive tribalism, man, the sky's the limit. But I doubt it. It's pretty ingrained in there. Kyle Wellman says, happy Sunday morning, y'all. Good to see you, Kyle. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Appreciate it. Inquisitor Bacon's in the house. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you, Inquisitor Bacon. Janice Farmer says, good morning. Good to see you, Janice. Thanks so much for being here. Laura Rader says, long-winded and thoughtful answers are the reasons I come here, jail. Thank you very much, Laura. I appreciate that. I know I get a little long-winded sometimes. I've had some pushback that my responses sometimes come off like dissertations, and I apologize. So sometimes I try to get the thought out. I'm a better writer, really, than I am a speaker, which is why my scripts come out succinctly and clearly. But plus it's also early. I haven't been awake that long, and I haven't finished my morning juice. Oh, we got about 7 minutes before we go live on the stage. I can see Randolph and Taco's already in there. Let's see. Laura Rader says, happy Sunday to the Godless Army and happy Monday to those of you in the non-existent Australia. Absolutely. Basic Trig, good to see you. Basic Trig says the plebs. Yep, absolutely. Good old boy says, I have faith in God. Well, bud, you'd have to demonstrate that God exists first. Otherwise, you have faith in something that is a fictional character. So, that's the important thing. Let me see here. Basic Trig says, you won't be saying evolution can't save us when we're all crap. Ooh, but that's still evolution, though, isn't it, Basic Trig? Isn't that, I mean, it's still, convergent evolution is an amazing thing. Convergent evolution is essentially the reason why, if anyone out there has ever heard the funny statement like, we're all crabs, or we will all be crab, look into convergent evolution. It is wild stuff. And, yeah, essentially, the pressures on this planet will eventually push everything to be crab. So, we are all crab. I freaking love it. Somebody showed me that paper, and I was like, what? We're all crabs. Oh, let's see. Inquisitor Bacon says, I have faith in my drunken Florida man gaming abilities. Absolutely. 100%. Strong confidence. Let me see. Lars says, it is astounding that Christianity, the Bible, literally tells people not to question or anything or learn. That is terrifying. It absolutely is. As a matter of fact, I cited that in one of my videos with Matt Powell. If I remember correctly, I can't remember. That's right, 1 Corinthians 1:27. God selected what in the world is foolish to put the wise to shame, and what the world calls weak to put the strong to shame. So, for God has chosen the foolish of the world to shame the wise, and he has chosen the weak of the world to shame the mighty. So, if you look at what that entails, you look at what that statement entails, what 1 Corinthians 1:27 states, it's essentially saying that don't be wise, don't be strong, because that's not what God intended. And the people who are not wise and the people who are not strong, and it's not a matter of strength in physical body, it's a matter of strength of character, strength of integrity, strength of everything. Everything that you could be strong in and develop yourself in, and of course wise, being an understanding and knowledgeable of the world and your place in it. And so, if that's the whole point, they're literally telling you, don't be wise, don't be strong, because that's what God wants you to be. That is scary. That's really scary. That's terrifying. So I absolutely agree with you. I agree with you on that. Lars, yeah, absolutely. Spellbinder 101 is here. Says, good afternoon, dudes and dudettes from the UK. Good to see you, Spellbinder. Thanks so much for being here. Awesome, Inquisitor Bacon says, my kiddo was playing her first Lego game. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you, Laura Rader. Appreciate that. Faith Hill. Laura says, I'll be honest, I'm a little jealous that Australians already know the future. Wish I was psychic. Yeah, they have a little bit of a heads up on. They need it because so many things there are trying to kill them. All right, since we're about to kick off in a few minutes, let me make sure I said hi to the new people that have jumped in. Let me see. Mighty Possible, we are crab. We are all crab. All hail crab. Absolutely. Oh, we're all going to be Zoidbergs. Demon Orb is here. Good to see you, Demon Orb. Thanks so much for being here. Ilya Lates is here, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here, Ilya. Appreciate that. Let me see. Ken and Cuenca says, I gave up an education based on this dumbass teaching. Oh, that's rough. Sorry, but you can always, I know it sounds cliche, but it's never too late to start again. I'm sure that you've gotten on your feet and you're moving forward, so absolutely. But yeah, it sucks, the things that we've said. I was pissed. The first couple of years after I recognized that I was an atheist, I was pissed at the things that I had lost, the things that I had sacrificed, and I was mostly aggravated by the sense of responsibility I had, the weight of that for all of my inactions as a Christian, the things that I cast off and I put into God's hands. It's like, oh, God's got a plan. It's in God's hands now. God will worry about it. No, my inactions are the things that got me the most. I realized, I looked back and said, how many times could I have helped? How many times could I have educated? How many times could I have done something positive, something constructive, instead of just passing it off into God's hands? As a Christian, I was a terrible person. I was, because it was because of it was because of inaction, because of ostensibly my apathy. So it was just sad. Now I look back on that with a lot of with some regrets, because some of the things that I could have done and I didn't, and I should have. but now trying to so now I can. Now I'm more focused on making sure that making sure that I am involved. So, let me see. I'll make sure I've got everybody. And Light says, we believe it's a better response of being jealous is already in the future. See, it's me, Mighty Pasta. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. Excellent, Ken. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Daryl M was here. Good to see you. Says, need some sleep. We'll catch up in the morning. Good to see you, Daryl. Thanks so much for popping in. I appreciate that. All right. I think we're about to get ready. So let me pop over there. And boom. All right, I'm going to...
Everyone.
I think we're set. All right, I think we're good to go. So, welcome to the stage. We got Randolph, we got Amy, myself, Taco will be back here shortly. And
welcome, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to our presentation of
we're getting started.
Challenging anybody, particularly theists, but it doesn't have to be only theists.
Hey, George, good to see you, bud.
Or God exists. Today is November the 27th, 2022.
Hey, Angel Rivera, good to see you, just in time.
And, the people who are usually in our panel include Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/Amy Newman. Tom Jump, also known as T-Jump, is
I'm pretty sure I said hi to Mighty Possum. If I didn't, I apologize. Mighty Possum, good morning. Thank you for being here, bud.
Professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality and so on. T-Jump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J-Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. He joins us from time to time. Jefferson Spatchcock, an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel is listed in the YouTube video description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. His Bridge the Divide YouTube channel is at youtube.com/JL Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, in case you're wondering how that's spelled.
Thank you, Randolph.
I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada.
Hey, Mr. Twitch, good to see you, bud.
Founding president
I wanted to bring up the live chat, just in case a milestone chat comes through, because we don't see those on StreamYard.
The Canadian Atheists website is at www.canadianatheists.ca.
J-Mike's good people.
And my YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. And that's Randolph spelled with an F for freedom, no matter what autocorrect tells you. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord administrator who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological academic biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time.
Jack Burton's great.
He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter DeTucker is an
T-Jump is actually out of town this week,
who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Iron Roz.
Randolph's a little low.
His professional artistic skills to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/GonnaGoForIt. Taco is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. So hello everybody, and we're really good to see the whole panel here. Well, part of the panel here anyway. See everybody here who is. How's everybody doing before we start bringing audience members up? Anybody have anything quick they want to mention? Maybe Jill Warren has another update on the Halloween thing. I think you did clear all that up last time, though.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's been it ended on like the 18th, and I didn't make it through, but appreciate that. But yeah, looking forward to today.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for coming.
Hey, forgiven Jerry, good to see you. Member of the Godless Army,
weekend,
appreciate it.
So yeah, a couple people weren't able to make it, but everyone who did,
nope,
thank
just
you
in
for
time.
Coming. And we've got an interesting person in queue up first. Amy, do you or anybody else want to say anything or?
Oh, just that I hope everyone had an amazing Thanksgiving or just an amazing Thursday, and I'm looking forward to the show.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and pull up Jen now. Jen's the first person in queue. I think this is going to be an interesting chat here. Also, if you'd like to come chat with us, feel free to raise your hand.
Good morning, Jen. I hope we're saying your name correctly. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
I think we got trolled.
That's very possible.
He was speaking Chinese earlier before the show started, so that's okay. It was Cantonese, and we had a little bit of fun chatting with him.
We learned a lot in like
that's right,
3 minutes. A lot.
Good morning, concerned citizen. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. What do you have for us today?
Hello. So my question is, what has been the most influential book related to religion you've ever read for your stances that you have today?
Oh, without a doubt, 1984. 1984 illustrated to me that we can lose. Very important to me, I think, because I was basically turning over the book, being like, there has to be a part 2, right? But no, the bad guys just win.
Nope, it just ends. Shadows on the floor.
Anyone else?
Randolph, Taco?
I would say that so far, that's a hard one to say. The books that I'm looking at are stuff like Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great, and how religion poisons everything has been quite an influential one. That's a heavy read. He covers a lot in depth in that, and he's a fantastic author. The Richard Dawkins' God Delusion is a common one that's also, like, I wouldn't say it's just one book. There's multiple books have brought this perspective to me, and I can't put my finger on just one, but those two would definitely be high up in the list.
Taco, you, or do you have anything?
I don't really read books related to this topic, right? I mean, I study a little bit of philosophy. I've been listening to debates for years. I studied all sorts of cool things. Just anything I find cool, I just go and learn about, right? And I feel like I've developed a pretty solid foundation, you know? But it's not from like an individual book, right? But like, it's just learning about what I think is cool, or figuring out how to respond to certain philosophical objections or things of that nature, you know?
I know there are 2 books that I got because Theus recommended them that I'm just starting, which the first is the God Hypothesis, and then once I'm done that, it's going to be A Case for Jesus. Both of those books were recommended. Whether I agree with either of their conclusions, still skeptical. But yeah, anyone else, or how about you, a concerned citizen?
Well, actually, I think J.L. Warren might have something in mind, and then we'll hear concerned citizens'
absolutely.
suggestions.
So there have been some books that were helpful, some stuff I've written stuff I've read over time, and so like Sam Harris's The Moral Landscape was really important to me. The Selfish Gene, Richard Dawkins, and of course, like Randolph said, Hitchens's God is Not Great, How Religion Poisons Everything. Those are all really, really good books. But there were actually two, and as cliche as this is going to sound, there are actually two that work kind of in conjunction with each other that help to kind of like me to understand how these things are man-made and how these things are constructed. And that was the Conversations with God series. That's by what's his name? Neil Walsh. So the Conversations with God was essentially the automatic writing. He asked questions, and then through automatic writing, he wrote God's responses. That series demonstrated to me the most about how these things are completely fabricated. Because Conversations with God was essentially like if you took everything that human beings believed in, like all of the major religions, and took out all the best little bits, like a salad bar, and combined them all into one kind of ideology. That's what Conversations with God is. And it was blatantly obvious when you read the book. It's like, wow, he pulled that from the Tao. Wow, he pulled that from Buddhism. Wow, he pulled that from this and that. And it was just really obvious. And then, of course, as cliche as it sounds, the Bible itself, because once you look at it from a perspective where you don't presuppose anything, things begin to really fall in line with the evidence. You begin to see, oh wow. So this is this, and I can understand why this is a contradiction, and why this is problematic, and this is problematic, and how this doesn't line up with the evidence itself. So it was just a conversation with God put me in the right mindset to understand how we can imaginatively create these things, and then just going back and reading the Bible again in the time, in the many times I have that I began to recognize, wow, this is profoundly made up. And the same went for the Quran and other holy texts as well. It's just like, I can see that these were really ignorant people who were trying to make stuff up, but I would say those ones were the most important to me.
Also, to our guest, Robert X from our YouTube live audience commented that this is a really great question. So thank you for asking. Do you have an answer for your own question? We're curious.
An answer for my own question would probably be C.S. Lewis, and in his particular, he wrote a lot about morality in Mere Christianity, and that has been very influential, especially with his metaphors that he would use to help me understand how Christians understand how there is a basic morality and we can find it in everyday life.
I've noticed that there are, it is not uncommon for theists to reference C.S. Lewis. He seems to be a big name for Christians in particular.
Yes, he definitely is.
Go ahead, Christopher. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say that I don't know where he got his popularity from, because he never really did anything like super important that would give his books like that much popularity, but somehow just through his books he found an audience.
It always struck me as a little odd. I agree with you on that. It's kind of odd that so much leaning is done on C.S. Lewis. But I can understand the way he writes is there's an attractiveness to it, and I get that, and it's really affirming in the way he writes. I never could get an explanation why anybody thought, especially why any theist thought that just a recognition of a sense of right and wrong via our empathy, because humans have the capacity for empathy. It's a wide spectrum of how much empathy you feel, but it is a capacity that we've evolved. And in the face of this, I never understood how anybody could believe that just because we have that doesn't entail that a God exists. And never was able to jump that, find anybody who could jump that gap. It's kind of like, sure, we evolved, and we evolved the ability to empathize with our fellow human beings, and some people can do it better than others because it's a genetic thing, and it makes sense that in the course of our evolution that those individuals who were empathetic, those individuals who were cooperative with the group, those individuals who were essentially good individuals, not causing trouble everywhere, not selfish, would attract a mate more regularly than someone who was selfish and non-cooperative and non-empathetic. And so it makes sense that those genes that lead to that predisposition for a better empathy, for stronger empathy, would get passed down more than those ones that were not. So that makes sense why we become such, our empathy is so highly evolved. Given the evidence for this, I was kind of like, well, how does that even entail that a God even exists?
Yeah, that's one of the things that at least I struggle with, that whole evolution thing, and how we, like you said, we've evolved through empathy, and how that can actually prove that any God exists, because we did evolve to become more ingrained with our communities, and without that, then we would be removed from our own community. So that evolution thing is one of the things that I really struggle with.
Well, piggybacking off that, are you right now kind of a metaphorical Christian theist?
I'm a Catholic, yes.
The Catholics don't have an issue with evolution, right? I mean, the evidence is there. I mean, from what I understand, the Catholic position is that that they acknowledge the evidence, and that they've acknowledged that it's a phenomenon that occurs. We understand it, and it's been demonstrated, right?
I think they don't actually take a position. I think they leave it up to the individual, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I looked into that a little. Am I right? Concerned?
From my understanding, they don't directly address it in the catechism, but they also explicitly state that that if there is evidence, scientific evidence for something, then you do have to believe it. And it would also, because it is scientific evidence and because God created the universe, it would go in line with the Catholic Church. But they don't
I mean, I would think that they would lean heavily towards the Big Bang, at least because sorry about that. But at least one of their priests, their astronomers, had partaking in the evidence.
Who was that?
I would have to find the exact name, but he actually helped find the Big Bang, the cosmic micro background radiation. Give me 1 second, I'll get his name. His name was George Lemaitre.
Yeah, that name does ring a bell.
He was a Belgian Catholic priest, theoretical physicist.
And
I found that most. Oh no, I just spoke.
It's kind of. I mean, it's one thing that's important is, like, obviously the evidence is there. We demonstrated that evolution is a thing that occurs in populations over time. We understand it implicitly. I think it's like the only theory we understand, the only explanatory model, by what I mean by theory that we understand better, is like the theory of electroquantum dynamics. And so when it comes down to it, I think it's a matter of understanding that if a God were to exist, that the God concept and and evolution itself are not mutually exclusive. Like, what both can be true. That evolution could be the mechanism by which life was diversified, and of course abiogenesis could be the means by which God created everything, because that's the way it works. It's it's not magic. It's like, these things have to be here in this one spot, so here they are. So God is essentially, in that kind of worldview, God is like the great scientist, and the universe is its laboratory. And so it uses the things that are in the universe in order to accomplish the tasks that it wants to accomplish. And then it doesn't require magic, it just requires a greater power to be able to utilize these things as it sees fit. So I know a lot of Christians have come to understand that these things are not mutually exclusive, that they both make sense, that to them they both make sense. It's like the evidence is there because that's what's true, because that's what God did. That's how they reconcile that. Now, just because evolution is true doesn't mean that a God doesn't mean it does exist. But I understand that's the way a lot of Christians reconcile it.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. That they can still, like, forever. Most Christians would say that the evolution simply doesn't coincide with teaching. But now, with more scientific evidence, there's kind of been a transition of that evolution, Big Bang, all the things actually does coincide with Christian teaching, and they can be.
I think I think the dissonance comes from the Bible, is because of the Bible itself. And I think more and more Christians are coming to understand that the Bible, while maybe inspired by like the sense of this creator, like people had a sense of this creator and they were inspired to write certain things, but what they were writing was not exactly like words that were coming directly from this entity, but essentially how they were interpreting that feeling and interpreting what they were observing. So I have this feeling that something exists. If this thing exists and it provides this psychological utility for me, then I'm going to presume that this thing exists, and I'm going to interpret all of the observations around me through the lens that this thing exists. So therefore, I'm going to come up with all these, all these explanations that justify the feeling that I have that this thing exists. So if we understand that the Bible itself was just written by human beings, inspired by a particular idea or feeling, then we could say that, yeah, human beings definitely could have gotten it wrong. And it's just basically, it's mythology. It's a nice way of interpreting it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. The idea behind the Bible and what the Bible is supposed to espouse is one thing, but I think both you and I could probably agree that through the ages, over the past 2,000 years, a lot's been lost in translation, and there have been too many cooks in that kitchen. And whatever started out as might have been a good unifying idea has been lost in the mix. But I can get how that can come across, and so it's just just because if the Bible is wrong, if the Bible's completely just man-made and just inspired by feelings and whatever, and not really inspired or not really like directly given by God to people, that still doesn't disprove God exists. So God could exist and the Bible could be a complete sham. The two, are not necessarily linked like that. Just like evolution and God. So I think that's one way to look at it. Go ahead, Taco.
Yeah. What is your specific position? You said it sounds like you're unsure about evolution. Are you like sitting on the fence, or where are you in regards to accepting evolution?
Honestly, I don't know shit about evolution. I really don't know a whole lot about it, so I haven't thought about it. And I don't have a good valid position to share because I haven't done anything.
Can I ask you a question? If you were to find out today that God didn't exist, what would change in your life?
The way, definitely the way that I look at the world, and I mean even on just a daily routine level and the way I interact with other people, basically everything would change because that's the way that
How would you interact differently?
I would see it that right now I treat other people with kindness because of God. So I would still treat other people with kindness, but for a different reason. So I would feel, for me personally, I would be
disincentivized. You just be a good person?
Yeah, of course you can still be a good person, but
no, I'm saying, couldn't you just treat them with kindness because you're a good person? And you could even be a virtue ethicist and be like, this is the type of person that I want people to see me as. There's all sorts of ways to look at it.
It sounds like that is what it concerns. It sounds like you were saying you would be doing good, but for a different reason. Then my question for you, isn't that better?
And then after that, there is a question from our audience from Canadian Olliman. He's asking, because you're not familiar with evolution, he's asking how old you think the Earth is. But maybe answer Amy's question first.
Because it sounded like it sounded like Taco was saying, why not just be a better person? And it sounded like what you were saying was, I was going to be a better person. It would just be for a completely different reason. And so my question to you would just be, isn't that better? That you're actually doing it not for a God, but just because it's the right thing to do.
The way that I look at it is that it's the right thing to do because it is for God, if that makes sense. Like, if it's what God asks you to do, then it is inherently the right thing to do.
So if God asks you to kill your son, like he did ask Abraham to do it, that's the right thing to do?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, see, I disagree with your God asking that. I disagree with that as I don't think that that's any example of morality. In fact, that sounds like compliance to me. rather than moral determination.
What's I'm not super familiar with these terms. What's the difference
Okay.
between
So,
sorry, go ahead.
okay, so to put it simply, to do what's right requires making a determination on your own on whether something is correct, something is the right thing to do, the moral thing to do, the ethical thing to do. If you're just following orders, then that obviates or ignores the determination of whether what you're doing is the right thing to do, the ethical or moral thing. And I think that when people are resigning themselves to God's orders this way, that it can actually be very dangerous for society, because people will end up taking a very black and white view on things and ignoring, and so we don't progress as a better moral or better ethical society when people are resigning themselves this way and not making the effort to determine what is actually moral and ethical in a particular situation.
Hey, Edison Carter, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm coming from the presumption that, which is something that I should definitely question now that you bring it up that way, because I've never seen it in this light that you say it
Excellent,
is.
excellent. Do question our ideas as well. We're not 100% right on things either. So, and we can be completely wrong about what we're saying. So I'm really glad that you just said you're going to question these things. That is fantastic, and that will serve you well.
Inquiry is also is always really important. It's always important to ask. It's one of the reasons I think my mother is a devout believer and I'm an atheist. And I think that, but the reason is because my mother raised me to always ask questions. If something doesn't make sense, either find the answer or find someone who has the answer. And then it was constantly just it's asking questions. Never be afraid to ask. And so it was asking those questions, trying to suss out why these things are the way they are, when this doesn't make sense, or this proposes a contradiction, trying to get to the bottom of those things. So being willing to ask questions, extremely important, very, very important there. And also something that going back to what you said, concerned citizen, is that looking at it from this respect, when you look at it that you do good because it's in like service to God or because of God or like this. So you do good out in the world. So you're out in the world and you do good things, but you do it because you believe that a God exists. And it's either because the God requested it or the God requires it or the God demands it of us. But when you're in a situation where doing the good or just in your basic social interactions, if you were nice to somebody who had, or like respectful to somebody that had not earned that respect and had not deserved that respect, or maybe you were nice to somebody when you didn't want to be, or you didn't feel it was justified to, but you did it anyway, then you look at it from a social perspective that while you may not have caused any strife, the other person may recognize that you may have been disingenuous, that you felt a particular way, but you ignored those feelings and you went in another route. Because this was something that was brought up to me. Somebody pointed out to me that when I was a Christian, that oftentimes when I was upset with somebody had done something to wrong me, or someone had like done something, that I would kind of like turn around and be like, oh well, whatever, and I would just kind of I would try to respond to it like a Christian. But people were more aware of that disingenuous response than I realized they were, and so people didn't actually trust me as much as I thought they did, because they knew that I wasn't being straightforward with them. They knew that what I was really feeling, I was hiding from them, and I was bottling up, and I wasn't speaking my mind. I wasn't telling the truth. I was literally like, nope, not going to, says, nope, it's okay, it's all good, it's like that. But they could tell from either my body language or whatever that something had really affected me, but I wasn't dealing with that. I wasn't approaching that problem and then dealing with it like an adult. Address the problem, find a solution, move forward. I wasn't doing that. I was just letting the individual essentially get away with it for the sake of believing that a God exists, because that's, being kind and being nice, turning the other cheek and such was what the God wanted me to do. But people were more aware than I realized how disingenuous that was. because then they get a sense of you as like, he's not going to tell you what he really thinks. He's not going to tell you what really is going on. He's not going to address the problem. And that also opens up the possibility that people can see that and realize that you won't cause trouble and you could be taken advantage of.
I want to just briefly. I just want to briefly apologize because I think I did interject before our guest was finished speaking earlier. And then there's also still Canadian Ollieman's question. I want to remind you of. He's wondering what you think the age of the Earth is. It was from our audience. So please continue with what you're saying if you like.
Honestly, I have no clue I don't remember what I was saying. But regarding how old the Earth is, I have.
Hey, Governor Draper, good to see you. No, not yet.
Could give any number, and I would have no justification for it.
Why
Okay,
do I believe
that's a fair response. I accept that, no problem. Thank you.
So what do you believe and why then? Because it sounds like you believe in the Christian God, right?
Yes.
Specifically the Catholic subset.
Yes.
So why is that? What convinced you?
That. So I get a lot of inspiration from Aquinas, and like I said, C.S. Lewis is in particular his 5 arguments for God's existence. It's kind of what I've based my life off, and also I will admit that part of it too has to come from me being exposed to Catholic ideas basically my whole entire life. I live in a basically entirely Catholic community, so there's like no outside exposure to anything else. But yeah, so his 5 arguments have been very influential on.
Is there a sound one? I've seen them all, and they all appear in sound.
Yeah, the one that
That's
I like
an interesting.
the most,
That's an
makes the
interesting
most
thought,
sense
Laura.
For me, I don't really
interesting
Well, is
thought.
it sound? That's what I'm asking.
sound. As in like logical?
It is the format correct? Are the premises true? And does the conclusion necessarily follow?
Yeah, I would say so. Otherwise,
Okay, present it. Let's hear it. That's a good start.
So I, in particular, the most influential on me, one of his arguments was the unmoved mover argument, and I don't understand it very like deeply or richly, but on a basic level, I'm sure you've heard this a number of times, but on a basic level, there is no reason for things. Everything has a cause, and something has to have caused the first cause, and that would be God. That's at the basic level what it is.
So part of that is everything has a cause?
Yes, everything has to be created
Which is false.
or moved by something. Okay, how?
Because quantum fluctuations are random and uncaused.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, that seems to be the case. The other thing is we don't know if the cosmos is eternal. What you're referring to sounds a lot like a portion of the Kalam cosmological argument, which is talking about things that began to exist. And it is not uncommon for a lot of people to think that that's talking about absolutely everything. But no, it's actually quite specific, saying that it's only specifically talking about things that began to exist. And the reason that's very important to people who present the Kalam as an argument is that their God is not included in that set, because their God is eternal and has always existed, was never created. And that's kind of one of the things. And one of the big problems with the Kalam that I see is that just fails for its applicability as well, is that it doesn't actually directly talk about a God. It just talks about things that began to exist. So it doesn't actually connect the dots to say, therefore God. That's what's missing from it, in my view.
Well, the point I was just making is that it's an unsound argument from the get-go, so there's no reason for us to accept the conclusion.
Well, we could say that at the time when Aquinas was thinking this, obviously, quantum mechanics not exactly a thing in Aquinas' day, but we have since, I think, in just this past year, in just 2022, we've actually demonstrated in the lab how virtual particles. We've actually recreated the state in which vertical particles pop in and out of existence at random, and they just do this naturally. This is a thing that occurs, and we're getting further and further along in our understanding of these things. But we finally able to recreate this in laboratory settings to be like, look, this is a thing that happens. These things pop into and out of existence at completely random intervals with no agential interference whatsoever. So it's kind of like, we understand that, and we can conclude now that everything that exists has a cause. It's like, no, we know that to be false. So that just kind of shoots that argument in the foot. There's also the problem that Aquinas was ignoring the fact that there's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress. That you could have an infinite regress of causes, just going back and forth. And people will argue that, if you have an infinite past, you'll never get to the present. That's incorrect. That's a misunderstanding of what infinite is. That just because numbers are infinite, the 7 still exists. There's still a number there. So all you have to do is be at a point in the chain, is all it is.
So I want to ask a question and then make a point to you, a concerned citizen, because I think that entire argument and it's special. It's a special pleading fallacy, and I can prove it to you real easy. So it says, at least the first is premise.
Wait,
everything.
Sorry, can you explain what a special pleading fallacy is?
Absolutely. So a special pleading fallacy, to me, it's a little bit of a greasy type of fallacy that has probably been sold to you, in that everything doesn't have this thing except for the thing that we are trying to prove. And so it's really, you're saying, well, everything has to be except for my plea for this very special thing over here. That doesn't have to have it at all. And I'll prove the fallacy to you. So
Amy, it's kind of like it's a double standard, right? Like I have a universal constant. Everything that exists has a cause, save for this one thing, but there's no justification for that thing.
Well, and that is my question to you, exactly, J.L. Warren, and that's my question, a concerned citizen. So it goes, everything has a cause,
historical philosopher,
right?
good to see you, bud. Always happy to have you here. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Does God have a cause?
No.
Okay. So I guess everything doesn't have to have a cause, right?
Yeah, okay.
So
Well,
yeah,
sorry,
that's-
Amy, I have to clarify. The Kalam, as I know it, I assume you're talking about Kalam, states everything that begins to exist has a cause. That is the set that they're talking about.
Right,
everything
right.
that begins to exist.
Because another argument is the necessary being argument, and so the necessary being wouldn't have began to exist, and so those arguments run in tandem.
And they've all been modified and changed throughout the past few hundred years that they have been
Oh yeah,
trying to be.
It's true.
I guess you can almost go back if you want to say Plato and Aristotle, but they would believe in completely different gods and ethers. But my other thing that I would try to sell to you back, instead of what I think are the fallacies that the young earth, especially creationists, is I just want to sell you on skepticism. And skepticism is actually saying, I don't know, just like you
Repo
did,
Sandman.
which is what a lot of, in my opinion, what they're afraid to do. And it's not saying I do know until you have evidence.
So I want to point out that you said that was the best argument for you, and it's demonstrably unsound. So are you now an atheist or agnostic, or are you going to continue your faith?
Well, I don't really know. I guess now the way that I look at it is that I don't take a position on it until because obviously I have these terms you're throwing out, I have no clue what they mean, so I have to learn more about it before I do take a position. So I wouldn't take a position either way anymore.
Yeah, I think this is a really good response on your part.
Yeah.
Because you're wanting to understand before you make a commitment to something. And that will always serve you well in life. So I encourage you, I think, it's fair to say we all encourage you and everybody to do that. So that you will find, in essence, I like to tell people that doubt is my greatest ally. And I hope that you will find doubt to be your greatest ally too, because it can be very helpful in avoiding getting scammed, getting tricked, getting fooled, and apply it to your own ideas and assumptions as well as everybody else's is the advice I give to you.
Really good spot you're in, concerned citizen. Yeah, keep asking questions.
We appreciate you coming up here and talking with us for 30 minutes. You gave us a lot of time. We've got a bunch of other people in queue, though. I don't like to have people wait over like 30 minutes, so we'd like to move on here. Are you all right with that? Do you have any last things you'd like to say?
No, I just want to say thank you very much. This has been a very productive conversation.
Cool.
Likewise.
Thank you, concern.
Great.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Liam, you're up next. Liam was DMing me back and forth, and I'm going to DM the rest of y'all, so check your DMs here. The people in queue. What's going on, Liam?
Okay, can I be heard?
Yes,
All
sir.
good?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. So, I just wanted to actually. That was a very good question, I must say. The previous guy, I've got to give my own answer to it because maybe it'll help you understand what I guess my point here is. My favorite book by far that I've read in regards to religion wasn't necessarily arguing for or against, but a very old book by Friedrich Nietzsche called Beyond Good and Evil, which I think listening to this conversation, one of the things that's very interesting to notice for a person like myself in these sorts of discussions is paying attention to the linguistics of this. So how we talk about morality, framing it as good and evil. There's almost an assumption that is like the only juxtaposition, like we can only talk about morality in the context of the good and the bad. Whereas it was when I read the book Beyond Good and Evil that I realized where Nietzsche's making the point that this is actually an inherently Abrahamic idea, in that it comes from the idea that there's one God, so not multiple gods, that is all-powerful, all-knowing, etc., yada, 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 and that we serve him, okay? So, in other words, this construction, this morality which you use still today, even though you call yourself atheist, right, is actually almost a form of mind virus which you've been infected with, and you're not even aware of it. That really blew my mind when I read it, because I was an atheist. I was raised atheist, and I always thought that way. And it's so natural to you, and it's so completely, you don't even question it. But as soon as I read that, I was like, wait, hang on a minute. That is how that works. How strange is that? Because that did not exist prior to Abrahamism. In paganism, they didn't think that way. They thought of serving Dionysus or serving Zeus or whatever, whoever it was. They were serving. There was no such thing as the good.
Hey, Liam, if I can ask a quick question, do you think that atheism is a recent thing?
No, not necessarily, but it wasn't as widespread as it is now in any part of human history.
Yeah, but you understand why that was. It's because the vast majority of religious groups killed those who didn't believe.
That's not the only reason.
It's one of the primary ones. Essentially, the westward expansion of Christianity, the totalitarian regimes of Islam.
That's just the natural construction of any society or any structure. Is anyone who deviates from it has to either be excised, killed, etc.
Right, but we don't do that anymore.
That is atheist as well.
Right, but we don't do that anymore, which is why we've seen a rise in many of these things. So.
We do that all the time. Look at Nazi Germany. Look at Soviet.
It's not as prevalent. It's not as we're not like burning witches on a weekly basis. We're not.
We do kill Iraqis and we do kill Ukrainians and we do kill,
But those are nationalities, not faiths.
Now you mentioned Liam. You
what
brought
does it
up.
matter? No, sir. What is sir? This is my point. What does it matter? If we identify with it, if we kill God, in other words, if God is not the supreme authority and instead is the state, or if the state embodies God, what difference does it make?
Okay, real quick, you're calm down a little bit because there's multiple people streaming and you were really loud there.
The same God, are we not?
But can I just ask, are you claiming that morality didn't come into play until the
No.
monotheistic
I'm saying
God?
you think morality is the problem with your way of thinking is that it blinds you. You actually think that that's the only possible. This is why it's so confusing. If you tell, particularly I think fundamentalist American Christians, if you tell them you're an atheist, they say, wait, hang on a minute, I thought you were a nice person. So one of the things that confuses them so much is that they can't think of a way of behavior that is humanistically focused, that is not religiously centered. So in other words, they think, wait, hang on a minute, why aren't you killing everyone? Why aren't you doing this or whatever? It's very strange to me personally. But anyway, that is...
Did you just
that
switch
is
positions on this? Are you an atheist now?
Of course. I was raised atheist. I was never infected by this sort of...
You're saying, when you say you're raised atheist, what did that upbringing mean to you about what atheism is? My understanding is it just means we don't believe in deities. Is that all it was for you, or was there more to it than that?
No, I mean, atheism just means, well, it means what it means.
Not
Lack
believing
of
in deities.
theism.
Yeah.
So there are people who
theism,
people who believe in a god, they're theists. People who do not believe in a god, they're atheists.
Yes, I'm aware of that. What
Yeah.
I'm referring to is, well, yeah, but that doesn't really solve the problem though, because inherent to humans' constructions, okay, you have to think of it this way.
Okay, so sorry,
Every
atheism
society
isn't.
Can you let me
atheist-
finish? Let me
Wait, hang on.
Every society that we know of has constructed a religious system. Aborigines have a spiritual system. Native Americans, Europeans, Africans, Asians, all of them. Okay? And why is that? So there has to be something about the human
False
brain
positives?
that is
Okay.
constructing it.
So
Okay?
there are societies that have never had religion and even don't have words in their language for the concepts of deities at all, goddesses or gods. Now, there was something I wanted to ask you about, but it's lost me now. So,
in general.
oh yeah, you were
I did
saying
not
that
say
atheism. Sorry,
inserted
you're-
that word.
you were saying that atheism is not a solution for something. Are you under the expectation that atheism? Do you have the expectation that atheism is supposed to solve a problem?
I'm not sure where you're getting that question from.
Because you had said something about atheism being not solving a problem. I was just wondering if you have some kind of expectation that it's supposed to.
Also, I hate to make this joke, but his brain. F his brain.
I don't recall saying that.
So-
Okay, no worries.
so-
then.
so-
You didn't
so
mean
let
to
me-
say that. That's okay.
So let me clarify. So Liam, are you an atheist, or Liam, are you an atheist, or are you a believer?
As I've said before, can I be, I did say that. I feel like I'm answering questions I've answered before.
Well, there's been a lot of over talking. So there's been a bunch of over talking because Liam. Oh, so you're an atheist. Okay, so what exactly is the question here?
The question is, I think it is interesting, and I don't know if you recall, I'll bring you back to the beginning. I pointed out that during the previous discussion which you were having, you keep making reference to a good or the good. And I pointed out that that was an Abrahamic construction, which does not exist without Abrahamism.
Incorrect.
Which you use despite being an atheist.
Incorrect.
That
You're
is my
point.
you're incorrect on. So the notion. Okay, so moral distinctions, understanding or morality, understand the distinctions that determine the difference between right and what we call right and wrong, and what we determine as good and bad behavior, can be traced back to our most primitive days. So the field that studies this is called evolutionary game theory. Is essentially human beings in our earliest states managed to figure out that cooperative action and non-cooperative action have markedly different results long-term for the groups. So if
Yeah,
the
I
group...
understand that you read the book by Sam Harris. That's not relevant to what we're discussing.
This,
Liam.
hang on a second, Liam. It's not a book I read by Sam Harris. It's a course I took that helped me to understand how we
That's
how
right,
we
I didn't
understood
read the
this.
course.
Okay, so we understand how these things came about. We may not have had the language at the time. Like obviously 100,000 years ago, human beings weren't
But
saying.
the issue with this argument,
Liam, you've got to stop interrupting me. Liam, stop interrupting. So 100,000 years ago, we may not have had the language to say that a thing was good or bad, but we had, in any language we had words that meant those same things. Okay, so we may not have
Right.
articulated it the same. How we articulate it is completely arbitrary, but the intention is exactly the same. We understood that there were behaviors that were positive and behaviors that yielded positive results and behaviors that yielded negative results. And as our populations grew, we understood that with more minds, more mouths, more opinions, we had to form basic frameworks, basic rule structures for everyone to live by. Otherwise, it would be complete chaos. Okay? Not to mention that our evolved ability to empathize with our fellow human beings, that empathy is what results in that more positive behavior. And that empathy is evolved because good people tend to attract mates more than bad people.
Yes, you said this earlier. Why are you repeating
Yeah.
yourself?
Because you
But
didn't
Liam-
because I'm repeating myself because it bears repeating
It's
because you apparently
actually what
didn't
is
listen the first time.
psychoaffective, or is it a self-defense
Liam,
mechanism?
For your claim, and it's not your claim, you're actually saying the book, a claim from this book. For that claim to be true,
Yes, that's correct. Yeah,
it
thank
would
you.
mean that you could remove Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and we would still be evil right now. I disagree.
No. It would mean that the title of the book, and I'll repeat, is called Beyond Good and Evil, as in beyond. Okay.
It's not. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's a video game.
As in, no, please let me finish because I'm not sure that you understand. I'm saying that the framework, okay, not morality, okay, morality as you think of it is okay. Let me just speak for one moment, okay? There is a tendency, and this is very important. All of you are speaking, you spoke about Orwell earlier. I read Orwell when I was very, very young as well, okay? One of the interesting things that you will read, what you should take away from that, is that people are most influenced by their society and by linguistic concepts, okay? Now, because you live in this given moment now, it appears to you that things are a certain way and that they have always been that way. But that is actually not necessarily true. Now, if you read the book written by Friedrich Nietzsche called Beyond Good and Evil, he actually goes back linguistically to pre-Abrahamic societies and analyzes the language that they use. And he actually demonstrates in the book how it transformed over time towards what he called a master and slave morality. He created a duality, one which focused on empathy, compassion, and others which focused on glory, pride, things like this, okay? Now, he argued that paganistic pre-Abrahamic beliefs focused more on that sort of thing, the glorification of the individual, the glorification of, whatever it was, essentially. But in other words, this system, this morality, which you use, is actually an Abrahamic construction, which you don't even realize, which I think is quite interesting. Anyways.
So my point was that we could remove Judaism, Christianity, and Islam just fine. Our morality would probably be better for it. And my point was to circle around was that we are actually moral because of the reasons that J.L. Warren gave, is because of empathy, kindness, and fairness. It is not because of a God named jealousy. To think that the Jewish God is why we have morality, to me, makes no sense. That's not where we get morality. If anything, it takes morality backwards. I agree. But then the Christian and Muslim God then
my
have
point
hell.
is that these things come from us.
Yes, and they don't come from the Abrahamic religions.
Okay.
Right,
well,
no.
then if that is true, okay, then we must view it, therefore, as a autobiography of the human being over time. No. So when looking back in history, we must say, at what point did different belief systems develop? What are the differences? What are the comparisons? You exist in a particular society, and you are myopically focused on it, and you can't imagine outside of it. But it is absolutely possible to do so. Go look back. Go read history. Go look into it. There's plenty of other belief systems that exist. This one idea,
polytheism, for example.
This one idea of the good or a morality. Who says that there's a good for you and there's a good for me and there's a good for us and there's a good for them? but who says that there's the good? So you just assume this. This is already taken as a given, but we shouldn't take it as a given.
I just found it intriguing that I literally brought up evolutionary game theory that I tried to basically explain out there for
Evolutionary
you.
game theory. So you cannot derive an is from a quart. David Hume.
Liam, stop interrupting me.
Hundreds of years ago, mate, catch up.
Liam, stop interrupting me. I just wanted to point out that it was odd that I brought up evolutionary game theory, that essentially I'm citing the works of John Maynard Smith and George R. Price, and the work that's been done there that originated in 1973. And because we know that science is always improving and our understanding of things is always improving, given the evidence that we have at hand, and you were citing a book that was written by a nihilist written in the late 1800s.
He wasn't a nihilist, you idiot.
He was. He was a
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
He was a
You haven't
positive. He
read-
was a positive nihilist. Okay,
Let's
so
stop with the-
Liam,
Jail,
I
just stop.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, we're not going to do the ad
Yes,
hominem.
but
Okay,
I'm sorry, but his assertions is ridiculous. I mean, he hasn't even read it.
okay
Please
Liam.
tell me,
Liam.
list his entire
Hey.
works, please.
Liam, if you want, you can say the argument is idiotic, but don't call other
I agree, I'm
people.
sorry.
Don't call him an idiot, okay? Thank you.
I agree.
Go ahead, Jail.
so I just found it odd that you slighted me for appealing to research and work that's been done in the field, and you said I read a book, Sam Harris's book, and then of course you then turn around and appeal to your own book, which is far older, written by an individual who did not have an understanding of any of these concepts that we've developed in the near 100 years since he wrote that book. 'Cause I believe, if I remember correctly, Beyond Good and Evil was first published like 1885 or 1886, if
right.
memory serves. Okay, so, and then I appeal to a book that's almost I appeal to work that's almost 100 years after he wrote that, with more evidence and more information and more understanding that is backing that up. But you choose to go back to the 1800s book, written by an individual who didn't have the access that we have today. So that's a strange,
You assume that it's a logical proposal. It's not a logical
There's
proposal.
evidence to back up these
It's a
conclusions.
subjective proposal.
There's
Which is
evidence to
exactly
back up
what
these
Nietzsche-
conclusions.
If you had read Nietzsche, then you would know. Sorry, sir, but this is just hilarious. Because if you had read Nietzsche, then you would know that Nietzsche's primary assertion is that all of philosophy is merely an autobiography of the human soul. Now, what does that mean? Can you explain it, or I'll explain it?
That's
Needs to be using science.
Nietzsche's take, and I don't hold Nietzsche to be
Sorry, Amy got it.
Liam.
So essentially it is an expression of our own biases. What is the purpose is the human being thinks in a certain way, and he must now justify it. Okay, it's not that the thought comes from the thought process. It's that the thought comes and then we develop the process after the fact, which is what you're doing. Okay, he was implying that in order to grow, that we have to become aware of this fact, and that we then need to construct thought processes which would improve us. That was his fundamental idea, and he called this the Übermensch. In other words, look, I'm not going to go on and on about it, but that was his point. Clearly, you're not familiar with him at all, but go on if you'd like.
Okay, I'm done with this dishonest guy, so we can be done with him.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Okay, thank you for coming up.
Not
We've got a few-
constructive.
Okay.
Not constructive
I
at
think
all.
I think we want to hear if Jail had anything final to say on that, and then I've got one Nietzsche quote to share.
No, it's just I'm not going to. I mean, he obviously doesn't understand Nietzsche. He may have read or glossed over his works. He was a little bit. He was taking from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and then some he was taking from Beyond Good and Evil. But I'm going to go with the work that's based upon the evidence and not a kind of antisocial, positive nihilist that lived 100 years before we had any kind of understanding of these things. So, no, I'm kind of done with that.
Yeah, and I think when people, just a reminder to our audience, if you disagree with somebody, please focus on the idea. You can call the idea idiotic if you want, but let's not call each other these names because it's really not necessary. We don't want to get into these personal attacks here. And I'll just, one of my favorite quotes from Friedrich Nietzsche is, "Hope, in reality, is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torments of humankind." And the thing about religion very often is pushing this idea that hope is some kind of a virtue. And I think Nietzsche's pointing out a problem here. People will end up hoping for their deity to do something or hoping for some other circumstance instead of taking direct action to make it happen in their favor. And that's the problem with it, because people are so hopeful it's going to happen. They can end up waiting a lifetime and it never happens, whereas they could have early on set some things in motion to try to get closer to what they're hoping for. So people really need to take their life into their own hands in a way, instead of leaving it to somebody else.
All right. Well, thank you. All right, we've got Nat King Q. He's argument. Let me pull it up. Do you mind if I post your argument in chat?
No, not at all. And hi, guys.
Hello, Nick. Welcome. Thank you. What have you got for? Thank you for joining us. What do you have for us today?
What
My
is that?
pleasure.
Thank you for the super
So,
sticker,
yeah, I was,
Fangirl98.
I
Appreciate
was
that. Thank you so
hoping
much
to
for the
just
support.
present, the contingency
Thank
argument
you.
for God's existence, and Taco just posted it, I think.
Yeah, in Heathen Hangout.
What's that?
In Heathen Hangout.
The Heathen Hangout chat that's right next to the
Damn straight for giving Jared.
this
Damn
voice
straight.
chat and Discord
Right.
here.
Hey,
I'm going to
Unlocked,
copy the
good to
link
see you.
over
Thanks
to
for being here.
the YouTube chat as well.
Joshua Lee, no.
So,
Tangelo
Nick,
has not
what have
shown
you got
up yet.
for us? Why don't you do you want to just quickly go through the argument, or would you like one of us to read it?
Either way is fine. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, since you're the one presenting it, if you're comfortable reading it, please go ahead and do that, and we'll listen while you read all the 5 points that are listed there, and then you can tell us why this works.
Cool. And I just wanted to preface really quick in saying, you know, I'm just presenting what I think is a good argument.
Oh,
for
we've hit the
existence
algorithm.
of God.
Mod, you know what to do.
I'm not coming into this as an expert of this argument, and I'm going to be going by a certain site's explanations for how this argument works. I just want you guys
Could
to
you-
know that in advance.
Could you just mention, maybe just tell us which site that is, and then
Yeah,
proceed with your argument?
you want me to post that in Heathen
Sure.
Hangout?
That would be great.
Post it.
Oh, crossexamine.org. Okay, I'll share that in the YouTube audience chat as well. So
Hey,
please go
Philip
ahead and
Green
proceed.
Jackson, all the way from Bulgaria.
Right, so,
Awesome, thank you.
Premise one: everything that
Happy to have you
exists has an explanation of its existence, either in the necessity of its own nature or in an external cause. Premise two: if the universe has an explanation of its existence, that explanation is God, or the non-spatial, immaterial, unimaginably powerful, necessarily existent mind behind the universe. Premise three: the universe exists. Premise four: conclusion one: therefore, the universe has an explanation of its existence. Conclusion two: therefore, the explanation of the universe's existence is God.
Sure, I could take the first swing. So number 1 is a maybe, number 2 is a no, number 3 is a yes, number 4, yeah, I'd have to see if it has an actual explanation. Number 5 is a no. And we can go into why, and I can offer why there's a different contingency, why I think God is contingent on us and not the other way around. I don't know if anyone else wants to take a crack, or if Nick wants to respond to that.
I'd like to hear your breakdown.
Sure. So, number 1, everything that exists has an explanation of an existence. That is a definite maybe. I'm not sure how you would prove that everything that exists has it. You would have to know everything that exists and have an explanation, I think, for number 1. You almost have to be God, or like the end of, I guess, life arcing. And then number 2, I think, is trying to slide the conclusion in. If the universe has an explanation of its existence, the explanation is God. Wouldn't that be nice? But no. I mean, that's what you're trying to prove. The non-spatial, immaterial, unimaginable, powerful, necessarily existent mind behind the universe. I would love to see a mind that is non-animal. We have that. We're trying to create artificial versions with silicone, but that's still very much material.
My essential breakdown is it
3
sounds
is
like
the
he was
universe
he's
exists,
basically
sure.
defining God into existence is
4,
what it comes
therefore, the
down to,
universe
because he
has an
can't eliminate the
explanation
possibility of a
its
sufficiently powerful
existence.
entity.
We're back into the definite maybe, because we go with Big Bang, but then every time that we go to the Big Bang, that's technically a something, that's still a something coming from something. That never seems to solve the theists that seem to ask that, and therefore the explanation of the universe existence is God. We already said that in number 2, so I don't know. I guess that's just restating it to make it look like the conclusion is in 5. But yeah.
Should I follow up on that?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, she was responding to the
Right.
premises, the syllogism you put forward. So feel free. What are your thoughts?
Right. So, Amy, thank you so much for your response on that.
Absolutely.
I guess like the first thing I would ask is you about premise 1.
Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
Your volume's a bit low. If you could turn it up about 10% or 20%, that would be great.
Oh. Let me just go ahead and hurry up.
So yeah, thanks for that breakdown.
I hope
Amy.
that this is better.
That's an improvement. Yes, thank you. Carry on.
I hope that you guys can hear me.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Cool. So the first thing I would ask is, so you mentioned how there might not necessarily have to be an explanation for everything. Is it illogical to assume that everything has an explanation, even if we might not know what that explanation is?
Frayed Edge, it's good to see you, bud.
think it's
And
looking at it backwards.
I don't think we've
that
had a
we
legit
should
like
only
Satanist on.
accept the explanations that we have given evidence for.
Hey, Dr. Nimrod.
So do you believe that not? I just want to make sure, Amy. Do you hold the position that it is not the case that everything has an explanation of its existence?
I would say that so far we have been able to find many explanations, but there's actually many, I don't know what to call them other than mysteries. And we may have an explanation for them one day, but to just assume them, I think, would be a mistake. Or to assert them.
I think, I agree. I think assuming an explanation is wrong. However, I do want to just kind of say, I think that this premise isn't necessarily saying we have an explanation for everything, but rather, if we had the mind of God, we would say there is an explanation of everything. Or rather,
then-
you know what? I apologize for the way I said that. Let me rephrase if that's all right.
you're good.
So, if we could objectively look at the universe, would you say that we could see oh my God, it's so difficult to even talk about this. Like, do you think that there could be an explanation for anything?
That there could be an explanation for any. Yes, I think that we have many explanations for things.
I
Right.
think it's also important just to piggyback on what Amy is saying there. I think it's important to make a distinction between a mechanistic explanation and an agential explanation. Like, for example, the difference between the reason a thing exists and the reason a thing exists. So, like, this thing exists because of this mechanistic relationship to these other things. So we understand how this thing came about, how this thing is a result of these other things. And then you have the reason or purpose that this thing is, like someone did this thing and this thing exists because this person intended for this thing to exist. So it's important to make those distinctions, just to throw that out there. Go, continue on.
And with thank you, because those are two terms that I did not know about. So the former that you mentioned, is that mechanistic?
I think that's to you, Amy.
Oh no, it was to you.
Oh, the
Yeah.
well, just like so understanding that if a thing has an explanation, then we look for why that the reason why this thing came about. Like, what is this a result of? So
Right.
that would be the mechanistic relationship. Is like so we like, for example, we know that elements through stellar nucleosynthesis are made in stars, and those things are then put out into the universe, so on and so forth. So we understand the mechanistic relationship between the elements that exist and the stars that exist. So that's a
Right.
mechanistic relationship. So the elements are a result of stars, but the elements cannot be demonstrated to be like something intentionally put them there to do something.
Totally.
Right.
So that actually sheds a lot of light for me. So if we were to say, Amy, everything that exists has a mechanistic explanation of its existence, would you be more apt to agreeing with that? Would you give it a yes instead of a maybe?
I would be open to granting. I'd be open to granting that for further, but the problem with that is I don't think that we do know every mechanism. I think that that's the necessity. You in your almost whatever you want to call it, rephrasing of it. That would be the only way I could, I think, truly grant something like one would be if we are a god or we are an objective being, if we can objectively see something throughout the universe, then we can accept every mechanism because we're seeing it. I
Right.
just don't think we can. I
Ho,
don't
ho,
think we
ho.
can do that. But if you could prove that, that's the only way I can think of.
There is a thorough debunk of the argument that has been made from our YouTube audience. I'll just read that quickly to you, Nick. It's from Beamsy, Beamsy, and he's written back for premise 1. The aspect of chaos theory contradicts the possibility that everything has an explanation. In response to premise 2, due to an explanation being only a possibility adds nothing to the argument. Response to premise 3, prove it, as that is one of the base assumptions. Response to premise 4, no aspect of an explanation has ever been put forward, and it fails with chaos theory. Then there never will be. And then his final comment, as to the 4 prior points fall apart, 5 can be ignored unless evidence is provided. So that's his perspective.
And just to put it out there, Nick, while I have a feeling that what you're going to do is you're going to go back and you're going to look at the syllogism and you're going to keep working at it, and which is a good thing. It should always everything should be open for revision. So when you do that, it's just always like look at it from this perspective that the difference between a sound syllogism or a sound argument and a valid argument is that with a valid argument, your structure is good, the conclusion follows from the premises, but sound is also an important thing because sound is always valid, but valid is not necessarily sound. So,
Okay.
And Nick,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to post in the Discord chat a link to the YouTube video. Later on in the future, you can look at 9 minutes, 1 hour and 10 minutes in, and you will see in the right-hand column those arguments, responses that Beamsy put up, in case that's helpful to you in testing.
that was a
and
long
fleshing
time
it
ago,
out.
Cygnus. It was.
Awesome.
So just make a note of 1 hour and 10 minutes in. That'll help you, or 1:11 might be easier to remember, and then you can take a look at that.
Perfect. So, I don't mean to beat a dead horse at all. However, I think Amy, when every time I've kind of heard this idea of we don't have an explanation of everything that exists. However, I truly think that what this first premise is talking about is that it is necessary to say that everything that does exist has an explanation of its existence, even if we don't currently know it. You know what I mean?
That's a broad claim to make.
Hmm.
And if you don't mind me saying, just change the syllogism, and then we can address it. Not only if you change it, we can readdress it the next fortnight, but I have to ask you a different question, which is, if my claim is true, that God is contingent on humans, and I mean the small g and big G, because if they don't exist, then they're all just concepts contingent on either our minds or on the paper that we have written them on. Would that mean that at least number 2 and 5 would no longer be applicable? Basically saying, if God truly is our creation, would that truly, I hate to say, put to rest the argument from 2 and a 5 perspective?
When you say God, are you referring to the God that is laid out in the argument, or are we talking
Talking
about like?
about all concepts. Like, it truly is a fact that it wasn't a mind that how the universe came to be. It was a truly just naturalistic force, just physics, chemistry, and biology, nothing else.
So the
That
question
would
is, if any concept of a disembodied mind, um, like the one that I laid out, if this is disproven, or if rather it is proven that this is a made up thing, um, then these premises and the conclusion would be illogical. Is that what you're saying?
that is, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. I mean, because that is my contention in the opposite direction, just that we are. But obviously, you are trying to lay this out. But I would just say, while you're trying to reframe that, think of it in a way that maybe protects against my argument, I guess would be my thing.
Well, if we were able to prove to without a with a shadow, what's the saying? Without a shadow of a doubt,
Be,
right? If we were able to prove
beyond a shadow of a doubt.
thank you.
Yeah.
If we were able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that there was no God, you know, this conversation wouldn't even be. It would just be
That's
pointless.
true. If I may say so and be a little bit more, maybe the word is fair, I think it's not your 5. I think it's your 2. I think the 2 is just not worthy. I think that sneaks it in there. But
The
if your premises actually lead to that, if you can make it with it that leads to it, I would agree.
I agree. Number 2 is where it is most glaringly a leap. And you
Right.
even fairly were saying like 1, maybe 2, probably not. 3, I think for 3 you said maybe or
Absolutely.
yes
I think
for
3, where the universe exists.
for sure. So if we look at 2, what so okay. As I said, guys, I'm using that site that I posted as a resource for this. So I wanted to ask, what about okay, so if you guys were to grant that number 1 is if you guys grant number 1, right? What about number 2 is illogical?
I'll show you that it can have many
It's
things.
begging
If
the
the
question.
universe,
Your conclusion is in the premise.
absolutely. But
So
I'll also
mhm.
add on to that, if you don't mind, is that you can add on anything you want it to. If the universe has an explanation of its existence, that explanation is a natural force.
I could just
Mhm.
run this argument for the quantum field.
Okay.
The argument is totally unsound.
Okay. So is it? I'll just quote this, and you guys let me know if this makes sense. Is that all right? Um, so in order to have caused the universe to come into being, the cause of the universe must be beyond the universe, beyond space and time, and therefore cannot be a material, spatial, or temporal type of thing. Whatever caused the universe to come into
It could be
being,
physical, though. You're just equivocating there. Or that quote is equivocating, right?
so you're saying it could be physical.
Yeah, the quantum field is timeless, spaceless, and immutable. That's the necessary being.
So once again, I'm going to be using an argument from the site. Because the cause is non-spatial, it entails immateriality.
You would just be calling it that.
So you mentioned outside
That just references space-time. Space-time is emergent.
So, Nick, when you mention outside of space and time,
Give me 1 second, I gotta use the
what do
restroom.
you mean by that?
So I do want to just mention that timelessness in this argument isn't, it was used. I apologize, but it wasn't one of the main things. So yes, go ahead. Can you just say the question one more time? I apologize.
What do you mean when you say outside of space and time? You mentioned that just about a minute ago.
Sure. So because this entity brought space into existence, if the cause is responsible for space's existence, it cannot be inside of space.
Space-time is emergent. You just fundamentally misunderstand what space-time is.
Okay, so I'm gonna write that down and I'm gonna look into what that exactly means later.
Okay, Nick, if you want to join us again in the future, please feel free. It sounds like you've got a little bit of homework for yourself there.
I was actually hoping to just use this as a kind of a way to hear what are some good arguments of this whole, what are some good counter arguments for this argument, and you guys gave me a bunch to start off with, so thank you guys.
Oh,
Conversation.
You're most welcome, and thank you for bringing the questions up, and we look forward to speaking with you again. It was very pleasant.
Thanks, guys. It was my pleasure. Peace.
Thank you for coming.
He had a lot of questions, and I look forward to talking with him again.
I invited up Malek Shinigami.
Hello, welcome, and if we're not pronouncing your name correctly, please feel free to correct us.
No, that's perfect, actually. You can also just call me Chris if you want, because that's easier, or just Malik, or whichever one.
Sorry about that.
Okay, hey, so what have you got for us today?
So basically, you guys want an argument for the existence of God, right?
Yeah, we're providing this panel and stage for people who'd like to try to convince us. Yes, a god or a goddess, or multiple, whatever you prefer.
Okay, so my argument is that the proof of God is in the Torah of the Jewish people.
Well, I wish you luck. I learned it for many years. It did not convince me, but I'm open-minded.
So how do you demonstrate the truth of that claim? Or I would say, actually, a better way to put that was, by what methodology can you demonstrate the truth of that claim?
Okay, so basically in the book of Deuteronomy, in chapters 28 to chapter 30, the Torah says that the Jewish people will be exiled from their homeland and spread across the entire world.
Okay, so
that sounds like a claim.
That's also a claim. But it's also, I think there's an argument there saying that it's post-diction, because this is something that had happened before to the Jewish people, and something that they were familiar with, and but I mean that's going down a different road. But how does appealing to the source of the claim prove the claim?
And before you answer that, I feel like this is a heads I win, tails you lose, because technically they have a Jewish state and they are all over the world. So
it's kind of a Morton's. It does purport kind of a Morton's fork there, but yeah, like, so when I said by what methodology could you determine the truth of the claim that the Tanakh of the Torah is how God is proven to exist? Well, then you just appealed to the book. So how does that work? I mean, I'm sure you understand the break in that, right?
I do, but it's also because I also looked at the world and see that that's actually a fact of the world. The Jewish people were exiled from their homeland and spread across all the nations of the world.
Okay. So going by that rationale, if I go to the Bhagavad Gita, the Bhagavad Gita actually, when it was first written, made a prediction about how the age of the Earth and got it to around 4.2 billion years. So it was close. It wasn't the exact age, but it was very, very close. But that was written before we ever knew. Obviously, thousands of years ago, before we ever had a concept of trying to find out the age of the Earth. Does that mean the Bhagavad Gita is also correct by that same rationale?
I don't believe in that.
Well, I know, but you're saying that the book made a claim that now appears to exist in reality. So you're seeing it as prophetic. And I'm saying another book from a completely different theology also made a claim that we have now verified was correct. So that made it so the Torah or the Tanakh made a claim that appears to be correct, and the Bhagavad Gita made a claim that now is correct. By that same rationale, both books have the same legitimacy. By your rationale.
No, I didn't say it. When I said I don't believe in that, I didn't mean I don't believe in the Bhagavad Gita. I meant I don't believe the Earth is older than 6,000 years.
So
Well, that's not good.
yeah, well, okay. So the fact that we've independently verified it and we know it to be a fact, that the evidence there doesn't say anything to you.
How can you independently verify it if no human was there at the time of creation?
Zircon crystals containing lead on the moon that were harvested from the moon.
No one ever got to the moon.
Hey, were you there
I
when
don't know.
Moses saw the burning bush?
I don't. Okay, yeah, because we can go down this road. I
Hey,
mean, were you there? Were you there at Mount?
Eve?
Yeah, were you there at Mount Sinai?
Adam and Eve.
I believe my soul was, but I'm not appealing to the revelation of Sinai. I'm appealing specifically to the exile, which is a fact of history. Even the Romans admit in their history books that they destroyed the Second Temple.
Okay, so the Romans admitted they destroyed a religious location. The Romans destroyed thousands of religious locations.
And they enslaved Israel and exiled them. They admit that in their own
Yeah,
history books.
but they
It's a
also
fact of history.
Yeah, but they enslaved many people. This is a quarter of the population of the planet lived and died under the rule of the Caesars. So they enslaved lots of people. It's kind of like
KO.
uh-huh.
You need to understand how anti-slavery the Torah is.
So it's kind of like misinterpreting the Cyrus cylinder. Okay, when Cyrus came in and liberated Babylon, or basically conquered Babylon and liberated it and freed everybody. When in the Cyrus cylinder, Cyrus was talking about all of the peoples of Mesopotamia could then return to their religions and believe as they wanted to believe, and it's literally considered by a lot of people as the kind of like the first declaration of universal human rights. You have the right to believe what you want to believe and practice the religion you want to practice, and he returned that ability to the people of Babylon. So all the people that were, and that included the Jews. But in the Bible, the Jews refer to Cyrus as a kind of Messiah, because he came and he liberated them and gave them back their religion. So the Jews interpret that event specifically speaking to them, but the Cyrus cylinder inscribed when Cyrus did that, because that was done as a normal thing when emperors came in and took over a deal as a declaration of their rules. But Cyrus was talking to everybody, because there wasn't just the Jews in Babylon. They weren't the only ones there. So when Cyrus came in and gave everybody the right, but the Jews interpreted it, oh no, but he was talking to us, and that's why our God is valid. So there's problems there, but still, I mean, in your reasoning, you haven't reconciled the problem. There is like your book makes a claim, the claim appears to be true, so it looks prophetic. I can say this other text from another completely different theology that actually predates your theology made a prediction. That means the distance of time is even greater, which gives even more validity to a prediction. They predicted the age of the Earth, and then, wow, they got super, super close given the rudimentary technology they had at the time, or the lack thereof. And so which one has more credibility? The older prediction that came true, or the younger one that came true? By your lights.
I don't believe anything that goes against the Torah. So like I don't believe that the Earth is like like a billion years old, or like humans went to the moon and all this.
Are you an
crap.
infallibilist?
I don't know what that means.
Are you 100% certain that your God exists?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then
So if you can't convince us, and there's really no point. So can you convince us that your belief is true? Because obviously you're 100% certain. If you know, you must have a sound argument, right?
Yeah, I just explained you.
Okay, so then I have to ask. Then I'm curious
That
how
would
you
be
reckon.
convincing to you.
Then I'm curious, Melik, how you reconcile this. If what the Tanakh says is correct, and you're like an infallibilist, like it's the inerrant word of God, then why does the evidence, the testable, demonstrable evidence that we can use to make predictive models that come true about reality, when we use these models to make predictions about the future and those predictions come true, thus validating the data that we've put in to make the prediction, why does the evidence say something different? How do you reconcile that?
What evidence are you appealing to?
So the number one, the physical evidence, for example, the relationship between the formation of zircon crystals and the repulsion of lead, their attraction of uranium, and then lead being discovered within zircon, so we can understand the dating process of that, and of course, atomic half-lives, what we call radiometric dating, and how we understand how these things break down, and then independently verifying this from things from zircon crystals that were harvested from the moon, from the Apollo missions, and then we brought back and we said, okay, so we have another location on the moon that verifies the exact same data that we took on the Earth, so that's an independent verification of the age of these things. So I'm just curious if the evidence points one way. That's how we derive our claims. So we look at the evidence, we interpret it, we formulate a model. That model is valid because it makes valid predictions about the future. Those predictions come true. They validate the model, and we make those models from the interpretation of the evidence. So thus the models validate the interpretation of the evidence. So if the evidence points one way, but your book points another, how do you reconcile that? Why is the evidence pointing in the opposite direction?
Dude, okay, for one. Okay. First of all, I don't believe human beings ever went to the moon. I don't believe in NASA or the moon landing. I believe NASA is a real organization, but I don't believe that they actually went to the moon. I do believe that they do some aerotech stuff, or like, I don't know, like maybe they fly planes and like do like surveying of the Earth, but I think like their main thing is like with Antarctica. They're like Antarctic researchers.
So the Artemis missions, just to clarify, the Artemis missions are not currently heading there right now.
No.
Even though we can watch it happening live.
Dude, I mean, you can watch a lot of things. You can go to the movies and watch Jurassic Park. Like, are there really dinosaurs somewhere on an island?
Well, no, because dinosaurs are extinct.
Okay, well, human beings never went to the moon.
Okay, well, we have evidence that we did.
Like what?
Samples that was taken, video footage. There's a number of things. The idea that we haven't gone there has been widely debunked, like across from pretty much everywhere, from the people that were there to the people that worked on those projects to all the evidence there.
We have recent personal testimonies from over at least 500 people, over at least that many.
And remember the odds of a conspiracy being maintained, the more people that are involved, the odds exponentially go up that it's going to fail and be called out. I mean, you look at any.
And when it is called out, you call the person a conspiracy theorist and blow them off. So
No, we don't, because for example, the more people that are holding on to a secret, the more people that know a secret, the greater the odds of the secret getting out, because it's more people that are going to be in situations where that information may accidentally get out. Because so in regards to that, this has already been debunked. But I'm telling you, why does the evidence point in another direction? How do you reconcile? Because you still haven't answered that question. The evidence points in one way, but your book points in another.
And there's one more thing.
Yeah, answer the question.
Sorry, Beamsy from our YouTube audience points out that you can even see the missions to the moon with your own eyes with a telescope.
No, you can't. You just see the moon.
No, we can literally take a telescope and look and see the landing zones, the original Apollo landing zones, and of course the flag that we left there. We can do
Well, I
this.
also wanted to
Dude, I
ask.
just don't believe that. I've
why-
never seen that. Like, I've seen the moon in a telescope. I didn't see a little flag.
Well, that's
Like,
because you were using a handheld telescope. I'm talking if you use one of the like a universal,
yeah,
like a
when you go to college and they got the big ass, oh, dude, you want to do astrology outside at night telescope? Yeah,
it's
dude, I
it's
have an
astronomy.
education too. Like,
Malik, it's astronomy, not astrology. That's different.
That is also the weirdest dig. You know, like when you're in college and university and you're in a lab.
when
Yes,
he took the
you
dig
do.
at me, he was like, "Oh, you had a handheld telescope." I was
You
like,
did.
"Nah, dude."
There's only so much power that a store-bought telescope has. Now they're getting better and better. They're way better than they were when I was a kid. When I was a kid, you could barely make out. Like I remember when my dad like lined up the scope and showed me Saturn when Saturn was was visible from Earth, and so he lined it up in the scope, and I got to see Saturn through the telescope. And was like, wow. And it was fuzzy, but you could definitely make it. You could make out the rings, you could make it out. So yes, these things are visible with handheld scopes, but to get to that kind of like a flag on the moon, you do need an extra powerful telescope, and those do exist. They're number ones around the world. Universities have access to them. When you take cosmology or astrophysics or astronomy courses, you can have access to those things as well, and you can see them yourself. Not to mention, the work that is done is replicated. We can replicate all of this stuff ourselves to verify the conclusion so that we're not just believing things that people tell us. Science is not about just believing what the professor tells us. It's about the professor tells us, then we go out and do it ourselves so we can verify the conclusion and then report back what we learned.
Yeah, scientists as well as your local professor can shoot a laser at the moon. And you can do that too, as long as you want to get the right methodology.
Right. So standing like literally 1987. No. Yeah, I was in Texas. So it was 1980. I think it was like 86 or 87. I'm standing in my front yard at about, I think it was probably 10:30, 11:30 at night with my dad. My dad's got this telescope he bought, which was a good size one for the time. Got the telescope set up in the front yard and says, "Hey, I lined it up. Check out the look in the viewer," and there is Saturn, as depicted in all of the books I've read in school. And he got the information as to where it would be from another individual who is an astronomer, and he said, "I want to show my son Saturn." So he goes and he sets up the telescope that he bought it. I think it was at some hobby shop, and there it is, because the night was clear and it was going to be good and visible for those who had a strong enough scope. So then I got to look through and see it. Are you telling me my dad set me up?
Can I ask a question?
1 second, Peter.
Is it my turn yet?
Yeah, go ahead, Mel. Go ahead. I mean.
Okay, well, I have a question for you guys. That video when Nixon called the moon landers, was that real?
Yes.
When he was in his office,
Peter,
right?
Peter, hang on. Let him. Yes, that was a real call. And it's demonstrated, number one, by the expected delay between what the astronauts were saying and what Nixon was saying, because it took a minute for that signal to get back to him.
But what about the guy that was wearing a Nixon mask?
Guys, I really want to ask a question because.
Well, hang on. Before you jump in with another one, Peter. Before you jump in with another one, because I know.
This is.
Peter, I know you just Peter, I know you just came in. We're right in the middle trying to get to an answer to an already stated question.
Yes, but I was watching it live at a friend's house who had a ham radio. You needed a special antenna to point at the moon to be able to listen to the conversation. So, Malik, who was on the moon broadcasting? What did I hear?
Busted aliens.
How do you know that just wasn't a radio frequency that you picked up that they put out there?
Because you had to have a special antenna pointed at the moon, have it really, really pointed correctly. Otherwise, you couldn't hear it. So who was there at that specific spot on the moon broadcasting so we could hear it live?
Dude, I don't know. That's a quite, what do you call it? A monumental claim.
You can ask people that
I just don't even believe you that happened.
Well,
60
Malik,
or
this is
over, there are a lot of people who heard it live because they had friends who had a ham radio
Yeah,
who
it's,
were able
it's
to
on,
pick up the conversation. So
so it could have
what
been
did
on a
they
radio
hear?
frequency, right?
no, because that's not how a ham radio works. It's not tuning a
No,
dial
How
like you do.
radio waves work.
Malik, that's not how a ham radio works. Ham radios are not like AM/FM radios. Okay, it's a different bandwidth. So ham radios have to be literally a directional antenna that is aimed specifically at the moon, and is designed to pick up a specific frequency that is being broadcast that is different from the typical AM/FM band.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you know they didn't
The-
just
the-
have
the
a
prob- the
UAV
big
in the air with
problem
one of
is-
them things on it, and then they were just like,
Hold
oh,
on,
put
hold
this
on.
up at this time on a UAV or on a spy plane or whatever, and then just have
Let
it
me
broadcast.
help you. Let me help you out. You had to have a directional antenna that had to be pointed very correct in order to pick up the radio signal. So you had to point it at a specific spot on the moon. So what did I hear? Who was on that specific spot on the moon if it wasn't people?
Mike, where? No, just
Dude,
answer.
how is it a
this.
specific spot on the moon if you're on the Earth? That doesn't even make sense.
Wait, what do you mean?
What? You can't point at the moon
You have-
from
yeah,
Earth?
you can point at the moon. You can't point at a specific spot at the moon.
Sure you
You're
can.
just pointing at the
can?
moon.
How come you can't point at a specific spot at the moon if you can point at the moon?
Okay, for example, like how do we designate between different craters on the moon? Because
Can
we
we
have
talk about
names.
the Torah? This is like so off topic.
That's why
I'm
I
just
wanted.
asking
That's why I
you-
wanted to get back to this. I wanted to get back to the original thing that I posed to you that you still haven't answered.
Curious.
The
Just curious, you can't
Peter,
answer-
hang on a second.
what-
The
what-
evidence
what-
goes in
what
what the
statement?
evidence goes in one direction. The evidence shows us one thing, but your book says another. How do you reconcile this?
And then after Peter
What do
asks
you
the
mean?
question,
I don't
wanna ask
believe
the
in your
question.
worldview. Like you're telling me things that are like,
It's not
oh,
about,
the Earth
it's not
is.
about believing, Melek. I asked you a specific
is.
question. We pointed it at the moon, at a specific spot on the moon.
And I
We
gave
heard
you
a
multiple
signal. We
explanations,
heard
and
a
you're not
signal.
accepting any of them.
Hold on. We heard a signal that wasn't there if we moved the antenna. So who was there on the moon
So Peter's
talking?
taking over the convo.
I said,
so.
dude, one, it could have been a spy plane. I said, dude, it could have been a UAV.
Do you know, in 1969, did we have spy planes that could hover?
Yeah,
over
you ever play Call
over
of Duty?
specifics- Hold on. Over a specific spot that from several places on Earth would be in a direct line between them and the moon. How
Yeah,
many
there's
planes
no
do you
way
think
he's
were in
real.
the
He
air?
just asked you if you play Call of Duty. There's
And
no
and
way.
and it has to be pointed out, Melik, that one of the individuals in my live chat just pointed out that if it was an airplane flying around broadcasting, okay, if it was hovering in one location and just staying there, everybody would have different coordinates in order to get
Yes.
the signal from the airplane, but everybody had to aim at the same coordinates on the moon in order to get it. And if the airplane was flying around, the antenna would have to continuously be moving to point at the airplane, and if the airplane got out of range, they wouldn't, or went around the curve of the Earth, then they wouldn't be able to receive that anymore. So because it was coming from the moon and coming straight on, that's different.
And
I'm
So
a flat earther.
So I think it's about
That
time
would
we
mean
move on.
that
yeah, let's
several
move on
people-
because
So I want to make a point.
Can
here.
I?
So Melek,
Oh, no,
do you have
I-
anything left you'd like to say real quick before we push you off the stage here?
Yeah, investigate the Torah of the Hebrews. The God of Israel is the one true God. Thanks for letting me on. I watch modern day debates. I tried to stay away from ad hominems and stuff. And thanks for being fair to me.
Thank you for
See
coming
you
up.
guys later.
We appreciate your time. So what I was going to say. So
thank you, Mark Beiser, for that. I appreciate
the reason that I can't be an infallibilist about the Torah is because there's claims that appear to be demonstrably false when you compare them with reality. I know it's fallible because of objective reality. The Exodus apparently never happened, and there's quite a few others, but the Exodus alone should be sufficient to point out to you that infallibilism about the Bible is dumb, because that's something false right there.
To me, Sako, the easiest one is that insects don't have 4 legs. We can actually go outside and count them.
That's why I
At
can't
least,
get
if
infallible.
you can
about
count
the
to
Bible.
6, that is. But some people can't, apparently.
And I'm not sure how super serial they were, but the one thing that I just want to say is they always talk about how, like, all the round or a old Earth. All we have are these pictures and all this data, like these fossils, and I guess depending on the topic, all we have is this, science. And so my question for any of
Pictures
the
as
people,
opposed to stories, Amy. Pictures as opposed
exactly.
to stories.
Well, they criticize us for that, and they just call
Yeah.
it fake. But then I have never seen anything but like a drawing of like this flat Earth. And so, please present your model, and I don't know, go out, take a camera, take a GoPro, get through that ice wall, come back, and we'll all start to believe you.
I just liked how
Yeah.
his whole response was, "I reject your reality and substitute my own." That was his argument. So we'll just leave it at that. Flat Earth, young Earth creationist. That's just brilliant.
Bang! Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Yeah. One more thing. If you go out and investigate, don't do it like Mike Hughes. Get a decent rocket that doesn't crash.
Rest in peace.
Gets you high enough.
So
What
when
you got, Bang?
so when you have this like thingy on Discord saying convince us that a God exists, right?
Yes,
I would
sir.
assume that you hold to the belief that it is a moral value to provide evidence or seek truth, right?
No.
Which
It's-
is why you're demanding people to convince.
No,
you,
it would
right?
it would be no, it would go to
We're not demanding.
it would go to like epistemology. So like if you believe a thing to be true, what is the evidence you have that justifies the belief in that thing is true?
Yeah, should
I'm just
should
super
someone
curious,
provide
Bing.
evidence? Like, do you believe should someone provide evidence for a claim that
They should be able to. If they claim that a thing is
Able
true, if they claim that a thing is true, well, I mean, okay. So, do you believe? Would you assert that your belief in a god is justified?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if your belief in a god was not justified, would you still hold it?
No.
Okay. So, but since you believe in a god, obviously you think it's justified. We're asking you,
Yeah.
how do you justify that belief?
Yeah, but in order for me to present to you a justification, do you hold that a justification is required as a moral value? As
Just
in,
provide a
like,
sound
you
argument. We don't
ought
care about
to-
any of that.
No,
you ought
Bang.
to
It's
present-
not. It's
you
not
ought
a
to
moral.
present evidence or proof.
No, Bang. It's not a
It's
moral.
really
It's not a
easy.
moral thing, Peter. Bang. It's not a moral thing. This doesn't come down to morality. What this comes down to is the things that you believe in justified. Are you justified in holding that belief, or are you being irrational?
Okay, when I say
it's
moral,
really-
I don't mean
Bang, it's
when I
really
say moral,
easy.
I just mean it in the sense like you ought
Bang, hold on.
you ought to present some sort of evidence.
Bang, it's really easy. You believe in a god, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You think your belief is justified, correct?
Yeah.
I just said this.
Okay. What's your justification?
I just fucking said
is
that.
The evidence that convinced you that a god exists. Start with that.
And Bang, I just
I mean,
want to
yeah, I could
clarify.
go there, but why ought I do that?
Bang, I'm just going to
Because
respond
that's
to just a second here.
Literally the title of the stage.
Okay.
Yeah, but
you
can
raised
I
your
can I
hand,
not
dude.
question the title of the
Bang.
stage?
Bang. Let me just explain. We're providing a place, a stage, an opportunity for people to provide us some kind of convincing argument for why we should believe that a goddess or god or multiple deities exist. There's no ought to, there's no moral imperative here. This is just a social interaction. And if you would like to try to convince us, you're more than welcome to do so. But it's not something that you must do. This is something that you're choosing to do. It's your choice.
Well, I just heard you say the word should provide evidence, right?
No.
Okay.
So the name, Bang,
Well,
the
can
name
I
of the
One
stage is
moderation,
Fucking
I'm
hell,
interjecting.
Peter.
Do you know
The
what
title of the
morals
stage
are?
is "Convince Us a God or Goddess Exists." Are you going to provide an argument,
Yeah,
or
do you
am I going to
think-
move you back into the audience?
Do you think?
Did you come up?
Hold on,
Did you
just
come
can I-
up to partake? Hold on, Bang. Did you come up to partake in what this stage is all about, or did you come up to tell us that we need to do a different stage? Because then we're going to have a really short conversation.
No, I'm being relevant to the topic, right? The
Has
topic
no
is convince us a God exists. Am I not allowed to question the principles behind this?
But
I asked you
there
a simple
is
question:
no-
what convinced you? And you can't even tell us what convinced you.
Yeah,
But
but
you're asking us
when you're
whether it
asking me
has.
to tell you that, when you're asking me to tell you that, you're sort of demanding some sort of reason.
I'm not
right?
demanding, I'm asking.
Same
There's a
thing.
difference between asking someone and demanding
But
someone.
it may be different for every atheist. That is the difference between atheism and theism. In theism, in a religion where you have an instruction, it says, "Thou shalt do this." We have none of that in atheism. Each atheist may
Really?
have a different, yeah, exactly, may have a different reason for why they want you to convince them.
Hang on, I asked him a direct question.
Okay,
So, are you going to
so-
provide an argument for your God belief, or am I
Can
going to
I
move you back to the
respond to
audience?
the members of the panel? Thank you.
No, man,
I just want-
we're not doing this.
I mean, I'm like, trust me, I'm being relevant here. Right? Okay, just let me ask you a question, guys. Right? Do you believe that you ought to hold justifications for beliefs?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
It's conditional for me. It's if you want those beliefs to be accepted by others. Yes.
Why?
I hold it as I agree with
Is
Randolph, but
is
I hold it as a personal
arbitrary?
thing. Yeah,
Is
it's
it
yes.
just arbitrary? Is it an arbitrary belief?
There can be.
Well, I mean, arbitrary in the sense of like I make the personal determination that I don't want to believe or hold on to irrational things because irrational things can lead to irrational behaviors in the justification of those beliefs. So, yeah, I would say it is arbitrary. It's to the person why they decide to do this, but yeah, justification should be a major part of it.
Okay.
Pointing out that a lack of justification is a real problem that a lot of people have.
So,
Got a quick
so
question
how?
for
So
you,
then,
Bang. Do you,
Ben,
do you
Peter, let him
care-
talk.
yeah. So
Yeah, just
so
a quick
thank you.
question.
So,
Do you think that you want to believe what is actually true, or do you not care whether or not what you believe is true or not?
truth? For me, yeah, I believe truth is a moral value. I should pursue it. Yeah.
That wasn't my question. Do you care that what you believe is actually true or not?
Yeah, obviously I do because it's a moral value. That's why I care about it.
Okay, so you answered all our questions for us because we do think the same. We want to believe the things that are actually true, not false things. So
Well,
we
it
can
just seems
now
like you're
move
the
on
ones
to.
holding a
No, no, no.
live saying
No,
that
no.
people.
Let me finish. Let me
people-
finish. We agree on the fact that we want to know true things, not false things. So we need justifications for our beliefs. You and everyone on this panel agrees
Incorrect,
on that.
L. I can
So
actually
we can
demonstrate that
stop
the Christian
the
God does not
questions
exist.
about why
That's
we
something I
ought
can
to
demonstrate.
justify, because we already know that we want to justify in order to come to a real, true belief.
Yeah,
That is
that's
for
not
you.
sufficient for me.
That is for us. We all agree on that.
That's not sufficient for me.
I
Now,
would
just
also
to respond
add
to
on
Jay
facts.
Warren. Can I
Yeah, please, Ben, go ahead.
Yeah. So if
I
it was the
can I
case
just
that
say
this
one
is just
thing?
a
It's not because of our
Okay.
atheism. That's the only thing I want to add on there. Is all those reasons that they give, it wasn't because of their atheism why they want justified true beliefs. That's it. All yours.
Right.
So
Okay, so yeah,
may,
go ahead.
So may
Yeah,
I
go
ask?
ahead, Ben.
Well, yeah. So then I guess I'll just respond to all of you at the same time. How do you convince someone to come on stage? Like, what motive would anyone have to come on stage to convince you if convincibility is not?
All right, we'll pull up somebody who wants to engage. Sorry, guys.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm not doing analytical philosophy.
Well, I
on
just-
stage.
Chaco,
I just wanted to
I
say-
fully agree. The name of the stage is clear. If you want us to have another stage, then just say so. And don't
I
come
think
up
he had
and
a
start
point.
arguing that we should do something different.
Peter, I think this guy.
L, I've
thought he
actually
had
demonstrated
got you.
it
I just
live
wanted
and
to point
on
that,
a
like,
live
what
stream.
gotcha did this guy
So
think he had?
sorry, I've
Pretty
actually
much
done
just
it. I've
goes
walked
to
through it.
to the point of axiology or some moral claim about no objective morality without God. But
No faith
I
necessary.
will just.
we're just taking too long to get there.
I will
Hey,
just.
everybody.
Hang on, Peter, stop. I'm trying to interject something here. I'll just say that I was not
Peter's
convinced
fucking killing
by
me.
any of the arguments. I didn't even hear an argument from him. Like what Jack Burton's observing here is that he thinks he's got a gotcha. It's like he's trying to set up this idea that he's
Take it easy,
required-
Cygnus.
People are
Sorry about
required
that.
to do this. And I just want to clarify again for our audience that this is something that is an option. You are not required to come up here and do this. But if you want to come up and provide us with some kind of argument that you think will convince us, that's what we're interested in hearing. We're interested in discussing the argument. We don't want to do like what just happened with Bang, where he's playing some kind of a game, and we don't have time for that. Thank you.
Okay. At P-Town, I just want to say one thing, and people should go over and watch it. I watched your conversation last night on Mark Reed's channel. That was a pretty good conversation where you were really cordial, answered all of the questions. I love that conversation, so I'm really happy that you joined here today. Wanted to start off with that.
Yeah, talking about things like, I try to answer everything honestly, even though I know that going into a direction like that,
I know they did skip one question.
Yeah.
So you were talking about that you do not accept evolution, but you did mention there are things like adaptation, and I didn't have the ability to jump on right there, but you do accept adaptation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what happens when adaptation happens in a certain species?
I guess I would define it as slight variations.
Okay, but how do those variations occur?
I don't know for sure, to be honest with you. I actually think that there is kind of, I mean, the simple answer would be, like I said, and I guess survival of the fittest, right? They make more babies than the other ones.
Okay, I get that point. My question is a little bit more specific. Do you think that when an animal adapts to their environment, that there is a change in their DNA that makes it possible for them to adapt?
There very well could be. Yeah, I don't know though. It's not my specialty. I don't know.
What else could it be?
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it probably. Yeah, there's probably a slight change in the DNA.
Right.
You can measure that change, sure.
So there we agree. So can you tell me what mechanism is used to change the DNA for adaptation? How do you think?
I'm not 100% sure why we're engaging in a conversation that apparently took place earlier.
I'm just curious how you think.
And now we're continuing here. This may not be what P-Town is up on stage for.
Well, typically, and again, this is just me reiterating what other people have said, but you have a mommy and a daddy, and you're gonna take a portion. Usually, I'm guessing it's 50-50 of the genes. And it's a little more complicated than that, and then you're going to have those genes.
Okay, but mommy and daddy do not have the adaptation. So how does the offspring get the adaptation? Where does the change come from?
And that's where. Oh, sorry, my other phone's going off. Sorry.
This is the point where I make the joke that you're
like,
a drug dealer having two phones.
I don't think you guys think I'm a drug dealer.
No. As I said, it was a joke.
So I actually hold the belief that God does influence slight variations and change as well. Or there's more of, or if you want to look at it from a naturalistic, there's something that impacts change other than what we've come to discover so far.
I love that.
Because I don't think mutations are sufficient. And here,
how does? Okay. Let's run with that. How does God change DNA?
This is a pointless fucking conversation.
I won't be able to answer that question, but I also think sometimes the change is changing the DNA. Right. I don't think it's the DNA is changing the change. Right. But it's kind of a stupid point.
Hold on. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? The change is changing the DNA. What is the change?
Just because I look at DNA as possibly a genetic makeup of what we also a genetic makeup of what we observe. Right. And it kind of ties into, I believe that some things are very similar. Right, and because God made things similar to other things, so the DNA, of course, is going to look the same. I don't believe that they have common ancestor because of that. I believe they
No,
were
no,
common
no.
design.
I'm not talking
right?
about common ancestry. I'm just addressing
Right.
your point of adaptation. So we already agreed that if an animal adapts, it has to have different DNA in order to code for that.
Now, forgiven Jerry, I'm trying not to
adaptation.
pull a T jump.
I'm just curious how you think that the changes in the DNA form if it is not mutation.
Take it
And
easy,
you
Roseanne.
said
Good to
God
see you. Thank you for
could do
popping
that,
in.
and I'm really curious as to how God would change DNA. What
I think,
mechanism would God use?
So it depends on what type of mechanism you're looking for in your answer. Sometimes when I entertain this thought, I
Any
think
mechanism.
of okay, and this might not be a mechanism, but I don't know what that was, but the example.
I'm not a
would
mod,
be,
so I couldn't.
a
I
lot
knew
of
he
the
was going to do
Asians that move
something.
here from another
I couldn't
country.
drop him before.
A lot of them can be really tall and have really short parents, and I'm like, right? Where did they get this from? And sometimes I think it's because the kid wanted to be tall. The kid wanted to be tall, so God made him tall. And I know it's not the mechanism you're looking for, because you're looking for a natural one. But
that is
right.
still not a mechanism. That is how you think God might make a decision to change something. That is different. So
Well,
let's stick to animals who don't want specific things, but just adapt to a newer environment or to a changing environment. If God was to change DNA, how would God change DNA?
I don't think you're going to get a sufficient answer from me, because if you have me talk about animals, it's going to be similar to the Asian guy example. Like, and this is all just speculation, of course. But I think if it's colder outside,
The same thing, right? With the Asian guy, the Asian guy would have different DNA from his parents who are shorter, and he's taller. So his DNA would code for a taller body. It would still be a change in DNA. And if it's not adaptation driving that change
Witch of Heart,
DNA,
good to see you. Member of the Godless Army,
what
appreciate
do
the support.
you think if adaptation...
I don't know what the point of this is.
If mutations are impossible, if someone is actively driving that change in DNA, how would a God be able to change DNA?
I don't think you're gonna get a sufficient answer from me, because he's God, I don't think he needs a natural. Because it doesn't matter how deep we go, whether it's to molecules, to genes, to what's inside genes. Like, eventually, from my perspective, it's an unnatural thing that causes it.
Okay, so now my last question on this: since we have evidence that mutations happen, how come you don't accept that?
I accept that mutations happen. As far as I can tell now, sorry if you guys hear that that bird alarm going off. It should stop any second.
No problem.
It's driving me nuts. Okay, there we go. What was the question again? I'm sorry. I got a few things that distracted me there.
Yeah, considering that we have evidence that mutations happen and that mutations are what is driving
Peter
the
just
change
literally
in DNA, that
drove
mutations
this
are
plane.
the source of new information coming into DNA, as creationists would like to talk about new information. The source of that new information is mutation. So how come that we have thousands? Hold on. How come that we have thousands of scientific papers addressing that, showing that it is actually happening? How come you don't accept that?
I as far as I can see, that there's not sufficient evidence for that.
So where
the way that I would define evidence.
Okay, so what have you done to investigate this?
Well, I didn't do it on purpose, but you guys probably heard the argument with the fruit flies experiments. They have a fast replication rate, so they're used by some people to test this, test mutations. I mean, they might, and the common example is they might get an extra wing. It's not necessarily beneficial, and I see no way. And this, I actually, going back to, I accidentally performed this experiment myself like a month ago.
So here's the thing. My favorite example is the Italian wall lizard. So they took a lot of Italian wall lizards, put them on a different island, and then it appeared that their natural food source wasn't abundant enough on the new island. So over a short period of time, they developed new intestines to adapt to a different food source. So they got new intestines.
What I'm curious, what kind of new intestines?
So that they would be able to digest the food on the island that they were on right now. So if you want to watch it, you can go to Jackson Wheat's channel. He made a video. Just go to Jackson Wheat's channel and type in Italian wall lizard, and he's gone into depth in what actually happened there. So, but they got a digestive system that now allowed them to eat the food that was present, as opposed to the food that they were used to. That is a beneficial mutation. That is something that made them survive, and they actually got new intestines. So I think that's a better example than the fruit flies developing wings that are not beneficial, right?
Hey, and P-Town, just to throw it out there, there's also a number of others. There's the long-term evolutionary experiment that's still going on. That's over, like, I think 120,000 generations at this point. It's been going on since the 80s. There's also that to look into. The Planet Simulator at McMaster University is another thing you can look into as well. But just to kind of like throw a spear into the heart of this. Because we, first and foremost, we understand that when talking about adaptations, individuals adapt, but populations evolve. Evolution occurs in populations. We do understand that, right? It's not the individual that evolves; it's the population that evolves, right?
Well, that's a very broad statement. I will say I agree with Pete that this thing with the lizards can happen. And
that was in the population of the lizards, is what occurred.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that was in the population.
Because specific alleles are passed down to each generation, and as that generation continues to breed and produce more, then specific alleles are naturally selected for, and others are those certain alleles are positively selected for, and others are negatively selected against. And so, as a result of the
evolution, have babies.
As a result of the evolutionary pressure, so then you begin to see the morphological changes take place over time within the population, and that right there. That when a population encounters a pressure, and certain alleles are chosen, are positively selected, and others are negatively selected. The ones that are negatively selected, those ones die. The positive ones go forward, and resulting in morphological changes into the species, and that process is what we call evolution. That's what evolution is. Evolution occurs in populations, not specifically in individuals. So,
and just to confirm, when you say selected, you don't mean selected. You mean that they made more babies.
Well, I mean, it means that so when we talk about that, we talk about fitness or survival. We talk about fitness or survivability is essentially what it is. I'm just trying to make sure that we understand the difference between adaptation and evolution. That adaptation.
I can call it making babies, right? That's okay.
Reproduction is a part of the process, yes, but that evolution occurs in populations. That's the difference between the two. An individual organism can adapt to particular changes in its environment. That adaptation is a result in flexibility in its alleles. But like temperature differentials, like I can withstand, like some humans can withstand much hotter environments than other ones can. That's an adaptation. But which is a result of our evolution, but that adaptation is like to the individual, but the evolution occurs in the populations. So you get different evolutionary profiles within certain species, stuff like that. So, but knowing those two things, just got to kind of like throw the spear in the middle of this. Do you believe that evolution and a God concept are mutually exclusive, that only one of them can be true?
I'm a Bible believing Christian. I take the Bible quite literally. And just to stem off of Pete, like, it doesn't surprise me that lizards' stomachs can change, because keep in mind, I believe that animals were vegetarian, I think, before the flood, if I remember correctly. So I think that things can change, like eat other stuff.
Right, but the question, yeah, okay, there you go. Okay.
I'm going to go there. It's just, it's hard sometimes with multiple people, because I want to be fair to everybody. Now, see, I'm just not that smart, Warren.
So, do you believe, or do you hold, that the concept of a god,
right? Okay, I remember.
And
now.
Evolution are mutually exclusive, meaning only one of them can be true. Like if evolution is true, God does not exist.
I do and I don't, because here's why. I personally would say, yeah, it's mutually exclusive, obviously, because read the Bible. But then again, my brother-in-law, for example, I found out he's a he's a theistic evolutionist the other day, and it really pissed me off, because I'm going to confront him with the Bible and be like, dude, this is dangerous stuff. You've been a youth minister. For you to hold these beliefs, you're adding to the Bible, right? So I still believe that he's a Christian. I still believe that he believes in God.
Well, hang on a second, Peter. But hang on a second. That's an interesting point. It doesn't matter that he thinks it's dangerous. What matters is, you just said that you're adding stuff to the Bible, right? Okay, so you're basically bringing up the Bible in and of itself. If the Bible were completely wrong, would that logically entail that a God does not exist? Do you believe that?
Where you to go is, and I would say no, but remember that a lot of what I hold fast to would be the Bible.
Well, I understand. But I understand that. But if I were to demonstrate unequivocally that the Bible is incorrect about many things, there are contradictions, there's problems all over it, and if I demonstrated that the Bible was just the product of human beings trying to interpret their environment, inspired by a particular idea, if I demonstrated that about the Bible, would that logically entail that a God does not exist?
And Warren, every time you and I talk, we go down these rabbit trails like this, where I can't answer that question, because the Bible
you can because the answer is no. Just because the Bible might be, if the Bible is proven to be wrong, that does not logically entail that a God doesn't exist. All that would state is that it's quite possible that human beings took an idea or an inspired idea and they got it wrong. So no, the two things could both be true. The Bible could be wrong and a God could exist. God could exist and could have utilized the mechanism of evolution to diversify species. God could exist and could have utilized the mechanism of abiogenesis to actually form life, instead of just God magicking it. God utilized the tools that were available to it in a naturalistic process to bring these things together, and that's why the evidence points in that direction. That's how a lot of theists reconcile these two things. That the Bible does not necessarily need to be inerrant for there to be a God. It could be very well that humans got it wrong, especially given the length of time. Especially given Peter, hang on a second. Especially given the length of time, the number of translations, the number of cooks that have been in that kitchen, and the fact that we don't have the original sources in order to actually go to. So, given what we can show about the Bible, that doesn't logically entail that a God doesn't exist. These two things could be true together, because they're not linked. There's no link between them. That's an assumption that humans made that could be wrong. Which is why your brother has that position that evolution is true, because the evidence shows that it's true. It provides predictive model. We take the evidence, we develop predictive models, we use those predictive models to make predictions about the future that then come true. When those predictions come true, that verifies the model, which in turn verifies the evidence. So,
can I steal man your position? Really
but
quick,
hang on a sec. So just proving evolution doesn't mean God doesn't exist. It just means the Bible was wrong. Or the Bible didn't have all the info, right?
Jill, I can
let him answer. P-Town.
In
Go
this
ahead.
hypothetical scenario where the Bible isn't true, then yes, Warren, you're right.
I wouldn't say that the Bible wasn't entirely true, that the Bible was incorrect, or the Bible didn't have all the information.
Sure, in
I
this
can have a better
hypothetical
question.
world
I
that you
can have a-
presented, sure,
Peter,
you're
let
right.
P-Town answer, please. Go ahead, P-Town.
In this hypothetical world that you presented, then yes, that's possible.
I have a better question that would appeal to you better, I think, and still the same argument that JL is making, P-Town. Do you think
Sure,
that
Peter,
the-
can
the-
I
the
just want to...
authors- No, let me ask this question. Do you think the
Absolutely.
authors of the Bible were infallible?
Can
The
you define
authors,
infallible for me?
the people who wrote it down.
Incapable
I-
of
that,
What does
incapable of
infallible mean?
error. P-Town, incapable of error.
yes. Could it be that they as according to you, the Bible was inspired by God? Could it
Thank
be
you,
that
Linz.
they were
I've
not
actually pointed it out in a
capable
number
to
of videos
understand
beforehand.
God
Is like
well
this is
enough
the
to
reasoning
write it down
that
correctly? Could
Francis
that be an
Collins
option?
actually applied to it. So I'm wondering if he can
People
get
are,
there.
yeah, definitely. I
That
guess
is
the
the
word
point
you
that
want is
JL is
fallible.
making. That's the point that JL is making, because we know that there are things in the Bible that are wrong. That does not entail the fact that the God doesn't exist or told the people incorrectly. It could be that they didn't understand him because they didn't have the level of education that we do have today. I think, JL, is that a point that you're making?
Yeah, is essentially going along those lines. For example, P-Town, and this is gonna be a kind of callback to a previous individual we talked to. The guy, what was his name? Melik. Melik was talking about how the Tanakh is, that's what it is, and he believes that the Tanakh demonstrates that God exists, and then that's it. The Tanakh is his argument. And then he said because the Tanakh made a prediction about reality, and that prediction came true. It was like fantastic. The Bhagavad Gita does the exact same thing, and it did it long before the Tanakh ever made a prediction. So the Tanakh made a prediction about the state of the Jews. The Bhagavad Gita made a prediction about the age of the universe. Or the age of the earth. Sorry, the age of the earth. And so we look at these two things, and we say, wow, they're both really, really close. So we can say, yeah, we could say to a degree these predictions came true, but which one has more validity? Because we're measuring them by the same merits. So the point is, the book cannot be given more credibility than it should be given. That we need to look at it from the perspective that it is a book. It is written by human beings. Like Peter said, these individuals they could have made mistakes, because human beings make mistakes all the time. They could have interpreted feelings that they had that were inspired by God. They could have interpreted them wrong. But we don't know, because we can't ask them and interview them and talk to them. So the original source and the source material is non-existent, because this is oral tradition that has been passed down, and in oral tradition things change. So the evidence all points in one direction that indicates that the Bible is not a source of truth. There are some true things in it, just like there are some true things in the Quran and some true things in the Bhagavad Gita and the Egyptian coffin text and the Tao and a number of other holy texts. But the same goes true for the Bible and the Tanakh and others. So they have this same kind of validity. So let's go to simply the claim. The Bible exists. Does that entail God exists? No. The Bible is wrong. Does that entail God does not exist? Also, no. So that's how individuals like your brother, or like Francis Collins, who was the head of the Human Genome Project and the director of the National Institute of Health at Bethesda for like 16 years. That's how he reconciled this in his book, where he talks about his faith and how he reconciles his faith with the evidence with the irrefutable evidence that he worked with. He said here that's his job, is to work in this field. And how does he reconcile his faith with that? Well, quite simple. Is like, these are the mechanisms that God utilized. That's it. They're not mutually exclusive in that. And he understands that there are problems in the Bible, that there are issues in the Bible, but just because the Bible is wrong or somebody got something wrong in a current interpretation of the Bible doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. And I'm wondering if you can get to that, if you can make that, or if you can understand how they made that leap.
I understand how they made that leap, but I don't believe that they're right.
So, like, Francis Collins could demonstrate, like, literally, it was his job for, like, 16 years, not to mention head of the Human Genome Project. he can demonstrate everything I'm talking about. Like, that was his job. That's what he was paid for. That was his life. And he's still a Christian. Now, he admits that getting to God requires an act of, literally requires a leap of faith. In his own words, to quote him, he stated that believing in God cannot be achieved, or belief in God cannot be achieved through reason or logic. It requires an emotional appeal. He acknowledges this. Purely and simply, that reason and logic will not get you to God. It requires that emotional appeal, that leap. You have to be willing to do that with no justification. So he's open and upfront and honest about it because the evidence is there in front of him. So if Francis S. Collins were to come on the stage or just like take you into the laboratory and demonstrate all this for you, would your position be then willing to change?
Yeah, but he won't be able to present it because it's, as far as I know. But if he did, then yeah, my position would change.
Then that's an amazing position to be in, because that means that you're open to the inclusion of new evidence, and that's great. That's a great place to be.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's good.
Though I disagree with like 95% of the things you said, I don't have 48 hours to refute everything right now. But if it's okay with you guys.
I got a better option for you, P-Town.
If I can ask some questions.
I work with Arn Ra. He has an open invitation to creationists in which he says, if I can prove evolution to your satisfaction, will you accept it? And this is in written form.
He's open to new evidence. That's in his position. That's all we can really ask for. That's a good thing. That's at least he's being intellectually honest about that. That there is more evidence that's out there.
And do it honestly. And for some reason, creationists do not want to accept
Hey, Blue,
that
good to see you.
The last one I know of was Kent Hovind's ex-wife, and I think she dropped out. But if you're willing to learn,
I'm willing to do that.
I can set that up for you really easily.
You can just send it to me, or is it with him directly, or is it a thing that
it's with him? It's with him directly. It's in email. It's a back and forth. You can take all the time you need.
Oh, that'd be fine. Aaron can email me. Fine.
I'll talk to. I'm talking to Aaron in a few hours, so I'll put it forward. I shot you a DM here, so we can at least get in touch here. If you check your DMs, you'll find a DM from me, and so I'll talk to Aaron for you. I would really like to see.
I need to learn more about evolution anyway, so it would be good.
Absolutely, the best place to start on that is just like literally understanding what it is, and literally evolution is just the repetition of positively selected gene alleles in a population over time. That's really all it is. And it's just that, and the understanding that evolution doesn't occur to individuals like Kent Hovind or Matt Powell or any other people like that they state. It's not that one species suddenly out of nowhere gave birth to another species. That's not how that works. It seems to me to be like a Christian kink to misrepresent science and then turn around and try and debunk that their own misrepresentation. It's very, very weird to me because all of this is cleanly spelled out like everywhere, and not to mention we've observed it. We've observed it. We can make predictions with it. We have induced it ourselves. That's why it's called artificial selection. We've done it to species. We can observe evolution occurring today by looking at the effects of human activity as an evolutionary pressure on the species around us. There's like massive articles that look at what effects, what evolutionary pressures have the human presence been, and what has that elicited. Like, for example, poaching is a human behavior, and poaching results for elephant tusks, and that results in the death of the elephant. But there's a genetic mutation in elephants that causes them to not develop tusks. Because those elephants don't develop tusks, they're not targeted by poachers, and therefore we are beginning to see in Africa a larger expression of that mutation because all the ones with tusks are being targeted. And now we're getting more and more elephants that don't develop tusks at all because of that genetic mutation. Pretty soon in the future, we will have elephants with no tusks. And elephants with tusks will be a thing of the past. That is called evolution. those morphological changes. Then without the tusks, that will then lead to other morphological changes as the elephants use the tusks to do certain things, but now they won't have them. Now they need to accomplish those tasks another way, which is another pressure, which results in more morphological changes. Until eventually you get what was an elephant and is no longer an elephant anymore. But that usually that takes hundreds of thousands of years. And that's because we understand that every single organism is a transitional species between its parents and its offspring, because we are not clones of one another.
Well, that's interesting, Warren, and you taught me something. Now, Warren, like you said with your mom, you know, she taught you to question everything.
Yes.
My dad taught me to do the same thing. My dad's not a believer, though. And you mentioned look for contradictions in things, right? And the importance of that. Is that fair assessment of what you said?
I would say that if there is a contradiction, if you find a contradiction, either figure out why it's a contradiction and find the answer. Either find someone who knows the answer, or find the answer yourself. Was what my mom essentially espoused. Yeah.
So pertaining to evolution, can I ask some questions then? Is that okay?
Sure. We'll check with the moderator, because we've been going for a minute. I want to make sure that we have time for other people. Check with Taco. Taco, what do you think?
Well, I haven't had a chance to.
I mean, this is convinces that goddess exists, right? I mean, is it just a real quick question, or like what?
Well, I've been asked questions the entire time since I came on. I didn't even get to present anything.
Okay,
is it okay?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead,
It's
P-Town.
nothing like the other guys. It's nothing like the other guys. It's really simple.
Yeah,
Probably,
go ahead, bud.
I just don't want to offend anyone, and Amy probably wants to answer this one. But so, what evolved first, or who evolved first, the man or the woman? Or I guess I should say the male or the female. There's a series of questions.
Because
Amy likes
I've
this one.
modified the original was, at least animal, was hermaphroditic organisms which would clone themselves, and then eventually sexual reproduction evolved as a competitive way to go to reproduce, and sexual reproduction actually won out. There's only really a few organisms now that can truly clone themselves, like fish and lizards.
Some insects, I think aphids do that.
Some
Yeah.
insects.
Yeah.
And so it's just, there's numerous benefits for why sexual reproduction, it gets rid of parasites and a whole bunch of other beneficial, there's a whole bunch
Thank you,
of
Sash.
benefits
Appreciate that.
to having sexual reproduction.
So, what evolved first then? Like the chicken or the egg?
Well, I think what Amy was trying to say that sexual well, technically it would be the egg, yeah, but a sexual reproduction developed as one thing. So you would have the emergence of what we would identify as males and females came about together. So as sexual reproduction, as organisms evolved into a state where they required sexual reproduction, then the point of that means that the male and the female would have emerged simultaneously. Because as a result of their gene expression,
simultaneously.
Yeah. So as a result, essentially as a result from the movement of asexual reproduction to sexual reproduction, along those lines, the genetic mutations that occurred that selected for sexual reproduction, that those two, what we now identify as the male and the female, that which provides the seed, that one that gives birth, that sexual reproduction was a result of various mutations and the result of various selection pressures. And so that right there, those two would have come about simultaneously. The male and the female would have been, that designation would have come about. Because
If I could just...
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, go ahead.
Finish.
Yeah, go ahead, Amy. I'm good.
Well, it just to get you from as far back, it started with multicellular. You had plants, and plants, we kind of had this oxidation event. There really wasn't flowering plants back then, and so you eventually had fungi and ourselves break off, and from animals that could clone early organisms, eventually you had sexual reproduction, and that seems to have taken over as far as we can tell in both plants and animals. And we almost have a reciprocal we sometimes will eat fruit, and then the fruit gets, the seeds get tossed out other ways, and then there you go. We're actually fertilizing, and bees are really a good representation of this.
And
okay, I'm almost done.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
almost
oh.
done here, and I got church. I'm actually gonna be late for, but it's
Oh, it's okay.
So
he won't mind. He won't mind.
So I was gonna ask 2 questions, okay, to close. What came first, the egg or the sperm? But then what I really wanted to get to was, what did the sperm evolve from?
So, okay, so you're talking about a divergence between an organism that could produce itself by basically through asexual reproduction, and the divergence of the properties that allows for asexual reproduction. So you would see a splitting off of that. So essentially, the sperm is one cell and the egg is another cell, and it requires both of them working together in order to form another organism. But at one time, those two things were that process was all contained within the individual. So that all occurred in there. There was no essentially like sexual reproduction. They just asexually reproduced. There are some species that still do this on this planet today. So there's like asexual reproduction, hermaphroditic reproduction, species that can change sex, that can move between male and that can move what we designate as male and female. These things still exist all over the place. Now, I mean, there's even species that just clone themselves. There are plants that each successive plant is just a clone of the original plant. So it's not this one thing. Mammals just happened to do this, and this goes back to eukaryotes and archaea and bacteria and stuff like that, which is really, really deep into evolutionary biology. But essentially, you're looking at 2 parts: the sperm and the egg. They're both cellular. They're both like cells, and then those came from one thing that used to be a one internalized system that was singular, and then there was a divergence between the two, resulting in what we would call a presentation of male and female.
So the sperm came from an egg sperm.
Well, they both came. No. So they both came from one thing that was neither a sperm nor an egg. We call what they became sperm and eggs. Well, the gametes is what they are. So now we have gametes that are small and they're sperm. Now we have gametes that are large and those are eggs. But those 2 things came from something else that I actually think there is a name for. I don't have it readily available. It's not at the top of my head. I don't want to mispronounce it. But there was something else before that then split. And now you have 2 parts.
It split into 2 parts. So one part didn't come first before the other. They just split, and then this one mutation where it split into the egg and the sperm. This type had an advantage, right?
The split off would be that one organism that some organisms in the population produced smaller gametes, and then other organisms produced larger gametes, and then the conjoining of those gametes is sexual reproduction. So is what you would eventually have. So that would be evolution occurring within the population, resulting in the production of gametes of different sizes, and then those individuals being able to sexually produce with each other instead of doing it internally as just themselves. So the move from asexual to sexual reproduction as a result of evolutionary pressures that positively selected for those individuals who who sexually reproduced. And this only occurred in one area. So this didn't occur in other. So if you're talking about eukaryota and archaea and bacteria, this occurred in eukaryota. So because we're all eukaryotes. But you don't see this as being prevalent in the archaea or the bacteria, which you have many, many species that still asexually reproduce, hermatically reproduce, clone themselves, so on and so forth. It just pretty much happened in eukaryotes.
Yeah, single-celled organisms have something called mating types.
So, and I'll go, but maybe this is a good example, but there's some animals that lay eggs, right? And then they fertilize or whatever. And there's some that, I believe it's mammals, right, that will birth
live young
without the egg, right?
Uh-huh.
And then there is the platypus that will do both.
And snakes that give birth to live young instead of eggs.
The platypus does both?
Yes, that is the crazy thing about a platypus. They did not believe it was a real animal when they first discovered it.
Yeah, the platypus is a
Is it
mammal.
like- is
The
it like
platypus is a mammal that lays eggs.
Is it
there,
like
there are animals that lay eggs inside of their body and hatch them inside of their body, which is pretty much what humans do as well. They just don't form an actual egg with a shell.
Technically,
Also,
technically the amniotic sac is kind of like an eggshell.
My
Yes.
last joke on it, a platypus, because it has eggs and it still gives milk to their young, technically speaking, is the only animal that can make its own custard. The floor is all yours.
Ugh, gross.
okay? I gotta go. I still gotta drive to church, so meet
Cool.
my family. Okay, take care, atheist.
Thank you, P-Town. Have a great day, church.
Thanks for the
Take it easy.
conversation,
Thank you
P
very much.
Town. Get in touch in DM if you want.
Yeah, it's a wide and deep field. A big, deep field with lots of information. So, but you feel free to dive in anytime you like, because there's lots to learn.
Yeah.
So,
How do
If
I
you- if you
leave?
need
Do I hit
help-
the red
if
button?
I'll
you-
move you out. Don't worry.
If you need help, P-Town, with talking to people that know a bit more about this than we do, I'd be more than happy to put you in touch with those people.
We've got a returning guest, Castle Kingside. What's going on?
Well. Welcome. What's going on, everybody?
Well.
Castle, what happened on the other server? I saw your rant on
Oh.
YouTube.
Did you know I just keep getting muted everywhere I go? Everywhere I go, people want to know why I have so much to say.
I can't imagine why. But
What have you got to say today?
what do you got for us today, bud?
Well, you guys want to know about God? Did you know you find God not through the mind, but through the heart? That's where you find God.
Wouldn't that
The
technically?
mind is
Painful, but okay.
Think about it. The mind is the way that the man has used scientifically to study God, find God through the telescope, the microscope, the stethoscope. You see? That's what
But
man is
Castle,
trying to do.
Castle,
Yeah?
aren't feelings in my brain?
What? That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Castle.
Are they in your brain?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I have a friend. He's an economist professionally. He has an artificial heart. He had to get his heart
Okay.
replaced. So
Okay.
will he find God in his heart too?
Yeah, it's about your blood flow flowing through your whole entire being.
So it has
Your
nothing to do with the
body.
heart then. It has to do with the blood, which also flows to the
It's-
brain. So it's in the
I
brain. as
say
well.
the heart because the heart is what beats it beats so that the blood can go and circulate throughout the body.
Okay.
That's
Well,
the
Castle,
tool that's
Castle,
used.
Castle, Castle. Hang on a
Yeah?
second. But if a human being is in the
Right.
hospital and their heart fails and they're put on bypass, they don't have a
Right.
heart anymore. They don't have a heart
Oh.
anymore because they're on
Well,
bypass.
Yeah, we need that heart. We're gonna
But
need
okay,
that
hang
heart.
on. But Castle, hang on. But if they're put on bypass, they no longer have a heart. Okay, but they still have feelings.
Oh, okay, of course. Wonderful.
So feelings
Yeah,
are in the
because
so
that brain's
feelings
still
so
intact,
feelings
man.
are
It
so
still
feelings are in
remembers
the
all your emotions.
so feelings
still
are in the
remembers
brain.
all
So
your memories.
feelings so Castle feelings are in the brain.
Yeah. Oh well,
We're-
I'm saying, yeah. Obviously, something. Yeah, of course. You're gonna need that brain to be functioning so that you can access the heart, man.
Okay, great. So
Yeah.
this is the question. So now if we're talking
Yeah.
about feelings, and feelings are in the brain, generated by the brain, in the brain due to external stimuli or whatever. But when you talk about emotions, about feelings, by what methodology can I determine that a feeling that I have represents something that exists in reality?
Oh, see, that's the thing. There are certain feelings that you get that you just can't explain. That's what we call God. Sweet emotion. You know that song? That's what. If you listen to that song, you
Aerosmith.
understand.
Aerosmith does not convince me that God or goddess exists.
Oh man, are you serious? You can listen to music and not recognize God? That's the problem.
Yeah, because I recognize the artists who made it.
Well,
And I
listen, did you know that God made that artist?
I also recognize the phenomena of euphoria, of music induced euphoria,
Right.
music induced
That's God.
music induced euphoria. So I understand this phenomena via
Right.
my understanding of neurophysiology. So
Right.
my curiosity is how do I know that what I feel about a concept it's like how do I get to I feel that this is real?
Right.
How do I know it's real?
Man, you don't know when somebody loves you? You don't know it?
Well, if they're just standing in front of me, I mean, obviously, if it's my wife, we've been together a long time. But typically, I know that through I know that, or I conclude that they do through their actions.
Right.
But looking at a static thing, no. And there are plenty of instances of an individual who thinks another person loves them, but they don't.
Well, that was my point, actually, Castle. Is that how do we know the difference between like our mom and dad's loving us and say possibly a being from 2,000 years ago?
A being from 2,000 years ago, like Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I mean, we're just gonna throw out names, sure.
That's an excellent point, Amy. So Castle, my parents demonstrated to me that they loved me. Through their actions, through their words, through their behaviors. So they were able to demonstrate their love. Right. Okay, so how does, say, Jesus or God demonstrate love for me?
By sacrificing his only begotten Son, Jesus, that whosoever should believeth in him shall not perish.
How do I know that? How do I know that? How do I know that?
Man, that's what it says in the book.
Castle. How do I know that? Castle. How do I know that happened?
I'm saying we don't know. We have to take it on faith.
Okay.
Yeah.
So faith. Let me run some. Castle, hang on. Castle, let me hang on a second. Let me run something by you. You brought up faith. Okay. Can faith be misplaced?
I suppose if you don't have any, you can.
Okay, so it's a yes or no. Can faith be misplaced?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Can faith be manipulated by external sources like other people without you knowing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is faith emotions based?
I would say so.
Okay, because people can change denominations depending upon how they feel about their church or their religion.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay. So, if faith is emotions based, and those emotions can change frequently, if faith can be manipulated by external sources without you even knowing it, if faith can be misplaced in something and be misplaced without you even knowing it, because you put your faith in the wrong thing, why would we ever use faith as a mechanism for getting to the truth?
Because I told you, you use the heart.
No. Castle. Answer the question I'm asking is, if there's all these problems with faith can be manipulated, faith can be misplaced, it can be misplaced without you knowing, it can be manipulated without your awareness, and it's emotions based, and emotions change depending upon the situation. If faith is so malleable, if faith is so unreliable, then why would we ever use it as a tool to get towards the truth?
Well, because you can use anything for good or evil. It depends on how you use it.
But that's also subjective. No. But you just did. But Castle, you just pointed out that even the application of faith can be subjective to the individual. So that's still all you did was give me another point of unreliability.
Some people have more faith than others. Did you know?
But Castle, address the question. If faith is so unreliable, why would we use it at all as a tool to get towards the truth?
Right. I'm saying you're trying to use science then, right?
No, I'm not. I'm examining faith. I'm examining faith, and I'm looking at all the problems with faith. If faith is so problematic, then why would I ever use it to figure out the truth of a thing?
Because, man, you're trying to figure out something that we can't figure out yet. We're humans. We're limited in our capacity, to understand the world and everything around us and the universe. And we just barely found the Andromeda Galaxy recently. We just barely found that with a telescope.
Castle.
I'm saying.
Castle. I'd ask you to address the question. Why would I use faith when I have other tools that make better predictions and provide me better understanding of reality? It wasn't faith. It wasn't faith that predicted when we found the planet Uranus, because that was a prediction we made given what we know about orbital dynamics. Okay, so we made that prediction, and that helped us to understand something about reality. We have tools and methodologies that are strictly devised over thousands of years, older than the Bible, since the Mesopotamians. We have strict methodologies that we have developed in order to understand the difference between what is real and what is imaginary. These methodologies help us to understand what is true and what is false. Faith can't do this. We've just talked about how faith is incapable of doing this because it has so many problems with it. Why would I ever use faith to determine the truth of anything else when I have so many better tools available to me?
And then after you respond, I just want to ask you a question too. But back to you, Castle.
Oh, okay.
Me too.
Cool.
Okay, so why would I ever use faith when I have better tools?
When you have better tools. What better tools are you talking about here?
I have methodologies that can make predictions about reality that come true, that can verify what I'm observing, and help me to understand reality and the universe that I exist in. So I can use those tools to increase or decrease my level of confidence in a thing, in a claim. But faith in and of itself is outside of this. Faith has problems with it. It's emotions based, not evidence based. Okay?
Right.
It has, so it can be manipulated, it can be misplaced, and it can be done without you even being aware of it. So why would I ever use faith? Why would you appeal to the worst tool in the toolbox?
But it's the most powerful one. What are you talking about?
But it's not. I can do more. I can do more with the
brain. Did you know
I can do more
the
with
heart overrides the brain.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
That's
it
still
does.
your brain.
That's why they have crimes of passion. You go temporarily insane because
That's still
your
Castle.
emotions got the best
Castle.
of your
That doesn't
logic.
Castle.
Huh?
That doesn't answer the question. Why would I ever? Why would I
Because
appeal?
I told you it's powerful.
But okay, for example, Castle, you keep reiterating my point here. Because you just said that emotions can override the brain and they can preclude you from rational. Castle, stop and listen. You just admitted, you just conceded that emotions can override the brain and force you from rational thought. For example, you get so worked up in your emotions that you commit a crime. You knew it was bad, but now you've committed a crime because your emotions got away from you, or you allowed your emotions to get away from you. So the question is, if faith is emotion-based, why would I use something that you just demonstrated could literally override my rational thought? Why would I use that to determine the truth of anything?
Powerful.
Can I take? Let me connect something that I think JL's trying to communicate you to, Castle, but I want to try and ask it in a different way, because I agree with you. Faith is powerful, but in the way that unfortunately can be manipulative. I don't think. So I don't think that faith is a good tool. But I think that when we're talking about the heart, think metaphorically it can. And so I split it into two things here. I got two boxes, and it's the difference between works and claims of reality. And so when it comes to the heart, I have
hey, Logan Sandman, good to see you, bud.
Claims of reality, no. And from those works, the best tool that I know of ends up being science.
Hey, Zonda, good to see you, bud.
I get to science, and that is different from using faith, which I think, although powerful, do not mark to claims of reality. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah, I hear you. You want to know how everything works. You want to know the answers. You want to know how everything works with the information that we can gather, with the tools that we have, right?
Well, we're more interested. We're more interested in knowing and believing more true things than false things. So we need we need a strict methodology that can eliminate our bias, and that is repeatable, that other people can then demonstrate to indicate that, to show that I wasn't biased in my interpretation of evidence. So we have a very strict methodology for determining this because we want to know more true things than false things. Okay, so it comes back to it. Why would I ever use faith? It's demonstrably a terrible tool.
Oh,
Jill, if I can help you out with this.
Yeah, feel free, Peter. Go ahead.
Problem. So, Castle, why do you reject faith for most of the things that you do in life?
Reject faith for most of the things that I do in life?
Yeah. let's say that you want to go visit someone across town, right?
Right.
And you go,
I think a better way is you don't.
No,
You,
hold on,
no. I know. I think a more succinct way, Peter. I think a more succinct way is you wouldn't go jump off a building because you understand what
Joe.
gravity is.
JL, let me make the point.
That's it.
Castle, you wanna
That's it.
visit-
It's
you wanna
literally
play-
that's one thing he doesn't
JL,
take on
hold on.
faith. He doesn't take gravity on faith.
JL, I got an example. Let me finish. So, Castle, you want to visit someone across town. You go there.
Yes,
by
but
car,
you speak
I
like a
presume.
fucking sloth in
Okay.
Zootopia. So
How many times have you went out and visited someone, put on a blindfold, put in earbuds, got in your car, and drove there by faith?
That's not how it works. I have faith that I'm going to get there safely.
If faith, hold on, if faith is the better method for you to achieve something, then that would work better than you looking out on the road,
Yeah.
seeing what is coming, and acting accordingly. So if
Right, of
faith
course.
would work better, why aren't you driving your car blindfolded with earbuds in so you can't hear?
Faith is me just thinking that I'm going to get there safely. That's my faith.
no, that's confidence. That's Castle.
That you're going to get there
Everything
safely.
can happen on the road.
Castle,
No, Castle.
Oh
That's
my
confidence.
God.
That's
Castle.
confidence. That's
Castle,
called confidence.
the
You're
only way
conflating.
You're going to get there.
Hang on, one at a time. Come on.
Because the only way you're going to get there safely is if you're using your eyes and your ears to see what is going on the road
Right.
and where you're going. That is
Yes.
what gets you there safely.
The
Faith
same eyes and ears
doesn't.
that God gave
And-
me.
Faith doesn't,
Huh?
because we can test this. Because if you rule out your eyes and ears, you're going
Yeah.
to crash within the
Right.
first few feet of your journey.
Exactly. Unless you're Denzel Washington
So-
in the
so
movie Book of Eli,
faith-
right?
What JL wanted to point out is that
Yeah?
faith is a terrible method to use in
No,
order to get
you're
something
using
done.
it wrong.
No, Castle.
You
No,
see
no,
how
no,
you
no,
speak
Castle,
wrong?
Castle. No,
That's what you
Peter,
just did.
Castle. Peter is not using it wrong. You are conflate.
is.
No, you're not. No, he's not. You are Castle. You are conflating confidence with faith. Faith is not confidence. Confidence is evidence-based. You have a high confidence or a low confidence contingent upon the evidence that has been presented. You have confidence you're going to make it to the journey, make the journey to the friend's house safely because 1, you've driven the route before. 2, you're familiar with all the stop signs. 3, you're familiar with the neighborhood. All of this is evidence that lends itself to your confidence, but there's still the possibility that you could get hit by a drunk driver. You hope that it doesn't, but you know that the instances of drunk driving are very low in this particular area as opposed to being on the highway, so you're not that terribly concerned about it. You have a high level of confidence, not faith. Faith would be to
That's
literally.
Your hope. That's your faith.
No, that's
Hope.
not. That's called confidence.
Hope. No.
Guess what?
Confidence
Guess
is
what?
I can sing right
Guess
here,
what?
right now. That's
Hope.
confidence.
Hope in itself
That's
is
not faith.
Castle. Hope is also evidence based. So is trust, because you can trust depending upon the confidence.
No,
you can
that
have
stuff
hope
be
for things.
manipulated. They can lie.
Hope
You
is
can
just the
trust somebody
expectation.
and they can backstab you.
Hope is the expectation, is literally the expectation of a potential outcome based upon the possibility of that outcome, the amount of hope that you have. I'm hopeful, or I am really, really hopeful. Okay? All of these are evidence-based. Faith is not evidence-based.
Wait, hold up. You don't have any control over people running that red light, man. You have to hope and pray that somebody doesn't do that when you're on your way to your friend's house.
Do you have eyes
Yes,
as a
I
method
do.
to use
And do you
to
think
see
I'm going
whether
to
or
put a
not?
blindfold over them? No, I won't, because I'm smart. Because
So
God
you're
gave me a
not
brain.
going to use.
God
So
gave
you're
me a
not going to
brain.
use. Yes. So you're not going to use faith. You're going to use your eyes because it's a
Look,
better
the
method
faith
than
is me
faith.
even thinking I'm going to go do it in the first place. That's the faith. The fact that I think I'm just going to get in my car and drive to Carson to see my family. That's all
You
faith.
have no
I don't know
faith.
if that's going to happen.
No. We've already determined you have no faith. You're using your
got a
eyes and
bunch-
your
I got a
ears.
bunch of
You're
faith.
using the
What?
tools. You're
This is
using
stuff
the
that
tools
God
that are
gave me.
better.
This
Okay.
is the stuff
Using the
that God
tools.
gave me.
Okay, Peter, I think going back to what I brought up, Castle.
Yeah.
Do you have this? Do you have the strength of faith to jump off a building?
Strength of faith?
The strength of faith
No,
that you could
because
jump off a
God's
building
smart
and
enough
God.
to know that you'll die.
Okay, but that's not based on faith.
That's confidence.
That's confidence.
Confidence?
Yes.
No, that's based on the evidence. I've seen it happen.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I have a question. Now, I have a two-part question from our audience. From Alexis Gaetano. And I'll just read them out to you, and then perhaps you can respond to it. So it's just very quick. Number one is...
The snake has eaten its tail.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So number one is it possible for you to come to one conclusion based on faith, and for me, as Axis, to simultaneously come to the opposite conclusion based on faith? And two, if yes, how do you resolve who is accurate?
You're talking about Pulp Fiction right now, Vincent and Jules. They both had a decision to make when that guy shot that gun at them and he missed every shot. Well, one of them said that was just chance, randomness, luck, coincidence. The other one said, no, that was God Almighty. And I need you to recognize that before we go any further. And that's when he said, fine, yeah, whatever, it's God. He didn't really believe, though, did he? See? That's Pulp Fiction.
Castle, I still have a question about something that you said earlier in the conversation.
Yeah.
I presume you've got neighbors. You got neighbors that you get along with?
My neighbors love me, man. I'm a superstar out here. Huh?
Okay. Do you got neighbors that have children?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Okay. Let's so bear with me. So you're going over to your neighbor that has children. Sitting in the living room. His son, let's say his son is about 12, 13. You can pick any age. His son comes over. Your neighbor gets up, gets a knife, slits his throat.
No.
What's your first? Hold on. What's your first reaction to that?
Man, I'm gonna be in shock first. That's my first reaction. Then I'm gonna give that clown 5 knuckles to the dome.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if someone kills his only begotten son, that is not evidence of him loving you?
You got it wrong, man.
You got it wrong.
We're wrong. No,
that is what you told us.
Mankind
was
is
evidence.
Wrong.
No, hold on. That
mankind
is what you
is
told
wrong.
Us.
Look, aren't you sorry for anything that you've done?
Castle,
Are you sorry for anything that you've done wrong in your life?
Let me finish. That is what you told us at the beginning of this conversation. That was pure evidence that your God loved us because he killed his son. If your neighbor would do the same. Hold on.
It wasn't God that did it. It was those people that did it. They're the ones that stabbed him. They killed him on the cross.
Taco, I think we're.
You said God gave his only begotten son. Your neighbor,
I think we're
in
done,
my
man.
example, did the same thing, and yet you condemn your neighbor, but you do not condemn God for the exact same action. For the exact same action. It is the same thing.
It's not.
It is the same.
God gave his only begotten son that whosoever should believeth in him will not perish but receive life everlasting.
What if your neighbor did the same thing? He gave his only begotten son.
First of all, my neighbor is not God. My neighbor is not God. My neighbor is my neighbor. My neighbor is a creation of God.
What if his reasons were the same? Whether or not he's God is irrelevant.
What do you mean? The sin was already paid for with Jesus Christ. That's the whole point of
hang on a sec. But Ephesians and Psalm says that no man can pay for the sins of another man.
Only Jesus could.
But Ephesians contradicts that. Says no man, like no one can pay the blood debt. No one can pay the blood debt of another man.
Oh my God.
It's literally contradicted. Castle. It's literally contradicted in your Bible. It literally states that no man can pay for the sins of another man.
I'm saying Jesus God
Castle,
made
was
flesh.
Jesus a man? Was Jesus a man?
According to the story, yes, he was. He was conceived.
Okay. So he couldn't. So he couldn't pay for that debt.
Exactly.
What do you mean he can't pay for that debt?
The snake bit its tail for the second time, Castle.
What do you mean?
Castle. It literally states in your book that no man, in both places, in one place it says no, Castle, it says in one section it says no man, in another section it says no one. But it literally states that a person's blood debt cannot be or cannot be taken on by another person. That each person is responsible for their own debt. That it cannot be written off or taken over by anybody else. That each person's blood debt is on them.
It's on them.
Okay, so that's a contradiction with Jesus dying and absolving us of our sins.
Oh man. I'm saying
because your Bible states that sin is a blood debt.
I'm saying you can believe in the story or not. It's up to you.
That's another thing that I want to convince you on is just the notion of a ritual, whether it's human or God's sacrifice, that it's a bad notion. That just nobody can undo. Whether you want to call it sins, I would just call it wrongdoings. No one can undo our wrongdoings but us.
Wait, what? I'm just saying, you know that you have to ask for forgiveness, right?
But
you have to say sorry.
Why?
Can I tell you the difference also? I would agree with J.L. Ward on why, but I would also say this. If you were to punch someone in the face because you were really angry, you did it, and you walked away and you're like, damn, I feel really sorry about what I just did. You could do, maybe there's 3 different options here. You could, one, you could ask Jesus for forgiveness. 2, you could ask the person for forgiveness. I guess there is the 3rd in which you could do both, but but my question would be, do you see where there's only the only options in which someone actually gets forgiveness is if they're included? It doesn't really matter if it's the Jesus or not. It's really you have to go to them and say, I'm sorry.
And for all the times that you can't do that, you say sorry to God Almighty. You say sorry.
Why would I apologize? Why? Why is it necessary? Why is it necessitated? Why is it necessitated?
Because your words and your actions have affected someone.
Great, then I apologize to that individual and I make amends with the individual that I hurt.
What if you can't find that person? What if they're dead now?
Then I make amends to their family, or I do something in their name.
How are you gonna find their family? I'm saying this could be something from years ago.
Castle, I just gave you an alternative. I just gave you an alternative. I make amends to their family, or I do something, or I do. Castle, I just gave you an alternative. Don't fucking ignore it. Okay, I said I can do something for their family. I can do something for their Castle. Shut up. I can do something for their family, or I can do something in their name.
You're rude.
Okay, no, because you continuously overtalk and you won't listen. And this has been going on been going on for a solid minute. And I'm honestly starting to think that like my live chat is here is telling us is basically saying that you're a Poe. Because twice already you've dunked on yourself.
Oh, I'm a what?
A Poe.
What did they say?
I don't know. If you explain to it, it almost feels redundant.
Castle, if I were to kill your wife and then ask God for forgiveness, would that make it right for you?
Did you ask me for forgiveness?
I said, if I were to kill your wife and then ask God for forgiveness, would that make it right for you?
No, because you have to apologize to me and my whole family.
Exactly. Now you bit your tail for a 3rd time.
I said you got to do both. I wanted her 3rd option. Both.
If I make it right with you and don't ask God for forgiveness, would that be wrong?
Yeah, because you still have to square with God for everything that you did in your life.
Why would I have to square with God? It's about me killing your wife. You're the victim that has to live with
because
this. Because you took away her life. Let me finish. You have to live with this for the rest of your life. Don't I have to make that up to you?
Yeah, you have to make it up to God for what you did.
No. Okay, so if I
which I've
only
heard the
make
term
it
is
up to God, does it make you
P-O-E,
feel better?
and you can, without me trying
no,
to talk
because
over
I'm
these
still
guys, you can
alive.
look up Poe's
No,
Law
so
on,
whether or
just
not
Google
I'm
Poe's
asking
Law,
God for
and that will
forgiveness
explain it
has
there.
no impact on you. So why would I need to do that if I'm going to make things
You guys
right
are
with
confusing
you?
induction with faith.
What does it add? Me asking forgiveness to God. What does it add for you?
You
In
gotta be
essence, he's asking
responsible with
why
your
not choose
actions.
number one.
And
Why not
I
choose just number
just
one,
said,
though? Why
I
not
just
just ask
said,
forgiveness from God? Why?
if
It seems
if
like
the
you are
forgiveness for
implying
God,
there is something.
if the forgiveness that I get from God does nothing for you, then how does it do something for you if I make it up to you and ask forgiveness for God to God? It doesn't add anything. You just said it doesn't.
Man.
Plus, if
You
I
know
don't
it does,
sin,
though.
plus if I don't
What?
sin, Jesus died for nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's how you look at it? Wow. Poor unfortunate
No, that's
soul.
what.
You should be
That's
giving
how
thanks.
it is.
You should be giving thanks.
How it is.
You
Thanks
should
for
be giving thanks.
what?
Thanks for
See, you
what?
don't give that exactly. You
No,
have one to
seriously,
give
seriously,
thanks.
Castle.
You
Seriously,
don't give
Castle.
thanks to
Castle.
anyone.
Seriously,
That
Castle.
Castle, I
Thanks
gave
for
you
what?
the example. I should be giving
Yeah,
thanks to someone. I should be giving
God,
thanks
all,
to
to
someone.
God Almighty,
who,
the creator of all
Castle,
things, everything.
Castle, stop over talking.
God,
I
go
should
ahead.
be
Here's the
giving
microphone. Take
thanks.
it.
He just wants to
Stop
proselytize.
talking.
He just wants to proselytize.
I should be giving thanks for someone that killed their own son, which, according to you, is a horrible act that you should punish them. You would punish someone for. I should ask forgiveness to that person.
Can I speak now or no?
See, he's not
Yeah,
even.
you can
Okay,
explain your
Peter.
double standard.
He's not listening. He's waiting for his turn to
I am
speak.
listening.
No, you're
He
not,
don't make
Castle.
any sense. He
just
didn't kill his
Peter.
son. He gave his son
Taco.
as a
Can we be
gift.
done with this guy, please?
It's a
Because he's not
gift.
listening. He's not listening. He just wants to be up here and proselytize.
So
That's all he wants.
Castle, T-Jump's brother, stop that first off. Now, Castle, go ahead and you have a minute. Yeah, you've got like a minute. Go ahead and make your conclusion, and then we'll move on.
Thank you for this opportunity.
A C note he
I just want
preaches.
to leave you guys with some positive, some love, something from my heart. Is that cool? For a minute. I've got a minute on the microphone, so here we go.
From your heart or from someone else?
Yeah, from my heart to yours. Nope. It's
heart
a gift
to heart,
that
from
God
dawn to
gave me.
dusk. Go ahead.
It's a gift that God gave me. Now I'm going to share it with you.
No, hold on. If
Now I'm
it's a
gonna share
gift
it
from
with you.
God, if it's a gift
Can
from
I
God,
get my
it's not
5
from your
seconds
heart.
back from this guy or no? You interrupted me.
All right,
I
I'll
got
add
the
him 5
minute on the
seconds.
mic, baby.
Peter, he's got an additional 5 seconds. Please don't interrupt.
Yeah, it's not from his heart. It's from someone else's. That's what I wanted to point out.
Oh, my sweet sensation.
Okay, we
Oh,
don't
my
need to listen
strange
to music.
emotion.
Taco. Next guest.
You
Give him a
got
moment.
love and devotion, yeah. And I won't
turning that down. That's okay. So I just turned it down.
That was the worst piece
Bravo.
of metal that I've ever heard.
Coming on, Castle.
Thank you for displaying your talent. Have a wonderful day, Castle.
Have a wonderful day, guys. Peace.
Take care.
I just want to say
wow
that there's a reason why he didn't. At first, I realized I shouldn't have given him an out, but the out actually doesn't change anything. There's a reason he didn't choose number one. There's a reason he didn't choose just ask forgiveness from God. Because any actual sort of
which of heart,
retribution,
I
any
feel
sort of
you.
righteousness, you're actually going to seek out
Cocaine
the
is a hell of a
person
drug.
that you hurt. And I want to answer just one other
Dust
of his
incredible.
questions because J.L. Warren gave him a very viable option. You try and find their parents or their loved ones, and he basically says, well, what happens if that's not an option? Well, let me tell you, there's going to be times in our life where we do things wrong. We're going to seek forgiveness, and that person may not even exist anymore. You're going to have to instead just deal with it. You're going to have to make amends to as many people as you can, and maybe the only thing you can do is take this as a life lesson to change yourself and to never let this happen to anyone else. that's how you do live with it. That's how you process it. And
Right. If it's enough to elicit a change in one's own paradigm, because you recognize it and you realize I need to change so that this doesn't happen again, and you change yourself or you go through the work and effort of doing that, then yeah, that's something positive there that's done, and they inspired that. So yeah.
It's important to get people out, Amy. I think you should continue doing that as much as you can because it makes for better conversation. I don't think with him it would have mattered. Even if you didn't give him an out, he's still going to take whatever out he wants. Just make it up on the fly.
Hey, Bob. Bob Goodell. Good to
I
see you.
disagree. So JL got him at one point. I got him at another point. If you hold their feet to the fire, if you stick to their claim, do not let them divert or deflect, they will, in the end, as JL put it, the snake bit itself in the tail. That is what he did. He contradicted himself within just a few minutes.
The appeal.
And that is what happens. Yeah, that is what happens if you hold people's feet to the fire when they make a claim that you know isn't true.
Sure. Well, I think the moment that you realize that it's not just God, that you actually have to make amends to someone else. I mean, you're already bringing in a non-omnipotent person.
Yes, he clearly stated that it didn't matter whether or not I asked God for forgiveness. That would do nothing. And then he said, but yeah, you have to do that additionally. If it adds nothing, why would you do it? You just said
Take it easy, fangirl. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in.
So if it doesn't make a difference,
I think we've got like a little less than an hour left.
Words, not mine.
All right, who do we got next?
Mr. is up next. I guess he jumps. Brother, please stop jumping up here. Mr., I'm pulling you up.
Hi.
What's going on, Mister?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey there.
Yes, sir. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us?
Well, I basically have something that's similar to a contingency argument. So if you want, I can just start on it.
Yes, please. Go ahead. We'll hear what you have to say, and then we can discuss.
Yep.
Okay, well, contingency.
Yeah, this one's quite a simple one. I suppose the first step would be to say that that the universe that we live in experiences change, and that contingent things change. This is a property of things that could be, that could exist in many different ways. For example, all of us here could be taller, we could be shorter, we could be older, we could be younger.
How do you know that?
Yeah, so these changes require some sort of explanation, and I believe that the explanation of that change.
How do you know that the present state of affairs isn't necessary?
Well, because the present state of affairs is explained by the previous.
Xerxes is in the house.
For example, if I was to injure my arm, it would most likely be because of some sort of blunt force to it.
Yeah,
maybe...
how do you know that state of affairs wasn't necessary, going back to a necessary modal collapse, an infinite chain all the way?
Well, first of all, I believe there are changes, mainly because this is what we observe in physics.
I'm not asking you whether or not there's changes. I'm asking you, how do you know that this present state of affairs could have been otherwise? That's an integral premise to your argument. I want a justification.
How do I know that this current state of affairs could have been otherwise?
Yeah.
Well, because the previous state of affairs, which explains this, the current state of affairs, could have brought about something.
How do you know?
Well, because this things that we've observed.
No. Have you observed a previous state of affairs, all conditions being the same, bringing about a different state of affairs?
I haven't observed the complete state of affairs in the universe.
Oh, well, fantastic. So then how do you know that the previous state of affairs did not necessarily entail this present state of affairs? At which point we can just push it back another step. How do you know that previous state of affairs wasn't necessary?
Well, because for all things in the universe, for the universe collectively, in other words, to change, only a small part of it has to change. So I basically observe small things changing around me, myself getting older, myself getting taller,
You
losing.
observe linear transitions in states of affairs. Again, I'm not disputing whether or not there is change. I am
Okay.
asking you, how do you know that this present state of affairs wasn't necessary? Just because a thing changes doesn't mean it's not necessary. You can't identify whether or not this particular change itself had to happen. Your argument is that things are contingent, meaning they could have been otherwise. How do you know they could have been otherwise? What is the
Well,
justification for the
Laura,
premise?
you're not
Anything,
wrong.
any present state
And
of
he's also a
affairs
former
could have
police
been
officer.
otherwise.
I would love to have him talk
Well,
with Chili.
because it's in the nature of physical things, like the things that we see in the universe, to have to basically change through time. Time measures change ultimately, and as time flows forward, things change, entropy occurs, things lose energy and whatnot.
Dan
So I think
Pettinger,
it's
the
just
older I
that's
get, the
the
more I
nature of things
have a
in time.
That's what
disdain
you
for it.
intuit is the case. You don't actually know that's the case. How would you be able to distinguish between this particular state of affairs being necessary and this particular state of affairs being contingent? How would you
You
know the
answer
difference
that?
from an observer's point of view?
It just seems like this is going towards God doesn't change, therefore God is necessary, therefore God.
Well, I haven't quite said that yet. I believe that necessary things don't change. I can justify that by saying, if you were to pick a necessary thing, for example, like shape definition.
Quick question, mister. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not.
So can you tell us what kind of God you adhere to?
I believe that there's evidence for a God. I believe that.
Yeah, but which one?
Wow. Okay.
one?
So I don't know why we're derailing now.
Yeah, me neither. To be honest.
Well, hold on.
I'd like to have a clarification for the rest of the conversation.
Because
Which
his argument
God
starts
we're
out.
talking about.
His argument starts out with a couple of premises. We get to premise 2, which is that there are contingent things that could have been otherwise. And now I'm asking him to substantiate that, because if he can't substantiate that, the argument's over, and we can move on to the next person. It's that simple.
Yeah, because if the God is predicated on his argument, then the God is irrelevant. We need to look at the argument. So
premise 2 is that there are contingent things being that which could have been otherwise, and I'm asking him to substantiate the premise that anything could have been otherwise.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me, honestly, because it seems that premise 1 was just that things in the universe change. Premise 2 is that contingent things have the property of changing and being in different potential states. And then, so that's all I've done so far. Those 2 premises seem quite, simple.
No,
really.
things changing does not mean that they could have been otherwise. All you are observing is a linear transition in states of affairs. A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D, leads to E, leads to F, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You do not know if there was ever any alternative. You don't know that A could have led to Z instead of B. You don't know that B could have led to G instead of D or C. You don't know any of that. All you know is what you observed in hindsight, but you don't know that particular causal chain wasn't necessary. You can't rule that out. So I'm asking you, how do you distinguish between a thing which is contingent, meaning that it could have been otherwise, from a thing which is necessary? If what you mean by contingent is changes as opposed to necessary meaning not changes, well, then you gave us a false definition to start with. And I would have contentions with that as well. But either revise your definition or substantiate the one you've already provided.
Okay, well, for example, the reason why things that change could be in a different ontological state is because if something goes from state A to state B, it could have stayed in state A, but it's changed.
How do you know that? What? That's just reasserting the claim. I'm asking you how you can substantiate that.
The original claim was that premise 1, the universe changes. Premise 2, things that change are contingent. And then you said,
there you go. How do you know that? How do you know that the change, the linear transversion that you're observing, isn't necessary? How do you rule that out?
The reason why I can rule that out is because all the necessary things that we know of don't change in any way, shape, or form.
What is a single necessary thing that you're aware of?
One would be shape definitions.
Shape definitions? You think
Yeah.
the definitions of words, the way in which we use arbitrary strings and
Word.
consonants and vowels couldn't have been otherwise?
Not words. Words clearly change over time.
Okay,
The
cool.
definitions and uses change. I mean shape.
Are you talking about Platonic concepts?
No. I basically mean like this. Like triangles have 3 sides. Squares have 4 sides. No matter what.
Yeah, that's
no
just a
matter
brute fact. That's tautology. It's just saying the same thing twice. Because
No.
a triangle is defined as a shape that has 3 sides. So saying that a triangle is not informative. It's not necessary. It's just that we're using a particular word to refer to itself in concept. Right?
Technically, a
I could
triangle
say
is a
a
shape that
bear
has
is a
3
bear, and that
sides
could
whose
be
angles
false
add up
because
to
the word
180
bear has 2 different
degrees.
meanings.
Because you can have 3 sides,
Well,
not
You're
180
referring to the
degrees, so
Platonic
that's not a
concept. All you're
triangle.
saying is you're invoking the logical law
Sorry,
of identity.
nitpicking.
But if that's the kind of necessity you were referring to, okay, could not have been otherwise. Well, that's going to get us into some modal ontological leaps that you're going to need to justify, right? Why is it the case that a triangle couldn't have had 4 corners as opposed to 3?
One sec. It is quite simple. When I said
Yeah, which of ours? Sorry about that.
I'm talking about what
Technically.
it means to be that shape. No matter what kind of object you find in reality, and no matter what shape it may be, from something as simple
So the
as
necessity is only descriptive.
Almost finished. To something as from simple as a triangle to something really complex. If it has 3 sides, it will be a triangle, whether it's red, whether it's extremely filled with energy, whether it's heavy, whether it's light, it will have 3 sides if it's a triangle. And these properties that we see in all kinds of things are things that are necessary, because no matter the different state a physical material thing could be, it will have that property of having 3 sides if it's a triangle, or 4 if it's a square.
We literally just define a 4-sided shape is technically a polygon, not a square. A 4-sided shape with 4 corners that add up to 9 that are all 90 degrees, that's a square. And the sides have to be equal.
Technical, it's important.
So there's already a couple of different parameters, but these are just these are just definitions. This is just what we mean by a particular word. Okay.
Yeah, but
now hold on. I let you finish. Okay. I could say the statement a square is a square, and that could be a false statement because I'm not meaning the same thing when I say square in the first time and square the second time. I could say that a square, meaning the polygon shape with 4 equal sides and corners that add to 90 degrees, is the same thing as a level tool, which is false. Those are not the same thing. A tool level or square is actually an L. It's not an actual physical square. It's just one right angle is all it is. So those are not the same thing. They don't have an identity.
Not yet, Dan.
But that statement could be false. There's nothing necessary about the statement a triangle is a triangle being true, or a triangle having 3 corners being true. It becomes the case that after we mean, or we all agree that the word triangle refers to a 3-cornered shape, that the statement triangles are not 3-cornered shapes is just incoherent nonsense, because we're saying that triangles are not triangles. That is not like a necessity in the same sense that you're referring to when it comes to contingency and necessity. That's a logical necessity. That's just identitarianism. That's all that is. That's not the same thing with modal ontology, like you're referring to with there are things that could have been otherwise. All right, we could have picked a different fucking word for the three-sided shape. It is not necessarily the case that triangles had to be a triangle. All right. Now, what I'm asking you for is your justification for the notion that anything could have been otherwise. Because maybe it's the case, and you and I don't know, we don't have any way to verify, that there was no other word that humans would agree to call a triangle in the English language, like the Spanish language and the Italian language and the German language and the Russian language. I'm sure they all have words for triangle that are not triangle. And they all had to call it that too, because there's some sort of modal necessity that informs all future states of affairs and present states of affairs. How do you, Mr., rule out a modal necessity?
Okay, so I think the only part of that long monologue that actually addressed what I was saying was the part where you said that my definition for a square wasn't accurate, which, to be honest, it was inaccurate.
Oh, Colorado Biker, what was that old question that we used to ask Flurfs?
I will instead just switch from
about a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1,
which would be necessary.
Oh, I can't remember it.
Okay, well, I would agree with you that the laws of logic are prescriptive to human thought, but again, you're conflating what you mean by necessity. There's conditional necessity and there's logical necessity, okay? And you keep flip-flopping between the two. So if we're talking about conditional necessity, all we're referring to is some prerequisite state of affairs that must be the case in order to result in this state of affairs, which gets us into the
That's right, Ilya.
modal necessity.
So it's
because, as you said
What do you mean,
earlier,
like modal logic?
what are the internal angles of a triangle with sides 1, 1, and
So,
1?
like, if I'm,
That's it.
I was asking you,
Thank you.
how do you know this present state of affairs couldn't have been otherwise? And your response was, well, because the previous state of affairs could have been otherwise, and therefore it could have created a different present state of affairs.
That wasn't my.
Well, how do you know that? You're just kicking the can down the road.
Yeah,
The conditional necessity would infer, like, intuitively, if the prerequisite condition was different, then the result would be different. For instance, if I'm playing a game of dice and I roll a 7, and you know that the condition was I had to roll a 7 in order to win my bet, all you need to know is that I won my bet, and you know that I rolled a 7. But the fact of the matter is I could have rolled any number. I didn't have to roll a 7. Now, if you're going to flip-flop between that and logical necessity, well, now you're going to need to give me a logical contradiction with the negation of whatever it is you're claiming. So if you're claiming that your God is a necessary
Is
being,
10 to the negative 17 a negative
what is the logical
number?
contradiction with his non-existence?
You're still kind of skipping to the end. Using a modal definition is still logic. Modal logic is logic. It's an extension of propositional logic.
Modal logic just refers to possibility and impossibility. That's all it does.
Yeah, it still,
Oh, did
it still
McKinnon
goes.
Mitchell pop in? There
it
he
still has to
is.
follow the basic
Okay.
law logic that we see.
Fantastic.
Yep, no
I'm
T-jump.
glad that you're, giving me a rundown on.
Hey,
something
Vesta
that I
Freya,
already
good to
knew.
see you.
But
My triangle
answer my
calculator.
question. What is the logical contradiction with God? The statement God does not exist. How does that statement contradict itself?
I don't think I made the argument that it does. I still believe.
Oh, no,
that,
no. Because if you're going to argue that God is logically necessary, then you would have to, because that's the only thing we mean by logical necessity. Is that a thing? The negation of this proposition contradicts itself. Like triangles have 3 corners is necessary because the statement triangles do not have 3 corners.
That
is
laser
a
must be
self-defeating
broken.
statement. It's nonsense. All right.
Yeah,
So why?
well-
What makes the statement God does not exist self-refuting nonsense?
I didn't say it was self-refuting nonsense. I just believe that it's
That is
from.
the entailment of logical necessity.
let me
So is
finish.
God? Hold on.
Can I
Is God
answer?
logically necessary or is he conditionally necessary?
My belief in God is based in epistemology. I believe that
Okay,
there's.
that didn't answer my question. Is he logically necessary or is he conditionally necessary?
I do not believe he is logically necessary. I believe.
Oh, boom.
that
So therefore,
it
he's
is
through
not-
competency.
Can
There
I
you go.
literally finish a statement? Because at this point, you aren't even having a conversation with someone.
All right, fair enough. Go ahead.
I believe that there's more. That if you were to compare the evidence for God existing with the evidence for no God existing, I believe there's more evidence for God's existence than against. There is no logical contradiction like P and not P. For God not existing, I
Depends on
don't
how you
believe
define him,
it's
but
logically necessary.
it depends on how you define him. But let's be clear about something now. If you just admitted that you do not believe that God is logically necessary, so right out of the gate, your argument
the
rests on a
best
false
theory, in my
premise.
opinion.
Okay, wait, hold on. So the statement that a necessary thing is a thing that could not have
Agreed,
been
Uncle
otherwise, all right, is a meaningless statement. Right? You have no
No.
way of justifying whether or not a particular state of affairs could or could not have been otherwise. That's just intuitive. Which, I mean, fine,
Okay,
if you
so
want to argue from
we aren't
the,
even
hold
doing-
on. If
We're
you
not even
want
doing
to
the
argue, stop. If you want to argue from a position of intuition, okay, fine. But you have to do that consistently, which I don't think you're going to do, because God, as a conclusion, necessarily violates most of our intuitions when we have to change the rules when we get to that conclusion. But the other problem, the more devastating problem with your admission that God is not logically necessary, is that you're not actually explaining anything using the contingency argument. Okay? Because this particular state of affairs, according to you, could have been otherwise. Well, so could God. God could have been otherwise. He could have had alternate properties. He could have been impotent as opposed to omnipotent. He could have had a non-effective will as opposed to an effective will. He could have been malevolent as opposed to benevolent, so on and so forth. He could have not existed as opposed to existing. The fact that he exists and has any of the particular properties that you think he has, well, that's just random and unaccounted for. So your solution to the random and unaccounted for universe is a random and unaccounted for God to account for the random and unaccounted for universe. Well, that's informative. I'll let somebody else take it away after that.
This is a lot of straw manning. I didn't even finish the second premise of my argument. At no point did I say that God was a logical necessity. This was basically a straw man.
Yes, mister. What I just said is the consequences of God not being a logical necessity.
You don't even know my argument. I didn't finish the argument.
All I need to know is that in your argument, God is not a logical necessity. He's a conditional necessity. Therefore,
This
in a
is
state
guess-
of affairs, in a state of affairs wherein this condition has not been met, this condition obviously being our present existence, the universe and physical material, in a state of affairs wherein only God exists by himself, he's not necessary. He just is. He's a
You're
contingency.
misunderstanding what I was saying when I said that I am not 100% sure of God's existence, or when I said that God's existence isn't logically necessary. I'm saying I looked at all the options that I'm aware of, and I decided that based upon the evidence, God's existence is the best
I don't
option.
want to come off as rude here, but it seems like everything I'm saying is flying way the fuck over your head because you don't even have a fundamental grasp on the stage one contingency argument in the first place. Okay.
Well, this is my.
No. What I am demonstrating to you now, Mister, is that the conclusion of the contingency argument can't be God. It's just a brute contingency, a thing that is for no reason. It doesn't have some antecedent cause or chronological or ontological.
I think he's starting to realize that choosing Mister as his name probably not a good thing.
It just
Mister.
happens to exist in the way that
Ooh,
it does.
69 people in the
There's
chat.
no reason why. There's no explanation.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is that God isn't the only thing that can satisfy that category, and if anything, is a more unparsimonious answer than the alternatives. So he's not useful. He's not informative. He doesn't actually explain anything, and your argument does not conclude with him. So your argument is falsified.
I said this is similar to the ontological argument. I didn't say it was an ontological argument. More straw manning.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Mister. The moment that you admit that God is not a logical necessity, well, at that point he becomes, by definition, a brute contingency, because I doubt you're going to posit that there's anything that causes God to exist in the way he does, or that he exists at all.
Well, then me and you are using the phrase logical necessity differently then. Because when I say logical necessity, I'm saying when I consider whether God exists, I cannot say with logical certainty, with infallible criteria of knowledge that he does, because this is by far the best theory and the most explanatory theory. That's what I mean when I say
hypothesis, not theory.
So
make that clear.
Hold on. When you a logical necessity is
that's me being technical
a
again.
Statement about reality.
It's an important
which
distinction.
Can't be false because its negation is incoherent. The statement triangles do not have three corners is incoherent because what we mean by triangle is a three-sided
Technically,
shape,
Uncle Nap, in some situations you're correct, but in others, an examination of the logical entailments can result in a change once the logical entailments are demonstrated.
Value 4, that's an incoherent, meaningless statement. Okay? That's a logical necessity. So if you think that God is a logical necessity, what you believe is the statement that God does not exist is incoherent and self-refuting, otherwise known as it could not have been the case that God didn't exist.
Yeah, I guess I was misusing the phrase, and I suppose this confusion is my fault. I do believe then that God would be a logical necessity.
Fantastic. So what is the ontological fact of the matter that makes the statement God does not exist a self-refuting statement?
Yeah, well, it would be my argument, which would have to then get back to instead of trying to jump to the conclusion.
No. You don't understand. Your argument is not going to help.
Also true, Nat.
No. What is Let's try this again. What is the fact of the matter that makes the statement "circles are not round" a self-refuting statement?
Because circles necessarily are round.
Well, what is the fact of the matter that makes them necessarily round?
The fact that they have infinite sides, so they're basically round.
Okay, well, that's what we mean when we say circle, but what's the fact of the matter that makes it the case?
The fact that there are no unround circles.
Okay, let me try this. Would it be easier to just say that what we mean by the word circle is a round shape?
Dan Benninger, Tombstone coming in.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so to say that circles are not round is just to say that circles are not circles. In other words, you're saying that the circle is not itself or is in violation of one or more essential properties of what it means to be a circle.
I suppose that would work. That wouldn't be the way I do it, but it works, I suppose.
Well, let's try it another way. Like when I say the word bachelor, I refer to an unmarried man. So if I were to say the bachelor is married, would that be a meaningful statement?
It would be a contradiction.
Yeah, so not meaningful. You can't elicit any
Okay,
kind of
yeah.
information from that because it's self-contradictory. The affirmation of that statement does not make sense. It's in competition with itself. And the reason why is because the essential property of being a bachelor is not being married. So to say that a bachelor is married is to say that a bachelor is not a bachelor, which is incoherent. So
Yeah, it would be like a soft contradiction.
using all of this lay work, okay, what is the only property that we could be talking about if we're going to say that the statement God does not exist effectively equals the statement God is not God? What's the only property we could be talking about there?
You have to enlighten me on that one.
Well, let's try it again. Circles are not round is a logical contradiction because roundness is a property of circles. It's the essential property of circles. Okay.
I mean, look last
hold on.
checked,
So wait. Okay. Circles are not round is a logical contradiction because roundness is an essential property of a circle. Okay. So using that lay work, using that formula, God does not exist means God is not God because what is an essential property of God?
God's existence, I suppose.
We have a problem because existence isn't a property. You can't use it that way. This is non-controversial in philosophy, and this is why
I would
people
say existence is a property of things.
On what basis? What do you mean by property?
Okay, a property is a quality of a thing.
A quality of a thing.
Yes.
Okay. So is running a property of something?
No.
Why not?
Because a quality of a thing is a true proposition that it is a proposition that.
Well, you could ask the statement, John, like, is John running? And the answer is yes or no. But is running a property of John?
No. Running isn't a state of being; it's an action.
Exactly. So is existence. It is the perpetual act.
Existence
is
a state of being.
No, existence is the act
an
of being. It is a perpetual act, and it ceases at some point. It starts and it ceases, just like every other action, every other verb. Okay, but here's another problem for you that I think you're not going to be. Hold on.
No one acts themselves into existence. No one chooses to.
No, action breeds existence. Yes, like there is a perpetual motion, perpetual act that is involved in existence. Your existence right now is sustained by perpetual motion and perpetual act.
Yeah,
but chemical interactions in your body, so on and so forth. Hold on, no. It doesn't have to be intentional. Okay, well, John is falling doesn't necessarily mean that it's intentional, but it's still an act. It's not a property. Just because a thing is not intentional.
I thought he was going to go with the act of my parents smashing. Is the reason I'm here. Is the reason I exist.
Something that you are doing in the moment, right? Anything that like basically ends in the suffix ing is not a property. It's a verb. It describes what the thing is doing. So existing is an act. It's not a property.
Isn't an act. You actually need to justify how existing is an act. I just exist.
Because that's what we mean by the word exist. It is the condition by which things fulfill properties. It is the act of fulfilling a property. And I'll help you out a little bit better. Okay. Can you think of in your head right now a red apple?
Yeah, I can.
Can you change that concept in your head to a green apple?
I can imagine a green apple. But if you want me to imagine a red apple is what's going to pop up.
Okay, yeah, sure. So you can delineate between a red apple and a green apple and a yellow apple and maybe even a blue apple. Okay.
Yeah.
Now in your mind, I want you to think of the difference between an apple and an existing apple.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that change anything about the concept in your head?
I'd say it does.
How so? What about the concept in your head has changed?
Because a red apple that exists in my head exists conceptually, and a red apple that exists in the real world exists physically.
Okay, but does the physical apple that exists in the real world, is that the same thing as it is in your mind?
Well, I'm imagining it.
Do you have a physical real apple in your head right now?
No, Jesus Christ, no.
No. Okay, so it's a conceptual, and so in both categories, whether it be a red apple or a red existing apple, quote unquote, it's just an apple in your head. There's no difference in the concept.
No,
what you might refer to in the external world could be different, sure, but the concept itself in your head doesn't change.
Definition of exist, because my definition of exist is like a thing can exist conceptually, it can exist physically. So if I imagine something, it's true that I'm imagining it. That proposition
Well,
refers.
I mean, that's a weird definition of existence.
No, it's not. How is it
Yeah,
weird?
it is because you can imagine things conceptually. Like saying that a thing could exist in reality, really, when you break that down, is really just saying that a thing doesn't logically contradict itself. So I could say, for instance, unicorns could exist, right? But presently, there is nothing in reality which fulfills or
Physical
acts out
reality.
the properties. Hold on. There's nothing in reality which acts out the properties of a unicorn, and a unicorn is basically just an equine animal, a horse, with a horn on its head and some combination of magical abilities.
Therefore,
There's
it
nothing in
exists
reality which
conceptually,
acts
not physically.
out, which does those properties, which acts out or fulfills those properties. So we wouldn't say that unicorns exist, but they could. There's no logical contradiction with them not existing. They could exist physically, but I don't delineate between physical and non-physical existence. All I mean by the word existence
That's your
is
problem,
a thing
when
fulfills
when
properties.
you asked me to imagine a red apple, and I said I am imagining a red apple, that proposition was true because in my mind I
okay,
imagine.
sure. Now, like, are you imagining an existing
have to
apple?
refer to existing things, therefore exists.
That's not true. Do minotaurs exist in reality, in physical reality?
In conceptual reality, they do. The guy who
Okay,
made
but that's
that
not what I
story of the
asked.
Minotaur certainly.
Wait, okay, but do you think that everything which... How do you delineate between physical existence and non-physical existence?
Physical existence is ontological objects that can give me
Ontological
like,
was a useless word there. That
I
didn't
suppose so,
add
yeah,
on
but
anything to it.
objects that can give me qualia. I can receive sense data from it.
Are you saying you can't receive sense data from your conceptual objects in your mind? That would be an interesting phenomenon.
Not the kind of sense data that I could receive from a real physical thing. I can receive sense data from conceptual things, but not like literal sights.
Let's try this a
smell,
different way, Mister, because right now you're just like you're trying to play semantics with me, and that's not.
No,
getting us
I actually
anywhere.
believe this. I believe this for years.
I strongly suspect you don't, and I think this next example of why this doesn't work is going to help you out a little bit.
And if it doesn't, you won't have any reason to not believe it.
Well, I'll think you're wrong and perhaps conceptually impoverished, but I'm hoping that we can get past this.
Okay.
So, if existence is a property, then its dispositive allocation, non-existence, is also a property. Just like redness is a property, and not being red is also a dispositive property. You agree with that?
No, I don't think not existing
Why not?
is a property.
Why is it non-existent property?
Because for something to exist, it has to have some sort of property, and then
existence itself is a property. So how does that work?
Well, because all things that exist have at least two properties,
which are,
well, propositions would be an example. It has existence, and then it also has truth value.
Well, what does it mean to have existence?
To have existence is to have at least one property. Once you have one property,
well, you just said a minute ago it was two properties. Now it's one. What's the one property in order to exist?
The one. Look, there isn't one property.
You just said there was. Well, I'm confused. Which is it?
I misspoke. You need two properties to exist. A proposition would be an example of that. Propositions have truth value and they have existence.
I'm a big Weeble fan, Jim.
Okay, but that's just saying the same thing twice. A thing needs to have existence in order to exist. Okay, how does a thing transition from a state of non-existence to existence?
Transition from physically, I suppose. Really, physically, all that exists is just fundamental particles. We just look at things and conceptualize them as different from other things because of the way they.
Okay. But, and what is involved in the transition between a thing exists or a thing does not exist to a thing does exist? For instance, let's say that I have a chair in my dining room right now. Okay. At what point did that chair transition from a state of non-existence to existence?
Well, I am a mirological nihilist. I believe that all that actually exists in that chair is just the fundamental particles, and all that you can see is just its current appearance to you. You can't see the entire chair.
Well, then that's just a patent contradiction, because if you're a mereological nihilist, you can't be a Platonist, and yet you believe in conceptual existence.
I'm not a Platonist.
If you're a nominalist, which is the antithesis of a Platonist, then you can't believe in conceptual existences. You don't believe that platonic objects actually exist. So now you're in like a multitude of contradictions with yourself.
How am I contradicting myself? At no point have I
Because
said I'm a
like 5 minutes ago, you just said that there is a delineation between a thing which physically exists and a thing which conceptually exists. If you are not a Platonist, you don't believe that because you don't believe there is such a thing as conceptual existence.
Platonists believe in some actual realm in which perfect, ideal versions of things exist. I just believe I can imagine.
Is he cherry picking his philosophical positions?
Sure, but again,
little bits and pieces like salad bar philosophy
as existing. They're things that happen. They occur in the mind and the mental content. They're events.
They don't exist
They're
physically.
not things.
They are things because they're properties.
Not really, they don't. And this gets us into the problem, the biggest problem. Okay, Mister.
Yeah.
If I were to say that unicorns exist because I define unicorns as a thing which exists, is that a meaningful statement? Do unicorns now officially exist?
Can you mind repeating that one to me? That's like redefining unicorns, which is already quite an abstract thing.
It doesn't matter if I'm redefining it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm redefining. Okay, hold on a second. I'm redefining. So this is my definition of unicorn. A unicorn is, these are the properties of a unicorn in my perception. An equine animal or an equestrian animal, so a horse, basically. Generally white in color most of the time, or we'll just say essentially they're white. All unicorns are white. They have a horn on their head made out of calcium or some other bone material. And they have magical abilities,
Keratin,
such as
likely.
the ability to fly and the ability to heal people that touch them, and they exist by definition. Now, is the statement unicorns exist true all of a sudden just because I give them the property of existence?
No, it would exist because of all of those
Wait. Hold on a minute. If existence is a property, then it would be true. Are you all of a sudden saying it's not a property anymore?
No, because this unicorn that you've imagined,
yes, they do,
with
Casey.
all of those properties simultaneously. Isn't like existence would be first, and then all those other things would show up. These things are timed
because unicorns poop rainbows, and rainbows give away the location of leprechaun gold.
So, by virtue of having that property, it has all the rest too, and it exists.
Yeah, but it doesn't work in that order. All of those properties apply to that unicorn simultaneously,
including existence. So therefore, unicorns exist.
Yeah, but it isn't that unicorns exist because unicorns exist. It's because unicorns exist because conceptually. By the way, I'm not crazy. Unicorns exist conceptually because that thing has properties. Things that exist have properties. You can describe them truthfully. It's like literally correspondence theory of truth.
Okay. Yeah, that's not answering my question, mister. So if I define the unicorn as a thing which exists, how is the statement unicorns exist false?
Because you didn't just define it as something that exists. You defined it
Why do I need to justify properties?
Sorry?
I'm giving you my definition of the thing. Can you justify your definition of water for me, please? Or do you just use the word water to refer to something in particular?
I don't understand what you're asking me here.
You might use the word unicorn to refer to something else that doesn't exist in physical reality. I'm using it to refer to something that does exist by definition. What's wrong with that?
Something that exists in physical reality.
That's true, Thumper. That's true, Thumper.
No, mister, don't jump on a word.
But unicorns.
Listen to the entire context. I don't care what way you're using the word unicorn. I'm using it to refer to a horse-like animal that is white with magical abilities and a horn on its head that exists. Existence is a property of this unicorn in my description.
Yeah, I suppose it would exist irrespective of what kind of properties it has.
So God exists and unicorns exist, and we've accomplished nothing and informed no one. You see how fucking useless that is?
That's a massive straw man. That's very unfortunate.
No, it's not a straw man, because you're doing something that is completely bombastic in philosophy, which is using existence as a property. We've known we can't do this since the 1700s. I had hoped that you would be, a little bit more adept in this conversation, trying to use stage one contingency as an argument. But there is no controversy in philosophy about whether or not existence as a property. The only people who complain about this are the people working from the top down, trying to argue specifically for the existence of a god by defining him into existence. what I mean by God is a thing that exists, therefore God exists. Well, that is a completely useless and uninformative
I've never said
and
that.
ridiculous and childish worldview. No.
I would agree.
You said you believe that God is logically necessary. By virtue of being logically necessary, the statement God does not exist has to be a logical contradiction, at which point we discover the only way that statement is a logical contradiction is if God possesses the property of existence. And I think that I have repeatedly demonstrated the ridiculous amount of contradictions and problems in that perception. There is
one example.
Existence is not a property. It can't be used that way. And every time we've tried to use it that way in this conversation, it's become a problem.
Yeah.
Because it's incoherent and meaningless.
You could pick up one example that'd be helpful.
Example of what?
Or when in this argument I've argued for conceptual things existing just like physical things, and you provided a defeater.
What the fuck? That's not even what I was saying. Do you believe that God possesses the property of existence?
Yes.
Then existence has to be a property, at which point the statement X does not exist is incoherent, because that would be the same thing as saying X is a thing which does not possess the property of existence. Things that don't exist can't possess or dispossess properties. That's fucking retarded.
Well, you're kind of working from the wrong way, and this is mainly because
all you're doing, long story short, is saying I define God as a thing that exists, therefore he exists. At which point your argument can be hand-waved away as useless, bombastic fluff. It means nothing. It's informative to no one, and it's pointless to have a conversation with you.
I'd agree, but that wasn't the argument.
I don't give a fuck what your argument was. The moment you admit to me that you think that God has the property of existence, possesses the actual property of existence, I know you're not that intelligent and a waste of my time. It just isn't a property. Every single time I tried to give you an example, I tried to give you an example of what the problems that accrue whenever you use existence as a property, and every single fucking time you danced away from it because you didn't want to have that conversation.
That's called not
unicorns exist. So does God. Nobody has learned anything. You can talk to somebody else.
The problem is that you had a syllogism to present, but you presented your first premise.
Really did, yeah.
But you presented your first premise. All of the problems that Xerxes has identified exist as a result of your first premise. We didn't need to go to your second premise because your first premise has already been taken down. So you need to go back to your first premise and reevaluate that so that your second premise can be utilized to justify your conclusion. So your first premise is done. And Xerxes was identifying the problems with that. So by basically breaking it down, essentially saying, already your first premise doesn't work, and here's why it doesn't work. And that's what this whole conversation between you and Xerxes was about, was sussing out why your first premise does not work. Because there are so many entailments that lead to all of these problems. So, because you stated a thing, and that was it.
It's pretty harmless. It was just that the universe changes.
But it doesn't. The problem is that you make that observation, but that doesn't tell us anything beyond that, because what you're alluding to and how you derive that is obviously, because through the course of the conversation, Xerxes demonstrated doesn't work, because it's a statement you're making that is demonstrably that's basically your premise is founded in like total fallacy.
Yeah, well, you haven't actually heard the argument. The first premise.
Well, we didn't need to. That's the whole point, Mister. That's the whole point. We didn't need to hear the entire argument. The problem was in your first premise.
Well, that was on faith because you didn't hear what I had to say.
But once the first premise is done, but no, because if your conclusion, then then you're looking at the problem in the structure of your syllogism. If your syllogism fails at the first premise, then the syllogism is done, and you need to go back to the drawing board and reassess it. Because nothing in the second nothing in the second premise or third or so on, and the conclusion is going to make your first premise true.
You didn't hear the third premise, and
we didn't need to hear it. That was the whole point, because nothing in 2 and 3 and so on is going to fix the error in 1.
The error in change occurs in the universe.
But can I also ask, is this what convinces you that a God exists?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is this argument specifically what has convinced you that a God exists?
Well, there are other arguments. I just picked the simplest one that I knew. I thought that saying that the universe changes is not controversial.
I'm okay with you going over that argument if you think it's convincing, but I guess, is there something very specifically that made you a theist?
Well, just a bunch of arguments, many of which would be quite controversial here, but the simplest one that I know is this one.
That just sounds like a tease, though. Now I really want to know.
Well, they wouldn't be controversial. I mean, you say that they're controversial, but they're not. The reason is that they're problematic because there are problems in those arguments that have been pointed out in the past. It's like you'll present an argument from.
All I've said is the universe experiences change. I mean, I can demonstrate that. That's clearly obvious.
Well, no, even that. If that was your first premise, the universe experiences change. No, then because the universe itself doesn't experience anything.
No,
change occurs within the universe.
Yes, clearly. I don't mean consciously. Like I'm not like Deepak Chopra or something. Like, I mean the universe changes. That's all. That's literally all it was.
Sure. Sure. Objects in the universe change. The universe in itself is changing as it speeds towards thermal equilibrium. Okay.
And then premise 2 was just that contingent things change because contingent things have many different ways that they could be. The fact that they change,
that was the problem. So that was the problem. So it was in premise 2. It was in premise 2 was where the breakdown was. Is your statement in premise 2 because literally we do not have the probability functions to determine. What are the odds that another version of this could possibly exist? And also, we do know there is the hypothesis that the structure of the universe that we currently observe, the reason we can observe it, the reason this universe can sustain life for intermediate periods, like sustaining human life and stuff, the reason that happens is because this version of the universe is the most stable that of all the infinite varieties that could have been generated through random fluctuations in the quantum field. So essentially, random fluctuations in the quantum field could result in cosmological events, but those cosmological events collapse on themselves because they are not stable at their foundation. Until all of a sudden a random one pops up that does have that stability it needs randomly, and that results in the observable in the universe that we currently observe.
Instantiating infinite natural things, like a sort of quantum field that can bring about an infinite amount of different possible universes, and just so happens to bring about this one.
Yeah, we just happen to be one of one that are particularly stable. So, for example, in the infinite number of potential universes, as far as numbers go, in the infinite number of potential universes, there is a spectrum within that infinite chain of possible universes, where maybe in some of them life doesn't look the way it does here on Earth, or maybe atomic weights are different or whatever. But ultimately, there's a stable structure that can function to allow a universe to form, remain stable and observable because of light. And there's some that just don't. The cosmological event occurs and then it collapses in on itself, and then the process begins over and over again. And there's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress of these events, so therefore it can't be ruled out.
You see, this is the problem. You've kind of just jumped to the end again. All you have to do is say whether my premise 2, which is contingent things change, is true or false. That's all you really need to do. You don't need to jump to the end.
Well, you changed your second premise.
Is there a premise that has God in one of the premises? Because if God is not in your premise, I don't understand how it can lead to the conclusion.
Or maybe we could just address the argument and just at each step that I'm actually at.
They're going to disagree on each axiom. I'm going to add, do you have more premises? As in, it's not a traditional 2 premises to the conclusion. You do have more premises, and God's going to be in one of them?
Maybe one more, maybe.
Can I ask a dumb off-topic question?
Go ahead.
Does God have thoughts?
I suppose so.
So, would God be changing then?
That's a very good question. He would change, and see, this is something that I wanted to deal with at the end. But he would change, and he would change within time.
Yeah, because having thoughts would necessitate that God was essentially within time, because thoughts changing changes the temporal distance.
So then the universal quantum field that's timeless, spaceless, and immutable would be a better explanation for the existence of everything, and your belief could just be dismissed on that alone.
Which is why I said that there are many different theories, and I believe God has
hypotheses. Hypotheses.
Hypotheses.
Important distinction. Hypotheses.
Why would you lead with something that you knew from the outset was a weak argument?
I did not say it was a weak argument. I said from the beginning.
Well, it seems now you're backpedaling and just tacitly admitting that is the case.
I think you're putting words in my mouth because I'm pretty sure.
What's your best argument for the existence of God? Best evidence, the best evidence at all that you have for God.
I think the evidence that I believe would be the most persuasive. This is about convincing you, not providing you with a huge, complicated
obviously
argument.
You failed in that endeavor.
Okay,
well,
Mister, the best way to do it, because the name of the stage is convinces God or goddess exists. You believe in a God. Providing an argument is not a demonstration that the thing exists. You could present a valid argument where the conclusion follows from the premises, but that doesn't mean your argument is sound. So
I didn't realize what a sound argument is. It's valid with true premises.
Okay, so that's typically why I would ask, like, so what is your evidence that this thing exists? Sure, you could present a valid argument.
Finished. You have to let me finish.
But what is your evidence?
This isn't due to me.
But what is your evidence?
It's basically a syllogism. A syllogism counts as evidence.
Okay, if you give us, this panel, a valid syllogism, Mister, stop. If you were to present to this panel a valid syllogism, would that entail? Do you think that entails your God exists?
It entails the premise. And if
no.
Answer
Answer the question. If you give us a valid syllogism, do you think that logically entails that your God exists?
I suppose so. That's the way syllogisms work.
No, it does not. Because just because your structure is valid doesn't mean your syllogism is sound.
Please, can we get past basic philosophy? I understand that I need true premises with a valid conclusion.
You literally think that a valid argument demonstrates reality in all cases,
I said
yes, you did.
Conclusion.
Because I just showed you the opposite. Yes, you can make a valid argument for something because the conclusion follows from the premises, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your conclusion is extant to reality.
The conclusion follows from true premises in a valid
Great.
form.
Demonstrate the truth of your premises, which is what Xerxes was trying to do when he said, how do you figure out all the different other versions that could possibly be of this state of the universe? Which you can't do because the probability functions don't exist to determine that.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't need to actually demonstrate all of the different ways that a thing could
Bullshit.
be. Let me at least finish.
What you need to do is demonstrate that it could have been any other way at all, which you can't do.
And it's literally changed states by changing in the first place. It could have stayed at state A.
This is obviously going nowhere.
Because you're not listening.
No, actually, we've all been
I was having a very in-depth conversation with you right up to the point where it became blatantly apparent that you either have a manifest inability to learn or an unwillingness to actually understand.
Or maybe you decided to go back to school and try and teach me what a valid syllogism is. I mean, that's just completely irrelevant.
That's not what I was talking to you about. That's what JL was talking to you about.
I know,
yeah,
I was going through Phil one-on-one with you on whether or not existence is a predicate.
Where God is, and so if you could just cut to the where you think you believe that God comes in.
Yeah, I've been trying this whole time to finish the argument.
Amy, you didn't hear him earlier. God exists by definition.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, it's literally boiled down to you've defined God as existing, so therefore God exists, and that's crap.
God is nowhere in any of the premises I've stated. Premise 1, the universe changes. Premise 2, change is a property of contingent things. Where's God in that?
You hadn't gotten there yet, but you already stated that you believe.
So now we're guessing again.
No. But you've already stated that you believe in God, and this is an argument for God, for the God that you believe in. So we know where it's going, so we can make an assessment.
We still need to find out whether it flows addedly with true premises.
Okay, and that's what Xerxes did. Is he was examining the premise, and your premise is flawed, which means your conclusion is also flawed. That's the problem.
So he then needs to provide evidence as to why my premise is flawed.
He already did. That was the 40-minute conversation that you just had with him.
Yeah, and
all of us on this stage, every single one of us on this stage understood that.
Yes, but he wasn't successful in his criticism.
Yes, he was, because Randolph and Amy and Taco and myself and Peter and everyone in my live chat, and probably Randolph's as well, all followed what Xerxes was talking about.
Yes.
It still wasn't successful. He basically went to try and prove how, like, my definition of existence is basically poor or is basically inaccurate. And
Yes.
The difference between a thing that exists and a thing that doesn't exist.
Yes, essentially, he is basically stating that you are using these terms incorrectly in order to justify your conclusion, and you don't get to do that.
Yeah, well, I don't think I am doing that.
It's been demonstrated that you are, mister, so I guess it's back to the drawing board.
All I need to do is to define existence as something that has properties that's not controversial.
Wow. Either you're retarded or dishonest, because literally I gave you a definition. I gave you a definition of existence, that being the condition by which an entity of some sort fulfills properties. Having properties is what makes a thing exist. It's what we mean when we say a thing exists. Existence is not in and of itself a property. What would it mean for something to just have the property of existence?
Yeah, but I already said things have at least...
What would it mean for something to just have the property of existence?
I don't believe anything does have that just that
Ooh,
property.
Christmas nuts.
Okay, why not?
Christmas food, man.
Well, because nothing that I know...
The Reese's Pieces Christmas trees are going to get me.
The only thing that I know with a very few amount of properties are propositions.
Take it easy, Rodent. Good to see you, bud. Gabba gabba to you.
It. Everything else has a shit ton of properties.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the semantic externalism thing with you there, suggesting that truth propositions have properties. But,
they do, because
you are admitting in a very backhanded way to get out of the problem that existence itself is not a property. It is the condition by which things fulfill properties. But you understand the moment you admit that, you have to forfeit God as a logical necessity, because nothing can exist by necessity. Only by brute contingency.
You to provide evidence for it.
What do I need to provide evidence for?
Which part? I have to address that. I'm going to start that. That's a good, excellent question. So.
If you were to actually show that my
definition... Yeah, what do you mean by exist?
Just to have properties.
So you're saying God has the property of having properties? That's incoherent.
No.
Sorry.
I say God has properties like basically everything else.
No. If you think existence is the condition of having properties, and you think existence itself is the property, then you're saying that when a thing exists, it has the property of having properties. The fuck, dude?
Where's
that's a useless definition of existence. What are you talking about? How is this not clicking with you?
Well, because you basically just stated what you believe it is, and then you just said that doesn't make any sense. And
if a thing has properties, it exists. That's what we mean by existence. Okay.
And that was also
saying existence itself is a property is fucking meaningless. All you're saying then is a thing has the property of having properties.
And that would be a true statement for many things. For me, for you, you have properties. But I wouldn't say...
Hold on a second. Why can't it be the case that I don't have properties?
Well...
Hold on, mister. Is the statement I don't exist a logical contradiction? Like, if you were to say, like, let's say, we're talking about Barack Obama. Okay, he's a famous person. Is the statement Barack Obama does not exist a logical contradiction?
I would say it's false.
But it's not a logical contradiction. Why not?
I don't see how it's a logical contradiction. I just believe it's false.
But wait a minute. If the statement Barack Obama does not exist isn't a logical contradiction, then that entails that existence isn't a fundamental property or essential property of Barack Obama. Do you believe that Barack Obama has the property of existence?
No. Look, the reason why it isn't a logical contradiction is because existence isn't about logic. It's about truth, like epistemology.
Oh my God, mister, stop dodging. Stop.
How's this judging? I've answered your question.
You're. This is humiliating for you. I am so embarrassed for you. It's not even funny. Like I'm blushing on your behalf.
I don't like
Okay.
resorting to the dark
If
Dawkins
we
language.
already went down this train about half
This
an
is
hour
so
ago.
embarrassing for you.
A thing is
I'm
a
not
logical
fan of that.
contradiction only when it is in violation of its own essential properties. You believe it is a logical contradiction for God to not exist. The statement God does not exist is a logical contradiction. At which point, God has to possess the property of existence, which you have defended with
Xerxes brings
the
the
efficacy
horns, man.
of a Nazi
Zeshat.
apologist at this point.
Xerxes brings the horns.
And now we jump into a similar paradigm of Barack Obama. So, do you believe Barack Obama possesses the property of existence?
Yeah, but not the necessary property of existence. As in, he doesn't exist necessarily. Like,
Incoherent gibberish.
Is it really okay? Incoherent? He didn't exist.
No,
in,
that's
like,
it's
1412,
tautology. It's a circular argument saying that God.
Yeah, Turtle
has
Moves,
the
this
property
conversation's been going on for a
necessary
second. We've already
existence
identified
is
the problem,
meaningless.
but
What makes it the case that God necessarily exists? Okay, well, the reason why God necessarily exists is because it's a logical contradiction that he doesn't exist. Okay,
No,
why is it a logical contradiction that he doesn't exist? Because he has the property of necessary existence. Shut the fuck up. You're not getting anywhere with that. Quit being annoying.
You tell me to shut the fuck up and not actually listening to what I'm saying.
You're not saying anything. This is the problem. Words are coming out of your mouth, but they don't amount to much.
But you're not listening.
Okay, guy. Okay,
person.
hang on. Just given this, the conversation with Mister has been going on for well over 40 minutes now, and we've identified the problem. Xerxes identified a problem. Amy as well identified the problem in your second premise. And we've taken to it, and we've come full circle.
I
at
feel
this
like
point.
that villain in the SpongeBob TV show where he's trying to give the wallet back to the starfish.
And Hoven?
It's not my wallet.
So
that's just how this argument is going so far.
Mister, this is just going in circles. So essentially, you have a syllogism. I understand that. We identified a major problem in your second one, and and we would recommend that you take your syllogism back to the drawing board and reassess it, and probably look into. I would strongly recommend the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy as a big resource for you, because these things will be well defined in those. I mean, I know it reads like legal text, but those things are well defined there, and that can help you to kind of structure your syllogism in a better way, so that you can avoid these. And we can be like, okay, premise, and then get to your conclusion. So, but at this point, I don't think we're going to get anywhere as far as productivity goes. Dancing around the semantics of your proprietary definition of existence. So I think we're good to go on this one.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for coming up. Apparently Why You Little was arguing with Peter in chat, so I'll pull him up because they were wanting to talk.
All right.
Hello, Why You Little? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Before you start, Why You Little, I'm posting the link that you gave me to the PDF in the chat.
I have another.
Well, let's discuss this one because that's the one that you pitched me.
Right. So you're saying that the Quran is wrong because it says that there is a liquid that spurts in the backbone, right?
No, I'll read from your PDF. Is that okay?
Sure.
So I'm going to the bottom part of the PDF where an alternate translation is put forward, and it says this translation is not tenable because the Quran refers to and it's not tenable because the Quran refers to and medical psychology physiology confirms that the gushing fluid is male seminal fluid. So just wanted to specify that is what we're talking about. Male seminal fluid.
All right. Well, have you heard of the it's called bulbourethral gland?
Because even if I had, the audience wouldn't. So
look, 70% of ejaculatory fluid that contains sperm comes from the seminal vessels, which are parallel to the backbone, and around 20% of it comes from the prostate, and 5% from it comes from that gland.
Different verse y'all can discuss.
That's the location of
that.
it.
I'm familiar with that apologetic, but what you're saying just amounts to semen. Basically, the way that that's translated is that this ejaculating fluid, or is emitting fluid or spurting fluid or whatever, comes from the body. Basically, is all it's saying.
Does it not? It does.
That okay, yeah, right. But that's all it amounts to. It's not giving you a local description of like right, when it says emitting from between the backbone and the ribs. Okay, that could mean the testicles if all you're doing is like taking a pole and sticking it down the middle of somebody's body and saying everything in between the backbone and the ribs down this pole qualifies as between the backbone and the ribs.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it could come from the pancreas, the spleen, the stomach, the liver, the kidneys, the heart, the lungs. Every organ in the body is now a candidate for what produces semen, and you're picking the one that happens to be the only one not actually in between the ribs and the backbone.
From my understanding, just to clarify, just for clarification, just to get a clarification on this, from my understanding, why a little, the problem with it is that the Quran is made, essentially what's written in the book in this particular surah is an anatomical claim, is a claim via anatomy, and then there's the claim that the Quran was divinely inspired by directly from Allah. So Allah gave it to Muhammad. Muhammad wrote it down, and then we look.
No, it's not Muhammad that wrote it down. It's followers. Muhammad could not read or write.
Okay, so but it divinely came from Allah. So we can just cut out the middleman. So it divinely came from Allah. Allah knows everything, and so it divinely inspired the Quran. But then we look at the claim, the anatomical claim in the Quran, and it's not a good representation of reality. If I just to clarify, Peter, because Peter, you're a little bit more versed on this. That's inherently the problem with this surah, right?
There's two opinions. One opinion is talking about this.
Why you little? Hold on. For reference, if I'm going to stand in Germany, that doesn't mean that London is between Amsterdam and Paris, because it isn't.
Right.
Perspective doesn't change a location, if that makes any sense.
It does, but thing is,
okay. So then the question would be, why wouldn't Allah be more specific in the description, right? In the surah, why wouldn't it be in actual that semen is generated in the testicles that hang exterior to the man, and then it comes out that way?
Oh no, JL, it's not about the semen. The Quran doesn't talk about the semen. It talks about seminal fluid. All of the seminal fluid comes from below the ribs, therefore not between the ribs and the backbone.
Well, it's true. That's also true because because technically the backbone, the spine ends at a particular point, and so technically where all of the fluids come in that develop that go into seminal fluid is developed within the pelvis.
But the backbone, it ends like right there. It ends where it ends. In between it, there is a gland.
I don't get how people think that even if this was accepted as true, I don't get how people could think that this means that a God exists.
Jaco, hold on.
People knew how many bones were in the body.
Yeah, no, but
hold on. Even if you're going to give you all the leeway you want and draw a line from the lowest rib to the lowest part of the backbone, it would still be.
And I saw Xerxes popped in. We are the Ouroboros.
Below that line. So no, your interpretation doesn't even work that way.
All right. So the second opinion says might not be talking about. It could be talking like what's his name, Al-Maki. He says it's talking about the emergence of a human from the womb of his mother.
But the womb of the mother isn't where seminal fluid is formed, which is what the Quran is talking about.
Yeah, just to pivot to another subject.
It's formed in the male body, and it is formed below whatever line you want to draw between the lowest rib and the lowest backbone. It's still, everything is still formed below that line. So, therefore, the Quran got that wrong. Therefore, Allah.
Muslims are
wrong,
really into
because
bukkake. What can we
obviously
say?
He's the one who told Muhammad to have people instruct to write it down that way, because Muhammad didn't write it down. He had scribes to write it down.
But speaking of things that he got wrong, Solomon, first of all, didn't exist, and a prophet never talked to ants. So the Quran also got that.
Yeah, but Amy, we're talking about this specific point. He put up a PDF, and I told him that even the PDF disproves what the Quran says.
Well, we're just talking about things that didn't happen in the Quran.
Well, yeah, it's also a matter of, I think the big question here, why you little, and Taco, you said if you can handle Soda City. The big question here, why you little, is that the same problems exist with the Bible as exists with the Tanakh and other things like this. Is that apparently the God, whatever God is there, is imparting knowledge to human beings. Okay, and then or imparting claims or whatever about particular things. Then when we go back and we examine those claims that came from the supposedly this divine, omnipotent, omniscient entity, then we realize that there's a problem here, because the claim in and of itself is not really what is there. You could say, now you have two possible conclusions. One, the God for some reason is incapable of communicating effectively with its creation, which is weird, especially for an omnipotent entity. Or human beings were making extraordinarily rudimentary observations about the world, and in this case, human anatomy, and drawing conclusions from those with the idea that this entity exists. So then we look at where the evidence lies, and the evidence supports the conclusion that human beings were making extremely rudimentary observations about humanity, about essentially, and ostensibly in this case, about anatomy, and then drawing conclusions from there without a really good understanding of what they were observing. But now our observations are better. We have better technology. We can get in there. We understand what we're looking at. We've tested things, and now we've shown, whoa, wait. If Allah was all-knowing, or God was omniscient and knows all true propositions, why wouldn't God just communicate this effectively in a way that these primitive individuals, or these kind of ancient individuals in the Iron Age, could effectively understand and communicate? Because that would really go towards serving that God's purpose of demonstrating the truth of its existence by giving us information that we couldn't readily get in that primitive state. If God were to come down and if we went to the Bible, if we went to the Bible and we found an explanation of the germ theory of disease so that people stopped dying of cholera and diphtheria, then that would be amazing, because then people would be washing their hands and making sure they were drinking clean water and have water filtration, and we wouldn't have lost millions of people. We wouldn't have lost millions of people due to drinking feces contaminated water. But God didn't do that. God made no mention of germs.
Specifically.
So
in this case specifically, Allah could have said, all that makes up seminal fluid is formed below the line between the backbone and the ribs, and then he would have been correct. No matter
or below the waist. You could have said below the waist.
And
that all of it is formed below the waist.
It's a diagonal. No, it's a diagonal line. If you pick a line from the lowest rib to
but he could have accomplished that by simply saying everything is below the ribs. That all of it is formed below the ribs. That would technically be correct, because it's all because the ribs contain the lungs and everything below that. So yeah.
No, but if he would wanted to be more specific, he could have taken that line that Muslims are currently using, which is the lowest rib to the lowest part of the backbone. If Allah would have been correct, he would have said it's below that line. That would have been an amazing feat, because that would have been something that the people at the time wouldn't have known, and we would have figured that out later when we had our advanced medicine and we had better examination methods of the human body. Then he would have been correct. Instead, he made the opposite claim, that it was above that line, which is demonstrably incorrect, no matter how you want to interpret that verse. And the only way you could interpret it is if you look from the top down between the backbone and the ribs, but then the location doesn't change. As I just said, if you're going to stand in Germany, If you're
You're
going to
looking
stand
up.
in Germany, London doesn't pop up somewhere in Belgium just because that is where you see it.
All right, but it's different because if you're looking up, it's still in between the rib and the backbone. This is not
well. I mean, the evidence. I would say that the better
doesn't change because
yeah.
we're not talking about a 2-dimensional shape. We're talking about a 3-dimensional shape. So we have 3 different axes on which to determine the location, and you putting it into a 2-dimensional thing and then placing it in there, yeah, obviously you can make paintings that have depth, but it's still a flat surface. So whatever you paint on that flat surface is still on that flat surface. That is not how the human body works. The human body is 3-dimensional. It's not a flat surface.
But the human body can also be in a straight line. If you look down that straight line, still in between it.
It's still a 3-dimensional object. Everything you want to point at is below the line described.
The point is, the ultimate point is why
generous you want to make that line.
The ultimate point is, why little, is that this could have been communicated more effectively to make the Quran a more reliable source for information, but it was not. And we're trying to understand why this problem exists. Why wasn't Allah able to communicate this? If Allah is omnipotent and omniscient, why wasn't Allah capable of, or I would say, why was Allah incapable or unwilling to communicate this in an effective way that would make the Quran a better source for information? So why didn't that occur?
I'm pretty sure because it says here that the Arabic word for backbone includes tailbone or the coccyx.
And that is what I said. Even if you take the line from the lowest rib to the lowest part of the backbone, even if we were to be that generous to you and not put a straight line between ribs and the backbone, but we would cheat and take the lowest part of the backbone, even then, everything that forms the seminal fluid is below that line. That is your problem.
Yeah, it could have been communicated a lot more effectively. It could have been communicated better. Apparently, there's an issue. That's what I want to get to the heart of, because that's where this question is going. It's not a matter of what Allah could have said. It's a matter of why didn't Allah communicate this in a way that would have made the Quran a better source for information about things, because it's supposed to be the holy book. Yeah. So why you little? I'd like to know from you, how do you reconcile this problem?
Again, it might be a translation error into English. That maybe the English translation.
I'm using.
Hang on, Peter. Hang on, Peter. Hang on. Let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead, why you little.
I'm using the translation he gave me and the location he gave me.
That's great. He just said it may be a translation error. I want to hear the rest of that thought. Go ahead, why you little. It may be a translation error because... Go ahead.
There are some words in Arabic that don't exist in English and words that in English that don't exist in Arabic.
I agree.
So
I agree. My best friend is from Syria and he speaks Arabic, so I know full well that there are a lot of things that are hard to translate from Arabic.
Take it easy, Jim. Have a good one.
But even if you talk to someone, and my co-host speaks Arabic. I have hosted the Quran lesson shows on Ross channel where we had several
Peter, this
people
is fucking
who
irrelevant.
speak Arabic. And all of these people have addressed this particular problem. It's not a translation error, because in Arabic, it says what we just said it says. That is how it is translated. And you can ask people from several countries, all of which who speak Arabic, they all come to the same conclusion. The only way to make it fit is what you suggested, is that you look from the top down. That does not change the location, because we're talking about the 3-dimensional object.
And so when it comes to, even though I know you cited, Wyatt, I know you cited the possibility of translation problems or something of that nature, right? So which is a valid possibility, but the big problem then it's still the problem goes back to Allah, because Allah, being all knowing, would know that would be an issue. So Allah would have the power to tell or inspire, or basically to tell Muhammad, so Muhammad could describe it, to tell him what the words for these were. And then we would actually see the Quran as a source of new terminology for things that they didn't already have terminology. Just like human beings, as we discover new things, we name them, and we give names to them depending upon various whatevers. But when it comes into it, Allah could have done the exact same thing. Instead, Allah could have said to Muhammad, there is a place within the body that is called this, and this is the word for it. And then Muhammad would be like, okay, so Allah has told me that there is a place in the body that is located at this in this location, and its name is this. We didn't know that this existed before. This is amazing. So we have new information about the body that was imparted by a deity. But that's not what happened. But Allah knew Allah knew and had the power to do that, and knew that by doing that would solve this problem. So then the question goes back to you: how do you reconcile that?
Even in the most basic form of Arabic, he could have pinpointed the location better. Don't you agree?
I agree. But again, if he made it better, everyone would be a Muslim, and that's not a test. There wouldn't be a test. No, that's not the point.
No, because not everyone would be a Muslim, because this is not the only problem in the Quran.
I still would like to hear
if this was solved today here on this stage, I would not convert to Islam, because there are more problems with the Quran, which is highlighting one of the problems.
We understand there's problems there, but why you little? How do you? But hang on a sec.
Well, hold on.
Peter, he hasn't answered the question. Peter, he hasn't answered the question yet. No, he hasn't answered the question yet. Stop interrupting him. So why you little? I just pose it back to you. How do you reconcile this additional issue with essentially Allah has these properties have logical entailments. But the evidence that we have, the Quran, what was written, what we observed, the conclusions we've come to, how do you reconcile that dichotomy again? Because I think you were trying to get to it and you almost said it, but I would like to hear what you say.
Okay.
Again, like, I'm looking at multiple translations here. One says issuing between the loins and the breastbones. One is saying proceeding from the backbone to the rib. And one comes out of the loins and the ribs. Like, there's many translations that point at different parts of the body.
but Allah could have solved that problem, right?
But Allah wrote the book.
Okay, yeah, but
Peter,
Peter,
do you speak Arabic? No. This is important. Do you speak Arabic?
A little.
Is that your native language?
Kind of. Like, I was born in an Arabic country, but I didn't get to learn the chanting.
But why you little? But Allah could have solved this problem, correct?
Correct.
By being more precise and giving new words to describe new things, the same as humans do. Humans do this act all the time. We name new things we discovered. Allah could have known about it and given us the Arabic word for it, and then that would have translated to what we are describing. So then how do you reconcile that Allah did not do? How do you reconcile that Allah did not?
I just pointed out it's not a translation.
That's not what I'm going to, Peter. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Allah, in its omniscience, would know that this would be a stumbling block in the future, because that's a true proposition that it is a stumbling block. So if Allah knows this, why did Allah allow that to happen? Or
test face. To see who will leave, who won't.
Okay, and how did you determine that it's a test of faith?
Well,
the truth of that claim. How did you determine that?
Well, for one, a lot of people would, if the book was perfect, a lot of people would be like, "Oh, it's perfect. I'm not gonna leave." Well, it is perfect, but like once they stumble on something, they start saying, "Maybe I'll leave, maybe I won't." And those who stay,
Peter, let him finish. Peter, let him finish.
And those who stay, those who do start thinking and start doing research, and maybe it meant that, and they stay. Those are the true believers, and those who leave, they aren't.
Okay, so just to sum it up, so Allah made errors on purpose in the Quran.
Could be something they stumbled on.
It is a demonstrable error, and you just said, and we can rule out translation problems because every single person that I've talked to who speaks and reads Arabic comes to the exact same conclusion. So it's not a translation error. I've ruled that out. So it is 100% an error in the Quran.
We're past that. Peter, we're
Jill,
past
hold
that.
on.
Peter,
Jill,
no, Peter, we are past that. We are past this point. Peter, we are past this point. This is a conversation. Peter, we are past this point. This is a conversation for you to have somewhere else. Peter, we are past this point. We are past it. We are past the translation issue. We are now going to the heart.
I said we're past the translation error. And I also said that I wanted to address him because we were talking in the chat. So
that's great. That's great. I am currently having a conversation with him. We are on a line. We are on a line of inquiry.
Opposite of what I requested in the private chat.
Then talk to him in the private chat, Peter.
Why you little? Yeah. Why you little? We can rule out the translation. That is not an issue anymore. It is a demonstrable error. And you just said, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is a test of faith to see who would leave. That means that Allah would make an error in the Quran, a contradiction with real life.
It doesn't technically have to be an error.
Hold on. I'm not finished. A contradiction that we would figure out over time. And that is a test of faith to see whether or not people would still believe in Allah when he got it wrong in the Quran.
Are you done?
Yeah.
So no, it doesn't have to be necessarily an error. Just because people don't understand it doesn't mean it's wrong.
No, we do understand it, and it is an error, and it is wrong.
But still, just for it to be a test of faith doesn't mean it's necessary.
According to everything we know about human anatomy,
fucking pointless.
100% wrong. And you said that is a test of faith. How is that a test of faith?
There is a fluid in the backbone of the body. The backbone of the body has fluids in it.
Mm-hmm. Which have nothing to do with seminal fluids.
Right. Yeah, the spinal column contains cerebral spinal fluid.
Yes, that has nothing to do with the seminal fluid. So, I don't know why you bring this up.
Because you fucking diverged off onto it, Peter.
Between the backbone and
because
the ribs.
you went full circle. I'm trying to get to the heart.
It has nothing to do with the seminal fluid. We're talking about something specific here. And I checked this, as I told you, with several people whose native language is Arabic.
Right.
And they all tell me the exact same thing. Then I go to someone who knows something about human anatomy, and they tell me that what it says in the Quran is incorrect. Demonstrably incorrect. And you wave that away as it being a test of faith. Why would Allah be demonstrably wrong in order to put that forward in the Quran, which is supposed to be the perfect word of God, as a test of faith? Would Allah need to make errors to test people who believe in him?
Oh my God, Peter, that could be worded so much better. Come on.
Keep believing in him?
Again, I am not Allah, so I have no idea. But there's still the fact that you can flip the body, look at it from down, and you can still see that it's in between. Yes, it doesn't.
It is still in the same location, which is not between the back. Which is not between the backbone and the ribs. I don't care what you do, how you flip the body. If you turn it upside down, it doesn't work. It's still the location stays the same.
But why you little? Is this why you believe in a God? Is this like the most powerful reason for why you?
No, the main reason that wasn't it. The main reason is the Quran and the biographies of the people, of the prophets and the messengers.
Biographies?
That is Yeah, you have to understand who his messenger is first of all. Then you have to understand
There's a
the
lot.
Quran.
There's a lot more to Islam than just the Quran. You have to take in consideration all the hadiths and the people that they come from.
Hadith.
That
I
is
don't
an
really
important-
view hadith as that important. Like, hadiths are important. Yeah, they explain a lot of things, but at the same time, a lot of them
Exactly.
can be proven wrong.
That is what I meant. But
Yeah.
the only word you have directly from Allah
Is
the
the Quran.
Quran.
Yes.
Exactly. So this is why we're addressing this point. So if the Quran is demonstrably wrong, how do you square that with a God who was trying to give us his perfect word and gave us an explanation about the human body?
I can't. I'm not a medical expert, so I'm not gonna.
Maybe that's something you might want to have a better think about.
I mean, there are a lot
as
of
I said,
Muslim doctors out there, and they haven't left their faith, and they know a lot about the body.
I agree. There are a lot of people who will stick to their faith even when there are demonstrable errors in the holy books. But I'm not talking to a doctor. I'm talking to you. I'm curious about you, not why a doctor would stay in the Islamic faith. Why do you stay in the Islamic faith knowing that there's a demonstrable error, and probably more than one, in the Quran?
Because I want to enter heaven.
I didn't catch that. Can you say that again?
Because I want to enter heaven and stay a good person. Because
okay,
let's be honest.
That is really honest. That is really honest, and I'm really happy that you said that. So, if you want to enter heaven, does that make Allah real?
It doesn't make him any less real, or any more fake. Still,
exactly.
Doesn't really.
Exactly. So why do you put that up as a reason for your belief?
Again,
because you want to
you
enter
lose
heaven.
nothing by following the Islamic belief. What it tells you isn't really that bad. It tells you be a good person, be clean, give charity. I don't see what's wrong with that.
And now I'll pitch you another idea. What if the Islamic heaven isn't real, but the Christian one is? Then you obviously made a choice that you're never going to enter the Christian heaven because you believe in the wrong God.
Thing is, all right. The thing about Christianity is that Jesus himself.
No. It's just an hypothesis.
Peter, let him finish a thought. Let him finish his thought.
No. I'm not. What I'm saying is, I'm not criticizing Christianity. I'm not criticizing Islam in this point. I'm just taking the point that you want to enter heaven. What if the heaven that you believe in isn't the actual one, but there's another one, and you now believe in the wrong God?
Peter, it's Pascal's wager. We understand that. He hadn't finished his thought yet. Let him address it.
The thing is, I know that the Christian heaven isn't real. That's the thing. Because the Christian God, he isn't all merciful, because he will only let the Christians in and put the others in hell. Allah, on the other hand, he won't do that. He'll put the Muslims, the Sabians, and the Jews and the Christians in heaven, and maybe the others as well, if they were good people. That is why he's all merciful.
Well, actually, that entails. Hang on a sec. That entails a problem there, Why You Little, because if your God, if Allah, is prone to deception as a testing of faith, how are you able to determine with any degree of certainty that Allah is not being deceptive about who will get into heaven?
Or that heaven
God's
even
word
exists?
does not change.
Wait, say it again, dude.
Because God's word does not change.
But you've already conceded that Allah is willing to use deception in order to validate people's faiths. So are they willing to look past it? Are they willing to look past a thing in order to maintain their faith? So if deception is a tool in Allah's handbag, then how could you possibly determine with any degree of certainty anything that Allah says is true? Because we already know, we've already conceded that that lying is something that it does. That if lying is a possibility for it, this is why the Christian God is essentially is all truth revealing, and that it's truth, that God doesn't lie. So, but if Allah lies, then how do we determine what it's lying about specifically, unless we're just doing that from an arbitrary standpoint? And then how would we know we were right?
I forgot the surah that says this, but there is a surah in the Quran that says that Allah is using deception for insincere believers in order to keep them away from Islam. How did you figure out that you're not one of these people who are now being deceived?
Essentially what I asked. Thank you. It's
I guess I just hope that I'm not one of the people who is being deceived, and I just continue to live by the book.
But how would you? But you said that you know. So this is the problem. This is the issue with the faith. When you went back to faith, that it's a faith issue, right? So faith being what it is, that it's emotion based, it could be manipulated by other people without you knowing it, that you can misplace it into things, that it's a terrible tool for determining what is true about reality. But in essence, you're saying that this God that you believe in is requiring people to justify belief based on feelings and not evidence, because the God can deliberately use the evidence to lie to us. So the God is capable of deception, and it wants us to measure the truth values of things on our feelings. You see how this puts its followers in a completely irrational position that forces them into a particular line of behavior. That this is a system of control. Because you have a God that could be lying, and the only measure of determining truth values is how you feel about a certain thing, because there's no methodology to determine exactly what it's lying about and what it's telling the truth about. Anything could be a deception, because that's in the tool bag. So what does it do to the believers? Look at the psychological state it leaves the believers in. How do you know what you're feeling is correct?
Well, You don't, because, there are some radicals, and there are some moderates who all believe in different ideas, But in the end, we will die. We will return to him, and we will be judged based on our actions.
Okay, but what makes more sense? But why you little? What makes more sense? That an omniscient, omnipotent God, as you've described him, would utilize deception to trick individuals and demand emotion-based subjective methodology in order to determine what was true? Or what makes more sense, that situation, or human beings created this with an idea in mind as a means to elicit control over other people's behaviors, thoughts, and emotions?
Well, it's definitely not the second option.
But which one makes more sense? Which one is more logically plausible?
The first one, because it's impossible with all of the things that happened in history. It's impossible to be the second option.
How is it? No, it's entirely possible for it. In fact, it makes more sense if it's given in line with human behavior.
Who is in control right now?
But who is in control? That would be the people who are generating the narrative. They're the ones in control.
Who?
The initial ones that came. How do you think cults get started? Because that's what Christianity, and that's what essentially Christianity is. Christianity is a cult offshoot from Judaism, and Islam is also a cult offshoot from the monotheistic Abrahamic faith. So when you look at it, if we don't assume, hang on a second, if we don't assume anything, if we're not making any presuppositions about reality, we have to look at what makes more sense, what cuts more cleanly. And what cuts more cleanly is that a system of deception that is literally demanding that people make an emotional choice for which they have no methodology to determine what is true or what is not, just listen to what it says. That is a system of control. Who is more apt to put in it to elicit a system of control? Human beings, or a God that has all power and all knowledge? A God who has all power and all knowledge doesn't need a system of control. It is the control. It doesn't need to put a system of control in it because it already knows and it already has all the power. But human beings who do not have the knowledge and do not have the power will elicit systems of control over their fellow man to increase their knowledge and their power. So when you cut this one way, when you cut this cuts more cleanly. The evidence leads to this is a human construct.
Well, sure, but Muhammad, he did not gain any power from this reality. I mean, yeah, he did start an empire and all, but if you saw where he lived, this guy.
So he gained power. No, hold on. You just contradicted yourself. He said he did gain an empire, so he did gain power.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, but he didn't really get to do much. He didn't get any
hang on a
treasures.
sec.
He gave all his money.
Hang on a sec. You can't really say that, Why You Little, because one, obviously, Muhammad is not here to talk to, and the intricate day-to-day actions of his life were dictated by him. So there's already a bias there, that whatever's coming out of Muhammad's mouth, there's no methodology to determine whether it's coming from Muhammad or it's coming from Allah through Muhammad. We can't determine that with any.
Muhammad, right here. Okay.
Yeah, we can't determine that with any kind of with any kind of certainty. So we have to go with what we have. But that could also be just another grand deception. So this is the system of psychological kind of dread, this kind of like persistent state of existential dread that Islam keeps its followers in. Because you never know which path is the right one. You just got to have hope and pray and be super, super devout, and maybe you'll fall on the right side. And then this is the problem with this, because this is literally a system of control for a control of people's behaviors, a control of people's thoughts, a control of people's information intake, and a control of their emotions. That's what this is. And when you have an ironclad system of control that you then that through your proselytization, that basically you spread through the tip of a sword, which Muhammad did, that's how you build empires. Is by killing all the naysayers and bringing in all those who are willing to bend the knee. That's how empires are built.
Who raised the sword first was killed.
But that's how Islam spread by the tip of the sword. That is irrefutable.
That is why
against those who would.
That is why Muslims are, according to the Quran, are they have to be the ones picking up the sword first.
That's if your enemy comes to attack you. No?
Yes. So why would they need?
There are several surahs in the Quran that state that you have to kill the disbeliever.
So why would this be the case? Why would this be the case, Why You Little, that Islam would need to spread by the sword, kill those who don't believe, and bring all those in and expand the empire of all those that just bend the knee? Okay? Why would that need to be the case when this could have been simply solved with a demonstration of its existence? Why the unnecessary death and destruction and the multiple wars that have been fought and the countless destruction of human lives and civilizations in the name of something that literally could have solved the entire problem by just demonstrating its existence unequivocally, or maybe even delivering a book that absolutely made that actually made legitimate claims about reality that we could
because
then
this isn't paradise.
It does, but that doesn't answer the question, because whether or not this is paradise is still within the realm of Allah's control, right?
Right, but
okay, so that doesn't matter because it could be paradise, but Allah chooses not to make it that way.
Yeah, because this isn't the real world.
Right, because remember, Allah is the control. It doesn't need to establish a system of control because it itself is the control.
This isn't the real world.
Okay, so when it comes down to it, you've got a bad system of epistemology. You've got essentially a dictatorial system of belief that keeps you in a philosophical or essentially a state of persistent existential dread to control every action of your lives and keep you dancing to ensure that you're on the right path and to slaughter anybody. Now, obviously, this doesn't happen to the extent it happened in the past, but to essentially kill anybody who leaves the faith, apostates, or those who literally object to it, the disbelievers. Hence leading to things like the Crusades.
But it doesn't say kill those who.
We can go to what is currently happening in Iran.
All right.
So
the whole radicalists, and they do not represent anything.
But the whole big point is the system doesn't. The system doesn't have to.
If you say, hold on, if you say that, but they are Shias, they're not Muslims.
No, I never said that. I never said that. I don't choose who's a Muslim or not.
Hold on. I'm saying it's not just Sunni and Shia. There are more offshoots.
Oh yeah, there's Abedi,
Islam.
Sufi.
Exactly.
The problem of
how could that be? How could that be if your God provided a book that was clear and that everyone
they don't
would
debate
just
on the book.
read
Actually, the
problem
Shias and Sunnis agree on the and Abedi. They all agree on the Quran. The thing is, the main divide is political and with the Hadith. That's it, not the Quran.
But hermeneutics is a problem that exists for like all the Abrahamic religions. Is the determinations between which version is the correct one. It's the same reason that why one denomination of Christianity cannot justify itself over another one based upon deferring interpretations of a very vague text. So that's the reason these things exist. There may be political machinations behind it, there may be whatever, but these all come down to interpretations of the text because their theological systems, because their political systems are theologically based. So this all comes down to interpreting the text. This could have been avoided. There would be no. This could have been avoided. There would be no multiple factions. There would be no multiple factions of Islam if the book was literally communicated in a way that was not vague enough for multiple interpretations.
Actions aren't about the book, though. It's about politics.
But it is about the book because everything stems from the Quran.
No, it's the Shias believe that someone else should have been callous, and the Sunnis believe someone else should have been callous. That's where the divide is.
So how do you reconcile this? Because these problems wouldn't exist. All these problems exist because of what Allah has done. Right. Because Allah did this and knew that Allah would do this. He knew that He would do this. He had infallible foreknowledge that this would be the outcome. Why does this outcome work, and why does Allah require it? Why would an omniscient and omnipotent entity require faith in anything, especially when it gives its creations the ability for rational thought and critical thinking? We literally have these abilities that are supposedly given by Allah. The ability to determine methodologies that are sound, to determine the difference between what is real and what is imaginary, and then it flips the script and says, nope, you don't get to use all of that. You go solely by what you feel is true, and then you can get in, maybe. That makes no sense.
It's worse because even the hadith shouldn't be necessary, and they are. They are necessary in every single form of Islam because they explain the Quran. These are mere men explaining God's word. Why would God need mere men to explain what He wrote if what He wrote was clear enough for the believer to understand?
I don't have an answer to that.
There's a lot of inherent problems here once we start breaking them down. And then it really comes down to it. Essentially, you start at the source, which is Allah. Allah has particular attributes that have particular logical entailments. Ignoring the contradictions that are brought about by those entailments. The problem is that the state, and I pose this to Christians equally, the state of things, that the way they are now, if this entity were to exist, does not make sense because it could be a better way and could be a normal way or a different way, a more positive way, but for some reason it is not. An entity that has all the power to accomplish any task that is logically consistent, and an entity that has all knowledge, that possesses all knowledge of all true propositions, does not need to test anything because testing people is arbitrary because the God doesn't learn anything new from it. It's not a test for them, for the God. The God already knows the outcome. The humans don't know the outcome. But that's literally just like a totalitarian issue. We're literally ants under a magnifying glass. The God already knows what's going to happen. It already knows the outcome of all things. It knows all true propositions. The outcomes of all human choices are true propositions. So it already knows them. It knows the outcome. and it knows where everybody's going to end up in the end. But yet it still instills this system of like testing faith, which it requires for some weird reason, while giving us all the tools that tell us faith is a bad thing, which is also weird. And if you want to say it was the adversary or the like Satan that did this, then it created Satan to set the system up. We are literally in a catch-22. And that doesn't make sense, because the God would know that we would identify the catch-22, and that would push us further away. When it knows it could have solved this issue and not made and it wouldn't have been a problem at all. The question then becomes, why would your God choose to put this system in place when a heaven exists and there is no logical contradiction of just making human beings in heaven happy, free from death, sin, and pain, worshiping it, and la 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 all day long? The test is arbitrary and pointless.
Well, if he just put people in hell without a test, that wouldn't be fair.
But then just create them all in heaven.
But then
I have a question.
Hang on, Peter. Hang on. This is important. So go ahead. So why not just create them all in heaven with free will, no pain, no death, no suffering, no sin?
Pretty sure there's a story of Adam. That
No. We're not going to the book. Why would God not do that? Why would Allah not instantiate that system? If that system is possible, which is the one in the end, why wouldn't Allah just make us like that?
Because then you didn't have to work for it. You're just there.
Okay.
I have a better
But working
question.
for it is
If
all.
Allah-
Hang on a sec, Peter. But working for it is also arbitrary, because what we're working for is to have a specific understanding, so that we can understand the relationship between us, Allah, and our position in heaven. Why wouldn't Allah just create us in heaven with the understanding written in, so that we could all be safe and free of pain, sin, suffering, and death? Why would we worry? With none of this is necessary. We can have free will. We can be devoid of pain, suffering, and death. And we understand implicitly why we're there. Why not? Why not just create us there? If that is possible, if heaven exists, and it is a possible state, why the need to earn our way there when we could just be made there and accomplish the same goal in half the time? And
there's always a reason. I might not know it right now, but there's always a reason for it.
I have a better question that explains what JL is trying to point out to you.
Okay. Hey, Peter.
And I'll ask you a quick hold on, Randall, hold on. I'll ask you a quick question. Do you think that Allah is capable of knowing our thoughts and our intentions?
Yes.
Okay. If that is the case, then Allah does not have to test anyone, because he already knows the answer. You don't have to work, because Allah would already know. Allah would already know that given the chance, you would work. So it is a test that does nothing for Allah. Allah already knows.
Yeah, it was Jay.
Which is what
it
JL
should have been a
pointed
softball.
out. If that's the case, and he already knows, then he can put people in heaven straight away. There's no need for the test that is this life. There's no need for you to work in order to get
and the
there.
people in hell?
There's nothing. There's nothing. The people in hell are the people who he created on purpose, which is also lined out in the Quran. He creates people on purpose to be unbelievers.
Right. The threat of hell is not something necessary to teach any particular lesson. Any particular lesson can be taught, especially if the teacher is an omniscient, omnipotent entity. It doesn't need hell for anything. The threat, the threat is arbitrary. Okay, it's literally like, this is just the system I happen to create this time. That doesn't make any sense, because any omnipotent, omniscient entity would be able to communicate and teach any lesson it wanted without putting a metaphysical gun to anybody's head. Those things don't line up. The system doesn't match when the system could be better, more efficient, and makes more sense logically with the entail with what the God proposes. So that's why it's problematic, and that's why when we slice down this thing, it makes more sense that this is all a system of control devised by human beings to control other human beings to elicit power and influence and money. In that respect, money comes, power comes from money. So that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I just want to introduce quickly here Pat Lowinger. He's a friend of Amy and Peter and mine from other communities, and he's got a quick response to make to YU Little's argument here. Go ahead, Pat. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. Just YU Little, I'm going to take a different approach than Peter. Hi everybody, and I'll only take a minute. But this is actually an important historical question. Like, historians have looked at this particular text, and I never thought I'd be talking about ancient spermagenesis on Discord, but there was a big controversy at the time the Quran was written, and it's probably good that you know about it. The Quran, at the time the Quran was written, it was which ancient Greek physicians were going to be influential in societies, and you're probably familiar with Aristotle. Aristotle had a view that sperm was solely produced by a man, and that it was a primal essence, right, that flowed into the body, settled into the testicles, and then was ejaculated forth. What most people don't know is about a 5th century Greek philosopher and early medical examiner or physician his name was Aclamaion. Aclamaion was known as, Aclamaion of Croton. You may want to look this up, but he actually wrote nearly word for word what later ends up as the definition and the description given in the Quran as generating in the brain, settling in the abdomen, where it matures before becoming a vital fluid. It becomes semen in the intestinal tract before it's issued forth during the process of sex as a sexual emission. And the reason it's in the Quran was to settle an argument that was already existing in numerous philosophical schools throughout the region. But they chose to accept, at least the writer of the Quran, chose to accept Aclamaion's argument because it was very anti-Christian, by the way. The Christians went with Aristotle. At the time, the opposite or the detractor of Aristotle was Aclamaion. So there's a historical basis for this, and if you actually want to learn more about it, there's some really good scholarship. A really well-known is Dr. Jacqueline Koenig. She wrote several articles. You can find them in Brill. But this is, and you can look up Aclamaion in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. These aren't hidden. These aren't hidden bits of information. What this is shows the Quran was copying out of 5th century BC pagan texts.
That's
Because
not possible, though.
It's lifted out.
But Muhammad, والسلام, he wasn't able to read or write.
Well, Muhammad didn't write the Quran because you can read it in a 5th century BC text. This is the issue. Whoever wrote the Quran had access to some of these Greek traditions that have been translated into other languages as well by this time in history. And it's probably really worth your while when an issue like this comes up, say, hey, is this unique to the Quran? This description of vital fluids, because they've been floating around the Mediterranean and ancient Near East for at least 1,000 years. So this wasn't new. This was an argument that was continually being debated in philosophical schools, but within the Quran, that argument was settled by dictate, by we're going with Aclamaion's view of spermagenesis. And that's what ended up being recorded in the Quran in Arabic. And then no one questions it from that point forward, but there is a historical reason why this is in there, because it settled a very important philosophical argument of the day. And maybe if you got more familiar with the literature of the period, engaged in some scholarship outside of the Quran itself, you'd get a better understanding of how it ended up there. And that's all I wanted to say, is there is a very good historical reason for this being in there.
Hey,
And
Pat, the connections that are drawn in that, looking at the literary text, so we can determine that a thing was lifted from another thing and then transposed over to deal. The science that goes behind that, that's literally the same science that we utilize to determine that the Noah epic, or that the Noah story, the biblical flood story in the Bible, was derived from two myths that already pre-existed in
Right.
Mesopotamian culture, right?
It's a very similar process. It's a little different when you go to Greeks and then you the original Greek, and then translate it into, Aramaic and then maybe Arabic, because we don't know the route of translation. But the specialists that have looked at this, again, Jacqueline Koenig and others, this is their field, their ancient medical, their specialty is medical history, right? And philosophical traditions, and like understanding how ancient people saw medical terminology. That's again, a lot of scholars have written extensively on this, and no one that's familiar with both texts, both Aclameon's original 5th century treatise, and then looks at the Quran, can't make the comparison when they're skilled in both languages, the ancient Greek and the Arabic, right? It's like, oh, they're talking about the exact same thing. Maybe some verbiage has changed slightly because of cultural difference, but it's largely where it was lifted on. And when you understand the cultural context that Christians were heavily relying on Aristotle, in Arabia, it was kind of countercultural. Go, well, we're not going to listen to Aristotle. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Let's listen to this other really smart Greek guy named Aclameon, who had been more popular in the region already anyway. So the records, the information was already in the region and was already very popular. And then the Quran just put a final seal of approval on a philosophical principle, and they considered it medical, but it was more of a philosophical concept of where stuff came from. I mean, although Aclameon
I would agree,
actually
Jay.
did
Totally.
I don't want to get too deep into this, but he was one of the first people credited with medical autopsy. He did dissections of people, and he thought that he had discovered a glandular, well, he interpreted it as a system where seminal essence starts in the brain, flows down the spine, settles into the intestine, matures into sperm, and then is deposited into the testes prior to ejaculation. Now, if you've read the in Quran, it's almost exactly the same description. I mean, he's describing the same parts of the body where he believes this maturation process occurs in the lower intestine ultimately, which is right in the general region where like Peter was talking about. So it's understandable where this came from, but it was nothing new while you're little. This wasn't like divine inspiration. This was already been floating around, was commonly believed in among many of the most learned people in the ancient world. Although they were ultimately wrong, they argued this incessantly because you were either in the Aclamean school or you were in the Aristotelian school for where sperm came from. And the Quran settled an argument for Islam. That's all it did. And it was a philosophical argument.
That's
I just want to put out there, I am in Team Pat. That's where my camp is.
I would say it's intriguing because given what we know now and given what they did not know then, the only thing that links those systems within the body is the human nervous system, and the human nervous system is visible when you start cutting into bodies and everything. So if that could have literally stemmed from a misinterpretation of what the nervous system does, because literally the only thing that interconnects those things throughout the entire body would be the nervous system, or maybe the circulatory system. So misinterpreting what a system does could easily lead to a false conclusion about the anatomical structure. That makes sense.
And that's largely the consensus of scholars today, is that both the Aristotelian school and the Aclamean school were both wrong.
Right,
right. But the argument was which ancient, because it wasn't just medical knowledge, it was also philosophy. So there was this, and again, these ancient Greek philosophers and others, there were Romans and there were Persian philosophers who, when they were engaging in this, there was always a supernatural causation for all this, like a divine spark. So that's why Aclameon's talking about this essence that comes in from the body, right? And again, they didn't really understand female reproduction at all either. That's part of the reason they had to explain why men were completely in control of the fertile essence, right? Why the seed is basically, the embryo is in sperm and it's injected into the woman, who merely acted as a vessel. Now, Aclameon actually challenged that, saying there might be a part of the essence just in a woman. And again, these are the kind of things that were big philosophical debates. But when you actually know what the ancient people were talking about, then you look at the Quran, you're like, yeah, no new argument there, no new information. And again, a lot of people really, just go look at spermagenesis in the ancient world, look at the Aristotelian scholarship also on, Aclameon, look at people like, and the only person I can think off the top of my head is Jacqueline Koenig, because I read a paper by her recently about something else. But she talks about, medical practice in the ancient world and the philosophical beliefs that led to them. So when it ends up in the Quran that, it starts in the lower part of the brain, the glandular system was what they thought, and then it flowed into the upper abdominal first, and the lower abdominal second, was exactly the area of anatomy that Peter and you are talking about. And then it matured into sperm. and it stays there until you need it when it drops into your testicles and then is ejaculated, is exactly with what's described in the Quran, because that was already been around the world for 1,000 years.
Something intriguing
And
that someone in my
this is
live
why-
chat,
and this is why-
someone,
hold on,
someone,
hold on,
something
Jill,
intriguing
hold-
that someone in
hold
my
on a
live
second.
chat just brought up. Someone in my live chat just brought up. Thumper's mom says, and something observational. So why you little something observational about this that kind of lends it to is that it was observational that heart problems and head trauma and spinal injuries did have a correlation with fertility and sperm production problems. So there are other observations that kind of lead to this. It's like someone could have these problems and they're just because they're assuming that there's obviously this system of connection through the body. And so we can see all the just like it lends itself to the observations they were making at the time that were entirely rudimentary because they didn't understand fully the systems that they were looking at. It's essentially what it is. So it is an interesting addendum to that.
And what I wanted to add to this is, and this is why you need to subscribe to Pat Loinger's YouTube channel to get more information like this about the ancient world, because he's a great source of all of that information.
I know, Chad. Aren't they amazing?
He, unlike the gods that wrote the several holy books, he's quite clear in his explanations, and he can back them up with evidence.
It's discovering
what was the
ancient
guy's name?
history
That's
with Pat Lowinger on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it is. You guys take care. I'm going to drop back into the stage. It's just, you can look me up. I do a show with Josh Bowen on Tang 2 every couple weeks. So you
Hey
guys
Pat,
take
what was Jacqueline's name again? Jacqueline
Koenig.
Jacqueline Koenig. So why a little Jacqueline Koenig? So you should probably look into as well.
Yeah, her last name is Koenig. It's umlaut. She is a German scholar, and she wrote.
I have one last question for Pat.
Sure.
So the all-seeing eye that you have as your logo, does it work?
The Mati,
because I have one.
So I
had one given to me.
It doesn't work, but it is to ward off the evil spirits of Discord and YouTube.
Pat, thank you very much for joining us.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah, send in love, Pat.
Thanks, Pat.
And for anybody who's interested, I've just shared Pat's YouTube channel in the YouTube and Discord audiences. So thank you very much for Pat for coming on. Why you little? I guess you probably want to respond to what Pat was saying. We'll gladly give you a few minutes.
Nah, I'm good. I have some homework to do anyways. Thanks for having me on.
If any,
thank you
why
for
you little. If anything, because I asked you up here. If anything, so what we're trying to do is not to have you deconvert. What we're trying to do is to make you take a step back and check out whether or not what you believe is actually true. If we gain that, if we get you to a point where you're at least willing to try that, then it was good having you on. And it started off a little hostile in the chat. I'm really happy you came on because I thought it's a good conversation.
Agreed,
so thank
Jay.
you for coming on.
All right, have a good day.
Take care.
Come back anytime.
You too.
All right, we have one person left in queue, and then we're going to call it today. This was a really long show. Thank you, everybody, for sticking.
No, we've
through.
had longer.
Luigi, yeah, we have. Luigi Drip.
Hello there.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today, sir?
So first and foremost, I want to say very quickly, thank you for having me on, and this has turned out to be an interesting show that I didn't think I would stick this long, and I ended up
Dr. Chaos,
sticking
good to see
around
you.
this long because I actually found the discussion really interesting. That's
Okay,
the
so
first.
I'll just let you know that on my YouTube channel, I have a playlist of all the episodes of this show. So I'm going to post that into the Discord chat for you, so you can look that up if you want to hear the other episodes as well.
Sure thing. So I have a proposal to make. I'm kind of an agnostic, and I have a logic proposal and a premise that would fall into the category of convincing you that gods and goddesses might just be real. Since this is the origin of the topic.
Let's go.
So
Go ahead.
So here's my logic. So there's I'm gonna give you guys an example here. Really simple one. What in ancient Greek, right? We all know that the word inspire, right? I give this as an example, but I kind of like in the chat, but obviously without context, it's hard to really explain it. But inspire means the actual origin of the word, or the etymology of the word, is to breathe into, but it leaves something missing. What is breathing into what? And what it's supposed to be is like this mystical thing, kind of like similar how like all the Greek philosophers were thinking of, very, very mysticism and supernatural, as to a goddess or a god breathing into um you to create something. So you get inspired to be artistic and do art and do creative things, right? I
Could it
believe that
just to ask? Could it also be possible that the intention there was because inspiration comes through communication, and that a person can inspire another person through communication? So essentially, they've breathed the inspiration into them, and they've heard it, and they've internalized it.
yes, that's also possible. But I believe that
Okay.
connection between people. I know this sounds very happy, but hear me out. I think that's the premise of God or Goddess. That movement, that shift between me inspiring one other person, or a goddess or a fictional being inspiring something else, or a story carrying you to do something greater, is that movement, that motion is truly God or Goddess.
Why not just call it inspiration? These are the people that are inspiring me. Why try and make it theological?
Well, because the reason I make it theological is simple. Uh, if there was no God, my dad used to tell me this quote. I mean, I live in a very mixed family. Part of my family is Christian, part of my family is Jewish, and part of my family is Islam. So the only way I can not go nuts in this environment and not try to and not trying to be an atheist to get away from my family, but also, the way I thought of it was essentially the reason it's theological, to answer your question,
Jay.
is simply put, because if there is no God, then humanity would have to make one up. That was a quote from my father. If there is no God, then
Why would we need to make one up?
Because
let me explain. I
Sure.
grew up in an atheist community in a predominantly atheist country, very secular. I didn't have the concept of God until I was at least in my 20s, where I got a coherent concept of God. I never felt the need to make up a God. So why would we need a God? Why would we need to make up a God? What would it
similar to
add
how
to our lives?
Oh, okay. So it's similar. I wanted to take apart this one of the very early on in the story when you spoke with Mister in regards to a unicorn being real, right? I want to take that as an example, and I think it has to do with innocence, along with understanding a conclusion of maturity. It's almost like understanding each other and understanding yourself in a world, in a chaotic world. So I have looked upon like other stories of unicorns beforehand, because I was interested in like just mythological beings at one point. And I thought the idea of a unicorn sounds interesting because I think everybody kind of needs one. What a unicorn represents is, in some stories, is hope, right? So what I think, almost in an innocent way, uh, we need to latch on to something. Whether we call it God or not is dependent entirely on the person. But we oftentimes need this connection to be able to survive certain situations, even if it's like,
why wouldn't we latch on to something that is demonstrably real and give us hope? Because there are
sometimes
such
reality sucks.
So couldn't we derive it
that's-
from couldn't we just derive it from ourselves?
Right, that is true too. But at
But
the
what
same
would
time,
what would a made up thing? I'm still getting back to my question.
Sure.
What would a made up thing do to help? If it's made up, if we all know that it's made up, how could it provide help in any way, shape, or form?
to be honest with you,
because
the answer to that is, again, a coming of understanding. Well,
Well,
I mean, let me actually think about that question for a second.
To kind of
Give
help
me a
you
moment to think of a response.
to kind of help you with that. To kind of help you with that, Luigi. There is a there is a psychological component to having what are called like foci. So it's an essential part of meditation is having a singular thing that you can focus on, where you put your energy, and meditation is part of that. Prayer is very similar to this, like praying, and then the object of focus is the God. You singularly focus on that one particular thing. It calms you down. Your thoughts become clear. Your blood pressure lowers. Stress is reduced. So on and so forth. So there is a physiological and a psychological utility to holding on to these things. The important distinction to make is that just because a concept, like a meditational foci, just because a concept has a physiological or a psychological utility, does that entail that concept exists in reality? And the obvious answer to that being,
I think that the answer to that would be no at that point.
So while it's okay to have,
so what you're saying, so what I think the conclusion we can come to is sort of like a Jungian perspective, Carl Jungian perspective, is that a lot of these religious figures that exist in our lives, and a lot of these religious entities that could exist or might exist in another plane, at the end of the day are just figments of our imagination, but still have a use in our lives. So
right. For example, like in my office, I'm ever since I was a little kid, I've collected dragons from around the world. So I have little dragon statuettes and other things that are different mediums. I find happiness in them. I like them. They look cool, and it's something that I do. I collect dragons, and it brings me joy when I look at them, when I'm cleaning my cases, and I have the memories of when I got them. It brings me joy. It brings me happiness. But that doesn't entail that dragons actually exist. Is the whole point. So
yeah, that's sort of my point too.
So
that is actually the conclusion I want to get to, and I think convincing you that dragons are real or not real is going to be very difficult. But I can convince you of the use of dragons.
Right. Well, that's obvious. That's apparent there. So that's obvious, and it's well understood in human psychology and behavioral psychology. The point is that what I think Peter was driving at was the habit of getting into that when life becomes too difficult, or things become too stressful in this respect. Having these things, essentially, if I rely upon those things to fill something or to inspire me like this, then essentially, or if I believe that these things are real because the idea of them being real brings me hope or inspiration or whatever, that is in a sense a sort of self-delusion. Now, that self-delusion may have an effect on me. It may have a positive physiological effect or a positive psychological effect.
Right. It could blind you from certain realities.
Exactly, which is why we'd be afraid to get into the habit of doing that, because if we can justify it in one place, then it can be justified in another place.
I also think that
and it could essentially become a harmful thing.
It can be, yes. Right. Oh, sorry, my bad.
I just think that you're noticing this transition away from fundamentalism to metaphoricalism to, I think, eventually.
Hey, Peachy Tony, good to see you.
And there is still a use, I would say, you want to call it Jungian, you want to call it a hero's journey.
Nakati, not
a mythic structure.
quite
I think that
there.
You're going to find
only pissed off when the other side thinks their beliefs justify infringing on our lives and rights.
Saying, when we give up maybe thinking that there are giants and dragons, what we often do is use giants and dragons in our storytelling to gain truths while we know that they're fiction. They are in a fiction, but there are truths within these stories that we create.
Right. And Mario, I think that's what scares me sometimes with religion in general, is that people find truth, absolute truth, in these fictional entities, right? And so, like, at the end of the day, that's why when I was reviewing Greek mythology back in college, I definitely enjoyed one thing about it, which is the practicality of fearing the ocean, for example, right? I'll take the ocean as a simple example. If you don't protect yourself, Poseidon could kick your ass, you know? So and if you don't respect nature or the space around you, things can come back and bite you. And things that can come back to haunt you. And the ocean can be a dangerous place if you don't manage. If you like, their only form of transportation with Kazi was like horses and boats and stuff like that. So he had to respect, just like how we would respect wheels on a car, or like we respect another vehicle when we're crossing a street or I'm a New Yorker, so I'm used to jaywalking, so I can't speak on that regard. But you get what the point.
Luigi, that brings me back to one thing you said earlier, and I really want to get that out, because you said you were an agnostic and your family is made up of different religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, you mentioned.
Yes.
And you said at some point you said something, if I don't do this, then the other thing is to become an atheist and walk away from my family. That's something that I wanted to respond to. If you ever become an atheist, the last thing you should do is walk away from your family. My best friend is a Christian, and I love him as my brother. We disagree on certain points. It is not that when you become an atheist that automatically everyone who is religious becomes your enemy and you have to walk away from them. That's not how this works. That's not how it should work. You should still interact with them, still bring your thoughts forward in order to have a conversation about religion. In whatever you do in future, don't turn your back on the people that surround you if they're decent people, if you can get along with them in another way.
What's crazy? You say that.
God doesn't divide you.
That's a very nice thing to say. I also want to say that I also just enjoy religious music of all kinds. It's kind of weird. I'll listen to choir.
I designed a Christian altar that is currently in a Christian church in Germany. I designed that. I did get the opportunity to have my name on the altar. It's made out of sandstone, and I could have had my name in stone in a church. I thought it was a little inappropriate for an atheist to have his name in a church, so I opted out of that. But I mean, you can live with other people. In my case, I made quite a good amount of money designing that particular thing, and it's not the only thing. I've designed an entire interior for a church with murals and everything. So I don't see that as a problem. To me,
I get what you mean. Yeah.
I get you, Lars.
Well, I'm a composer myself, so I write music. So like, oftentimes I'll find myself like thinking about these kind of topics, because all these composers were heavily Christian or heavily religiously inspired, right? There would be
it's where you take your it's just where you take your inspiration from. For instance, when I designed the altar, I took my inspiration from early Syrian, because it was a Syrian Orthodox church. I took my inspiration from there. I took the symbolism that they have in their churches. One of the things is grapevines and airs of wheat. Those are strong symbolisms in that particular church. So I get my inspiration from that. I do not get my inspiration from a god, if that makes any sense.
That makes sense.
What I wanted to point out is that you don't have to become enemies. You can still have a decent conversation. So never walk away if it's not necessary, if the people are not harmful towards you. That's the only thing that I wanted to point out.
So, Luigi, there are plenty of musicians who are religious who create music, compose music, and that is not in any religious category. And there's also many people who created religious music for the religious category who are not religious. So I just caution you not to just assume that the people who make religious music are religious.
Yeah, that is true too. That is also true. Even though I have that impression sometimes, they really get into it. But yeah, you are correct. You are correct. But it's crazy to me that like just how much religion has done for the world, both positive and negatively. I would say I would give it a 60-40 balance on the negative side, because if you look at the amount of like conflicts that the world has gone through, it's mostly due to religious institutions. And I would say that, like, even if God was real, and if God is truly like a being, I think he did this by accident, or maybe like, yeah, if I was in God's thoughts, I would probably not have thoughts. I don't believe God has thoughts, because imagine being omnipotent, like just yourself. Imagine being omnipotent. Would you care what your creation does? Would you care that much about what your creation, what lives they would take? And would you abuse your power?
I would. And I would do everything in my power to give them the most well-being, the best health, a happy life. That's what I would do.
Right, but if you had that much power between your fingertips, do you think it would be the same person, though? These are the real questions. And sometimes that's why I like Greek mythology as a religious standpoint better.
That is what I can explain that. That is, I would still be the same person. I volunteer for work.
Fucking hell,
for
Peter. Stop interrupting.
Children who do not have a great environment to grow up in. I volunteer for work there. I pretty much do exactly what and I'll use the word what I preach, because I do help other people. I
Peter's not the
create
fucking
artwork
standard.
for people on YouTube entirely for free because I want to help them with the work that they do. I host entire shows on YouTube for free because I think it's a good thing to spread knowledge, to spread good science. I do all of those things already. If I had more power, I just would be able to do a lot more.
But let me shift it in this
way. It wouldn't make me a god. It would just make me someone who could do just a little bit more than I can do now.
What if you were? What if I didn't say you? What if I said one typical person, like a person that doesn't have as much of a moral standing as you do? What if that person became God? How would the world become? And I think that's part of the. If God was truly real, I believe that this is the product of a not so nice person being God.
Basically, what you're saying is that the gods. Let's take the three major religions: Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Those gods aren't good gods. You can go through every holy book. You can find things. I mean. The Christian God, for instance, killed off the entire world, told his followers to kill off entire countries.
Americans and all that. Yeah. Yep.
So those are the gods that we're currently facing.
Yeah, in a way, right? Yeah.
When it comes down to going back to the whole original point with the idea of gods and goddesses. The way the evidence kind of susses out is that the gods and goddesses of ancient polytheism, whether it was the Egyptian pantheon or the Greeks or the Romans or ancient Mesopotamia, or even if you want to go to the Aboriginals, or of course Japanese, Chinese, India, or even Native American, indigenous Americans, all of these systems, essentially each god is a function. Each god possesses a function that correlates with something observed in nature. So, like, some phenomena exists, and then there's some driving force behind that, and that was because humans have a really bad habit of kind of anthropomorphizing things to make them more understandable. So
wait, you're telling me the ancient religious people are just furries, but just designed on different ways?
Well, in essence, depending upon actually no, it's interesting. It's a funny joke, but when you look at South American religions, absolutely, because there were animal versions of these gods, like the jaguar and the snake and the eagle, who were extremely important to Mesoamerican religions and their pantheons, because those were the animals they directly competed with for survival. So you look at the areas around them, like what they saw, what was available to them. You look at the nature of the gods, and the nature of the gods are a direct reflection of the environments that they came up in. So if you look at the gods of like Eastern, you look at like Europe, like the European gods. You look at like the Slavic gods, and you look at the Nordic gods, and all of those gods are typically, they're big on glory, they're big on conquest, they're generally really temperamental. They kind of do their own thing, and they'll only help you when they arbitrarily see fit to do so. And the only way to win their grace is through like glory, conquest, and honor. Well, these are the things that were necessary for survival in scraping an existence out of the harsh landscape that is Europe. You know, so the gods kind of reflect that. But if you go across the pond to the indigenous Americans, their gods reflect a kind of like easy kind of going, resources are plenty, animals are everywhere, we have everything we need, and we don't even need to develop hardcore technology because it's all available to us at our fingertips, and we don't have to go any further than we need to, and everything is great. That's why you have things like the Great Spirit, who guides and flourishes everything, and then the cyclical natures of life and stuff like that. Look at where those gods come up, and they are direct reflections of our environments, because the environments are harsh, or they're very forgiving, or they're very harsh and unforgiving, depending upon where you are in the world. And the gods that direct those phenomena directly reflect the environments that they evolved in. So that's one of the more interesting aspects of how we develop these. The same thing goes for Greece and for Rome. We look at the nature of Zeus. We look at the nature of the other gods like Poseidon and Hades and so on and so forth. They reflect ideas that we had, that ancient humans had about the world. Then you look like there's the goddess of love and the goddess of metallurgy and the goddess of partying, like Dionysus and stuff. And all of these just reflect, these are things that exist, phenomena that are there. What is the god of those things? And then of course that gets even, once you start making determinations, like narrowing it down, then you need little demigods that run around. And then you have the stories of the great heroes like Beowulf in one, or Gilgamesh in the Middle East, or Beowulf in Europe. And then you say, well, why were they so great? Because they are connected to the gods. They're born from the gods. And you see how these things begin to develop over time as explanations for particular things that they're observing.
But I do want to just say, it actually sounds like we are agreeing on a lot. So if you wouldn't mind, Luigi, we're going to give you like a whole minute.
Actually,
looks like Randolph Steven Sooner. Hand over to you, Randolph.
I've been trying to get a word in here. I don't want to interrupt people, but you did mention, Luigi, asking about if we've put any thought into what it would be like to be omnipotent. And I've put plenty of thought into this over the years because I find the concept quite interesting. And I've come to
we'll become Kratos and like kill all the Christian gods and the Jewish gods and then take over and become yourself the god. Oh no, that sounds terrible. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Don't worry.
I've come to the realization that omnipotence would not be sufficient. It would have to be paired with omnipotence would have to be paired with omniscience. So being all powerful without being all knowing could be extremely dangerous, because somebody could use those who's omnipotent could use those powers and cause unintended side effects elsewhere as a result of misusing them. So omniscience would be necessary or at least for the most part, most of omniscience would be necessary to make sure that the omnipotence is being used responsibly and not going to cause unintended consequences. And that's a very important thing. And that's why I think you'll see these deities are often having multiple omni properties, because they need to pair a
They can balance themselves. Yeah, I feel the same.
Balance is not what I'm after here. I don't, and I do think that's a wrong way to look at it, because just because something's balanced, it doesn't mean that it's working optimally. There's a big difference there. So, but I mean, having these different things to kind of make sure that it's more like having checks and balances in place. And if you don't have omniscience, you can't check your work if you're all powerful but you don't know everything.
I guess that is
biker, I do that
is
sometimes.
true,
I
but
see
like at the same time, I feel like our world is the
fall in
product
the
of
water. And
if I could just say these religions, all religions were true to some extent, right? Just say in this example, this is for example. This is like a hypothesis, or not hypothesis, like an example, right? If these religions were all true, and this is truly what has been reflected on the plan of all these monotheistic religions, I think whoever took the holding of being Christian God, or Allah, or was it the God of Jews, which is just God, or like the representative of Abraham. If these are all like truly the existence, right? I think they're all like a bunch of Zeuses or a bunch of dicks. Like they're just a bunch of like bad people that got in power and made it too far into their power and made the world like this because they felt like it for their own entertainment or for their own conniving reasons. Because it seems like the world we live in isn't a very pleasant one, and that we have to work extra hard to be able to find peace amongst the suffering. And because of
It
that
takes
reason, that's the reason why it's hard for us to admit that as religious and people
It's
go.
about 50-50, good and
Living
bad.
with other people does take effort, and there are people who do have goals of attaining power. And in order to maintain their position of power, they need people to conform to various standards that they put in place, or they lose their power. And that's the problem with being in power, is if you've taken that position, then you have to do that, because your followers have certain expectations of you. You're not really 100% the leader. The people who you're leading are also very influential and very important to you, because
Argument
without them,
earlier in the chat, it was someone saying, God doesn't need you to pray to people. Like one guy was just kind of trolling. I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean, bro? God, if whatever God you believe in, whether it be the Christian God or the Islam God, whatever God needs prayers. I believe that prayers are actually like what makes a God God. Like, if you don't pray to that God, no one's gonna care about that God. Like,
well,
you know
that
what I mean?
obviates
In an imaginatively real setting, like if these gods were real. You know what I mean?
but that would, if they need something, then that obviates their omnipotence.
Right, and I think that's
You
where
are
the
hardcore,
contradiction. That's the
Sorsha.
biggest contradiction I found with most religion, is that they need. Why do they need prayers so badly? Why do they need followers so
Well,
badly?
that is a question. Why would an omnipotent, omniscient entity require faith? That makes no sense. It's like
Would
it would.
God need a
Right, but
spaceship?
in a way, it
Why
does.
exactly? What does God need with a spaceship? Why does God need a starship? Yeah, that's the whole point. But I'm curious, Luigi, where because I know we're getting long. So where do you fall? What do you believe in specifically? Do you believe in like pantheism?
I'm an
Like
agnostic. I'm an agnostic, but I believe something is out there. We just nobody knows what it is. Not even I do. That's what I believe. I believe there
That
is a
is,
God. There is a religious force. It's just not. It's just we're calling it God because we're referring to it in the English language. Maybe he speaks alien. Maybe he speaks I don't know, Spanish or I
there
don't
are
know.
there are many things that we haven't discovered as people who study,
God must
especially
assemble more
people studying
pylons.
science and trying to understand better various aspects of reality. There's still a lot to discover. And there's no indication so far that any of it is necessarily religious, but of course, not being able to rule
Hey,
it out,
Ilya,
I
don't
think,
mock
is
my
a
world
reasonable
turtle.
thing to say when we don't know everything about reality. But so far, the way things work, it doesn't look like there's any need for some kind of religious mind behind our universe and behind the cosmos and all this kind of thing. And what am I saying, behind the cosmos? How can we be behind it? Is the cosmos is absolutely everything. So, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean though, but I lie in that confused mind state, in that like almost Socratic or like Socrates, like I'm gonna question everything. I'm gonna keep questioning until I find the truth. And if I don't find the truth in this lifetime, I'm not even gonna be mad.
I think
Good mindset.
a good rule of thumb, Luigi, is that when examining any particular God claim, like take a look at the God itself, how the God is defined, what attributes it has. And a good way of investigating that God is looking at the logical entailments of its attributes. So if its attributes entail a logical contradiction, then you can eliminate that God from contention. And of course, the Christian God falls into that exact same category. It can be eliminated from contention by the logical contradictions entailed by its attributes. So
I think the most logical God at that point might just be like, literally, I shit you not. So my mother actually had a figure of the Virgin Mary, right? The Virgin Mary actually, and that figure is very important in my life for many reasons. I was actually born
StarCraft 2
premature
reference.
6 months, so I was only in her womb for 6 months. And I know it sounds a little nutty. I don't know how I was born.
That doesn't sound at all. That's something that does happen to some people, and
Yeah, and then also she had
I
a
was
heart attack
pretty sure as well.
when she had a heart attack when I was getting born. I think it's called I forget what the word is. I know in Spanish.
Preeclampsia.
Yeah, preeclampsia. Yeah, thanks, man. I
You're
actually
welcome.
never knew that word in English. Anyways, but so there was so my mother had this figure of that one of the nurses told her to pray to every day, and I ended up being born because of that. Because like there was abortions beforehand, and there were other things that were against her health, and she decided to accept me as the challenge to see if I can be born. And somehow, I think what connects me the most to I think if God was real, if God was truly real, if there was a truly close thing I could believe in the goddess
Hey, yeah,
of the
Gaddens.
Virgin Mary or something related to the Virgin Mary. I think if God was real, probably be a woman because it makes more sense. She creates things, I guess. And I guess it would make more sense for Native Americans too, because Native Americans also had goddesses that were similar. If you go back to what they were trying to do with Christianity, like in Christian belief, I know in my family's from the small Caribbean island nations, and they believe very heavily in the Virgin Mary, like Virgen Maria. So I think that's like the closest thing.
The triple goddess of Wicca.
Yes, exactly. So I think goddess makes a lot of sense. If it'd be the closest to being a logical religious figure that was real. A mothering, nurturing, mother nature like being that is the person that is responsible for everyone's birth, one way or another. If I were to rule it to be close, it's still illogical. It's still like a fallacy in my opinion. But if I could just perceive God as one thing, I don't think I would perceive God as like a male standoffish figure with a big beard. That is like I can't imagine that.
Someone in my
Anyways.
live chat wanted to recommend that you may want to look into what pantheism is and what pantheism entails, or panentheism. That may answer some questions for you, something to look into. So yeah, just keep looking or keep researching and keep asking questions. It's the best
All
thing you
right.
can
Well,
do.
thank you so much for having me on. This has been an actual pleasure.
Actually,
Yes, for us too. Thank you. Yeah, you've been a delight to speak with, and I'm glad to hear that you're taking doubt as your ally. It's been one of my best allies throughout my life.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hang up for now. I'm also excited for this. If you guys better host this Yu-Gi-Oh tournament soon, because I'm a huge Yu-Gi-Oh nerd. So
Okay. Well, we can put some memes up in the chat.
Oh heck yeah,
Thanks
dude.
for coming on, Luigi. And there is another religion that you didn't point to, which is Mormonism. I'm about to do a show on Ross channel. We're reading the Book of Mormon. So if you wanna,
It's really interesting. Sure, I'll subscribe to all your channels and stuff. This is actually really cool.
Cool.
If you like that, Luigi, I believed in God until I got a blue eyes white dragon.
Oh my goodness.
Very paradise plus one or paradise plus two.
Oh, and one more thing about the goddesses thing. There's one real goddess, and I know this because that's the goddess Hathor. She was part of the SG1 TV series. She exists. I made artwork for her, and I had some pretty good interaction with her. So if you want to take a goddess, consider her.
Sure thing. I may not be. I may like talk about goddesses that are real, but I'm no simp. But I am actually. I might be a simp. Actually, I'm a super intelligent master duel player. I'll show myself.
I'm just saying. I have confirmation. She's real because she emailed me. She interacts with me on.
Wait,
Twitter,
that's crazy.
so-
You got emails from a goddess. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
a goddess.
All right,
goddess.
jokes aside, I'll stop with the Yu-Gi-Oh puns. I'll show myself out. I'll destroy myself and summon myself in another chat. But
No, don't destroy yourself.
Cool.
It was good talking to you.
Thanks, Luigi.
We have
Alrighty.
one in the audience who'd like to speak. Do we have a few minutes for them?
I gotta get
to
going.
drop off. I
Yeah,
have to
Books
drop
was
off
happy to
because
go.
I have to set things up for Arn's show, and so.
Okay, so I'll just say Raptor Attack. I'm very sorry. We've gone almost 2 hours over time. We can bring you up just to say hello, and then we can bring you. You will have to close. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll drop out before he comes on because I need to go. I need to set things up for the show. Otherwise, I'm going to be late. So thanks all of you for having me on. Thanks again, Taco, for doing this. Thanks to JL and Randolph for streaming it live. And Amy, thanks for just being here and being an amazing person.
Woohoo!
Thanks, bud.
Sending love back, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Catch you,
Have a good one.
catch you guys later. Bye-bye.
Raptor Attack. We'll give you 1 minute. I'm sorry. We can bring you back on another episode in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's fine. I just kind of wanted to add on to a little bit of what the previous speaker was talking about. I have 2 points really quickly. I wanted to discuss it. The first point is the idea of what a potential god could actually do to influence everyday people. And then the second point is if you've ever heard of the podcast Hidden Brain, I highly recommend listening to this podcast. They have a speaker on there, Azim Sharid, where he talks about the structural importance of religion and the idea of having a god in society and how it can structure society as a whole.
Okay, should we put you in our list as an atheist or a theist or something else?
I don't know.
Do you believe in any deities?
I grew up in a religious environment, and then I kind of fell away, but I don't not believe, and I don't believe. It's
So,
kind of both.
would you say agnostic?
Kind of, I think so.
Okay.
All right. Well, Raptor Attack, thank you very much for coming on. I'm sorry it's so short, but feel free next time. And if you want to pop a link to the podcast into the Discord chat, we'll be happy to reshare it on YouTube for you. So thank you very much for coming on for just a minute.
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome.
Is it Heathen Hangout?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I also just want to send a shout out to your Lord and Savior, Raptor Jesus.
I think I've seen him.
Okay, so we need to wrap this up. JL, did you have anything you wanted to talk about what happened with the show today that stood out to you? Thank you, Rap.
We had a surprising amount of really solid conversations that I think we had. This was a particularly productive one, in my opinion. Had a couple that kind of went nowhere, but I think overall this was a really, really good stage. And I hope that they continue going in this direction. I think everybody had some really solid input and ideas got across, and we had and just from the feedback of the people that came up, that they were presented new ideas and new information, and they're going to look into those things and continue lines of inquiry. That's just fantastic. That just kind of makes my day. So really, really good stage today. I thought so.
I thought so too. We were off to a fantastic start, and it carried on throughout. We had a few rough moments, but this is one of our really good shows, I think. Amy, what were your thoughts today? Final thoughts?
I agree. We had a Kalam cosmological argument. We had 2, or at least adjacent. We had 2 contingency arguments and a bunch of, I would say, spiritual but not religious. I was into it all. I thought it was a great stream. I want to send our brother from another T-Jump is out vacationing in Hawaii. I'm completely just making that up, but let's pretend it's true. And so you should be sending love over there to T-Jump. Sending love to everyone at J.L. Warren's chat, as well as Randolph Richardson's chat, as well as sending love to Taco, who, with Randolph makes all of this possible, as well as Peter. I feel like I'm missing someone. Sending love to the entire panel.
Jefferson.
To everyone. To Jefferson. That's our DS brothers and sisters as well. To Jack. But I run shows with my co-host, James W., at youtube.com/Amy Newman, where you'll find kind of this sort of thing, but with a comedic edge. But I really want you all, if you were on Randolph or JL Warren's stream, you should be liking and subscribing right here, because I can't thank them enough.
Awesome.
Taco, what are your final thoughts?
This was a good show. There were some good arguments. Felt like it was another show where people tried to present valid arguments that could never be proven sound, totally unfalsifiable valid arguments. as a way to prove their position, which is already an unfalsifiable position, which we talked about before this. That's where I'm at.
Thank you very much. I've posted the links in the Discord chat for our YouTube channels. The rest of the links for the YouTube channels, including ours, are also in YouTube videos description for everyone in our YouTube audience. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I did mention a few times today about taking doubt as an ally, and I'm talking a little bit metaphorically there. What I'm saying is that, and the reason I'm saying this is that encouraging people to doubt is because there has been so much pressure and emphasis put on, particularly by religious institutions, but not only them, for people to not doubt. They look at doubt as something that's bad for us, but it's actually a very good thing. If we're approaching what looks like the edge of a cliff, and doubt helps us to realize that, hey, I'm not certain that I'm going to be able to live as I am now if I walk right up to the edge of this thing. Maybe I should think about this first before walking up to the edge. There could be a gust of wind comes along and knocks us over. So doubt is actually a very important survival tool for all of us. And it is particularly useful also in the intellectual realm, where we have ideas that are presented to us, people make arguments, and it's always okay to doubt things, because when you doubt things, then that is kind of a reminder that we need to find more information before we make our decision on something. So doubt is useful in philosophy. It's extremely important in science and scientific methodology. It's important in medicine. You'll see doctors will say, okay, we think this symptom is caused by this, but because of doubt, we're going to consider other possible causes and try to rule things out. So one of the most important things you can do is to embrace doubt as an ally and use it as one of the most important tools to make sure that you're not getting things wrong. So I encourage everyone to take doubt as an ally. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, man.
And special thanks to the Politics Discord for hosting this stage, making this available to us. We really appreciate everyone in the audience who participates and even just observes. That goes for the YouTube audience and JL Warren's channel, and T Jumps when he streams it, also in mine, and then also the Discord audience. We appreciate everybody for sharing your time with us, and we look forward to seeing you in the next fortnight.
Thank you, everyone. Click all their links. They're all pinned in the Heathen Hangout chat.
And if anybody who didn't get to come up on stage is interested or wants to, the live stream is continuing on my channel, so feel free if you want to pop over to mine. We're currently live, and if you have any questions or anything you'd like to pose, I'm more than happy to field them. So feel free to pop over.
Oh yeah, viewers, make sure you all join Politics Discord, discord.gg/politics. Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care. All right, so that was the big stage. Wow, that was intense. Somebody sent me, I got some messages there. Oh, Pat Lowinger. Oh, cool. Awesome. I'll have to thank Randolph for introducing me to him. So, wow, that was intense. So, 6.5 hours. I said they went a little bit longer than normal, and, it happens sometimes. I know I'm going to have to get off here shortly because I need to, I've got to get this video that I'm currently, my next video I'm working on. I've got to get that finished, edited and everything. So, but yeah, I apologize about that, but Peter, that was aggravating, and Peter will just continue talking, expecting the other person to stop, and then that line of inquiry is completely broken. And then he circled around and got back to the line of inquiry that I was already on. It was just problematic. So. And it just that, try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but eventually you just got to be like, you got to shut that shit down. Hopefully we can get that sorted out so it doesn't happen. I understand that he had a private thing, that he had a private chat going on with the dude, but that's where it should have been. That's where it should have stayed. When I was engaged in the line of inquiry with him to get him, walking down a path, then diverging from that is just not productive at all. And so it was just a pain in the ass. So, but yeah, awesome Logan sentiment. That's good. Growing a beard. So I start a comment from Witch of Heart, who said, "Hey JL, since you're atheist, do you even celebrate Christmas?" So I use Christmas as an opportunity to party. The whole point of that was essentially I use it for a time to like get together with friends, express my gratefulness for them being in my life, and then possibly exchange presents, possibly not. It's not necessary. I dig the kind of imagery of it. I like the lights. I like the pageantry. It's kind of wholesome in that respect. I like the pagan the kind of origins of it, and the winter celebration of the winter solstice and what that meant for those individuals. So I dig the history of it. I dig the kind of ambiance, and I dig the pageantry of it. But no, there's no like worship or any kind of like that. So as far as celebrate goes, I just use it as an excuse to just party with my friends. Just a fun time to get together, because sometimes we need to make time. And what better, we need to make time to, be with the people that we love and to hang out with them. And what better excuse than a holiday when we're all off work and then we get to go or some of us are off work and we get to go and party. It's pretty much it. But yeah, that was wild. That was intense, and but some good conversations, some good conversations that I really enjoyed. So Nakoti says, I celebrated. I wish did Christmas markets here. So, Maya Atkinson, good to see you. Thanks so much. You just completely waste that magnificent Santa beard. You never know. When I get older, I may wind up playing it in the local neighborhood and be like, I'll be Santa. Ha But yeah, this was a lot of fun. So I saw that there was some stuff there. Yeah. And to address one other thing I saw in Nakoti, when it comes down to it is like, and I actually go into this in my next video, is like, I really don't care what people believe. People can believe whatever they want to believe. If they need to believe in particular things for the psychological or physiological utilities for it, then then go for it. But it's when those individuals, and I think you espoused this earlier in the chat, it's when those individuals conclude that their beliefs give them some sort of authority to dictate how other people live their lives or the laws that we live under. That's when it becomes problematic, and that's when I push back, and I really have a problem. So yeah, I can get a bit didactic, sometimes bombastic when it comes to these things, because I've seen directly the effects that such thinking has on society. I've seen we can see the historical effects, and we can see the effects today, and it's a little bit tenser now because while it's always there is currently a major push for Christian nationalism to assert control over this nation. Is kind of like to turn America into the last bastion of Christianity, because it's pretty much failing everywhere else. So that's the issue I have there. And so to protect our rights and our freedoms, we have to be willing to get up there and be heard and put our foot down, and sometimes get a little didactic and a little bombastic. So, it's just like in any kind of thing where you're fighting for your representation. It takes getting in there. Witch of Heart says, "Stop using big words." That's true. Turtle Moves. I'm the horror Santa. I absolutely am. So, it's been going for 6.5 hours now. A lot of you are still here, and I thank you all so very much for being here. This has been a really, really good stage, and this is great. So to do some quick housekeeping, I've got more videos coming out. I've got to finish the editing on this current video so I can get it scheduled and get it out. And of course, new stuff after that. I've got arguments coming up. I've got new channels that I was looking at, and hopefully we'll continue. Hopefully, we'll just see what happens next couple of days. Hopefully, I will still be able to give you the reprieve you need from certain other, constitutional law bunglers out there in the world, so we don't have to listen to that 24/7. So I'm really pleased with how this went. Looking forward to new content, Bridge the Divide, and of course, Week in Horror podcast every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time. The YouTube on there is youtube.com/weekinhorror. So I hope to see you all there. That'll be a lot of fun. And of course, a huge, giant thank you to all of the supporters, all of the channel supporters, all of the channel members, all the members of the Godless Army. I appreciate all of that. You guys helped to make this channel possible. You helped me make it possible that I can do this. And if you want to be a channel member, the link is in the description. It's 99 cents per month. It's about as much as I value my content, and it'll likely never change. And then, of course, you get all of the custom emojis that I've made for you, and, of course, the channel badges to go along with that. So I appreciate all of those, individuals who support the channel, the members of the Godless Army, you all rock. Thank you very, very much. And of course, for all the super chats and the super stickers and all the milestone chats and all that cool stuff that you guys interact with, those interactions are amazing. You guys, all of that is helpful. So thank you all very, very much for that. I appreciate it. So I see that everybody heading out. Take it easy, Witch of Heart. I also have to get out of here as well. I hope you all enjoyed the stage. We do this every 2 weeks where I go jump in, and they typically don't last this long. They typically only about 4 hours, but this one went a hell of a lot longer than usual. And the reference that I made earlier was must build or must construct additional pylons, which is a StarCraft 2 reference. So, did he say constitutional law scholar? No, it's constitutional law bungler. Thank you, Marcus Dresden. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for the support. This was amazing. But yeah, we try to have fun here and try to have have some conversations here. You know, it's a blast. Every single one of you rock. And as usual, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide.